I meant to. Dang. Man, stupid. That's crazy. Right. I know, right? And you're by I'm getting me, no problem. I'm the truth of the matter. Okay. Dang. Dang. I keep getting these random followings. Followings. Sheesh. Shoot, we on the parents today. Let me mute this real quick. Then get them likes and shares up, man. We get this pop topic started soon. I gotta start sharing these out too. Give me 1 second. I'm on smash mode for a couple minutes. What's the deal? About to get it started in a minute, though. What's the deal, sis? I see you real. You already know it. Do the usual. The usual. Ain't nothing new, real. Jabri, what's the deal? Oh, man. Speaking of dinner, got to smash me some Subways. Oh, I feel like I'm sleeping live right now. Man. But yeah, I'm good. You already know I'm blessed. I'm blessed, man. As usual. Every day, man. Another day we get to try again. So much stuff going on. That is not dinner. Yes, this is to me. It's to me. It might be my whole entire dinner. You gotta forget I'm a single man. That dinner can be anything. It could be breakfast. It could be some cereal. That's how I do. What kind of son did you get? Oh, sub. Okay, I think that's what you mean. Sub. I got the spicy Italian. Put lettuce on there, green peppers. What else? Green peppers. Olives. There's something else. Oh, pickles. I think I remember. Wow, I can't believe I remember 'em. Then I put like mayo and honey mustard just to try something real quick. We gotta get him away. I'm good. I make that sacrifice. I had a woman that cooked for me, but she wasn't a woman for me. Oh boy, ain't that funny? I take that sacrifice any day. I eat like what I as long as I know I eat. I know how to eat healthy though, that's one thing. I know how to lose weight, I know how to do all that. Taking care of myself, I just balance my meals. I know y'all like to make dudes fat. I'm good on that. I'm good on that. Yeah, Subway doing this stuff, Dizzle, you know what I'm saying? A little something. A lot of bread stuff on that. So. I know you probably eat like the vegan version, right? 'Cause I know I've seen your page before. So that's how I cancel it by eating. You gotta get some of them cookies though. Cookies right there. Can you repeat the sub you got again? Um, I think it's a spicy Italian. I had lettuce, green peppers on it, olives, pickles, mayo, and honey mustard on Italian herb and cheese bread. Yep. You probably eat like just the lettuce part. Yeah. What up, bags? What's the deal, my brother? About to see we about to see how it's gonna look today, man. We're gonna shake some feathers with these parents. That's one thing I'm tired of hearing, man. It be showing how many people just give up. They're gonna do it anyways. Might as well. We got the wickedest parents ever, I swear. Because back then, there wasn't no such thing as that. As you could tell. I didn't want them to fear me. And them be the same kids you would have get. The thing is, you don't put no fear in your kids, you're going to be fearing your kids. That's going to be, and that's a straight true statement. Because they will take advantage of you for sure. And I done seen it plenty of times. I like parenting, ain't it? And then want to get mad at everybody else when they check your kid because you can't check your kid. What the world we live in, man. I'm being nosy, toasted or not. Hey, that's cool. But I toasted it though. Yeah, put the toasted milk. What's the deal, Marcus? Welcome to the live. Thanks for the follow, lovely lady. It's about the biggest hat ever. I can just see the picture. It's just like a big old hat. Hey, do your thug thizzle, Need a word. I need that boy during the summer. Forget one of them umbrellas. Let's get that hat. Let me stop. But I'm not gonna follow this dude. I don't like him already. Boy, how the heck outbeat the circle? It's like it's hanging out the circle. Oh, not you though. I don't know if that's a do-rag you got, but I was talking about lovely lady. My bad. Some cookies making me hyper, dog. I'm on crack mode. crack joke mode. Let me not say that. TikTok, I ain't meaning it like that. I was talking about cracking jokes, not that other stuff. What's the deal, main thing in the building? Y'all making no better laughing at me. Y'all ain't supposed to laugh at this. What they call it is ignorance. I'm saying, I don't know what the heck do that mean. How's that ignorance when that person being a lit mid? Yeah, I know you one of the ones that be cheating on my lives, but it is what it is. I've been getting on all y'all mod heads, man. I might start ordering me some new mods real soon to a theater near you, man. Been doing a lot of cheating, One mod talking about they gonna have some people pay for it in a minute, pay for that mod, right? I'm like, wow. So they gonna do that. The other mod was like, hey, they was blunt in my face and told me, they said, yeah, I had to do a little quickie on the side and came back to my room. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. See, look. Now I'm glad she just said don't start today. Now that's the mod. I give her a little exception because I stole her. You know what I'm saying? But you know how that be. When you, it's like cheating on somebody, right? You cheat with this girl, then you want to date her. And then, get mad because she going, like, what you expect? You know what I'm saying? So I can't really get mad at that. That's, that's what people be trying to wife. That one guy that always be wanting to wife that sound light skinned. What's the deal, Petty? What's the deal, man? See, I can't get mad at Petty either, man. I think I met her through OC first. You know what I'm saying? So I can't get mad. Now she's in my, so it's like, So then the ones I get a little exception to a little bit, Moni, she probably the most loyal one out of all. I'm trying to say that, you know what I'm saying? Like she really, she loyal, you know what I'm saying? But ain't not trying to make nobody jealous around here, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Let me stop. Hey, I don't like this dude care today. Hey, but I got some energy today, man. I got energy. You say you saw her creeping too? Oh, we telling now. Okay, all right. You say he's showing favoritism. I mean, can you blame me? My mom's cheating on me and stuff. So what you mean? You gotta give appreciation when it's due. You know what I'm saying? But I love y'all. Y'all always can come back. You know what I'm saying? I'm always open. I'm that one that always, go through toxic situations to take y'all back. They hurt me, but I still love them. That type of stuff right there. So, y'all always, y'all still do y'all thug this when y'all in here, man. I ain't like I'm not gonna take y'all stuff away for real, man. But I'm hurt. I be hurt. I be like, dog, am I not violent enough? Am I not? Don't even talk about women more or something? It's like, nah. Oh my, yeah, y'all can't catch me early, man. I ain't trying to. I'm trying to be serious, man. I'm trying to, man. But it just reminded me, man, of how how my minds be doing, man. Hey, Marcus, just man, get you some minds one day, man. See how they do you sometimes, man. See how they do you sometimes. But hey, they do a wonderful job when they here, man. I do appreciate this. I'm talking junk though, but I appreciate them because they don't have to be in here, man. They ain't have to be my mind either, you know. But I gotta have fun. Got to. You know? But we about to do enough now, man. But we about to see how this topic about to go today, man. So you say you dang just read the topic right. I know, ain't that something? Yeah, I'm ready to shake some tail feathers today, you know. What do you know? Yeah, I'm ready for that. Do you have kids? You know what I'm saying? It's different now when you have them and all that other stuff, but hey, whatever make you feel better. Whatever make you feel better, man. I do say do what makes you work, but I be feeling like a lot of parents be giving a lot of leeway to their kids, like they friends and stuff. Oh yeah, I'm for sure about to start something. Yeah, I already know. I already know. I would say it's best to dodge this room if they can. You know what I'm saying? Like they do any other time. I think they already dodged the room. They say accountability on there, so of course they gonna run. So it is what it is, though. Oh, okay. She knows she about to hit that fire. She trying to hop up in the bottom for a little bit. For a little bit. You know.
I'm gonna be the first contestant since nobody coming up here. They scared. You got
They
them scared.
scared, right? I already know you gonna stick your chest out. You'll be
They see
can.
these topics, they get scared.
But this jug is real, man. This jug be real, and I hear it too much. So I'm like, oh, yeah, it's about time to talk. But that's why I made that in red right there, because I know somebody gonna say it. They gonna say it though. Well, they gonna
They
do it
can
anyways.
rather
I'm like,
not
okay,
have.
yep. That's why I got you for that part 3 right there. So why is that? You give up on your kids that early, man? I don't think
Parents
that
are
my parents
definitely
raised me
too
like that.
friendly,
They gonna do it
Cass.
anyway. I don't think my
They are
parents raised
too
me like
friendly.
that,
I
man.
like
They
that you
said
brought
they
this
straight put
topic.
their foot down.
I'm happy you brought these topics because it needs to be fucking said.
Yes,
I've been
yes,
waiting for somebody to say it.
yes.
So everybody been scared. Y'all been scared.
Good looks, Court.
Kev said
Yeah,
I
man,
ran
this
enough.
gonna be sweaty though. It is. I know. I know it's gonna be sweaty. Hey, that sound like me, but I'm gonna watch they go try to code it a little bit. Well, I don't mean it all the way like that. I mean, I do put my foot down a little bit, just a little bit. I just don't really want them to fear me. Oh, I got you on part 2 right there. Yeah, I got both them common statements they always say. I just don't want my kids to be scared of me. You know what I'm saying? So I got you on part 3. Well, why is that? I don't think I don't know, man. I
I
just
agree
don't
with
know,
the
man. Hey, y'all
beginning
share
though.
too, man. Share to some of them people that y'all be talking to. I know y'all got some parents and stuff that to be saying it. Go ahead. Let's talk to them today.
Not to let my boyfriend until she finished school and college. Yeah, I
Get
think
y'all some
parents are definitely too friendly
do it
today. Yes, more
today.
friendly than ever. A lot of y'all be sitting up here got these little girls
Oh,
wearing the same hairstyle that they auntie and they grandma was wearing back in the day.
my. She doing it like
And it's
that. I
and
like that.
it's you got her dressing as if she's 16 and she's only literally 5 years old. Literally.
Moray caught me on
These
guard
parents
now.
be dressing these little girls as
How
if
they
they are
fire?
teenagers already.
Well,
Man.
thing
And
she,
she just a baby.
how do we, knowing what we already know, tell our kids that you're allowed to be yourself, but I also need to guide you in order. There are some things that you actually choose to do that I don't agree with. I
Listen, be yourself.
Just
You
do it
just have a certain
because
line.
right, exactly,
we don't do that.
exactly.
They did. That's the problem. They trying to negotiate with kids now, man. I mean, I do understand that. Yeah, you should let your friends, your kids, your kids, live their life and stuff. But you got to still instill the most important things in them. So parents is getting so light on them that they trying to give them options. They trying to, hey, I just want you, if you want to make this choice, do what you want to do. Like, you ain't got to be so hard on them, but at the same time, they still need to know. But I think the parents themselves don't even know the core things to teach their kids to not be around and stuff. Like, also this first one is really important too. But they want to ask, why is these kids pregnant at 13 and 14 and stuff? But then again, you allow them to have boyfriends and girls. That's why I asked that
They
first question.
learning
I just
from
want to see.
they learning from bad leaders. That because you a parent, that doesn't make you a good leader. That's the
Yeah.
problem. All parents think because they got kids that you're leading your kid down the right path. Truth be told, you're not a great leader. Honestly, if your kid get out here and she get pregnant, you're not a great leader. If your kid cannot sit up here and come with morals and respect, you're not a good leader. If your kid sit up here and disrespect people because they don't like the way somebody talk, you're not a good leader. At the end of the day.
Rob,
It's all about your what kind of parent skills are you showing your child? Because honestly, it's a lot of parents that don't even have parent skills. You're sitting up here chasing after a dude and not focus on this man more than your own kid. At the end of the day, you're wondering why your relationships with your children not even up to par or in a space where you can actually connect and bond with your kids. You wonder why your kid got suicidal problems because you ain't sitting up here talking to him enough. You talk to that man more than you talk to your motherfucking kids. You talk to your friends more than your motherfucking kids. You always knowing what Shannon and Shauna and Shantae going through, but you don't know what your kid going through.
well, think about it too.
I've been waiting for this topic, Kev.
Man,
I see you was ready. She
no,
ready.
you came with a passion because this has been a topic that I've been on other.
She said, "We don't know this guy."
I've been on other lives on this, and it's like, wait a minute, it's like, we are our first children's like first idea of what even conflict means, of what communication is. It's like, we hear this whole child support construct, we hear all these things, and why do women do this, and why do men do this, and sometimes people don't know who they are, and now they don't know how to raise children. So it's like they're stuck in this, like, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like you're right. We need to allow them to be who they are, but we also need to guide them in that process.
Right. They giving them. I don't know, man. Like I said, I be understanding though. I also be saying like, well, I know I was sneaky and going back door and doing this anyways. Like, but you not your kid. You keep putting yourself in your kids. Like, it just show how weak. Like, if I was sneaky, right, I'm being even heavier on my kid. Did if that's the case, if I was like that or something like that, at least come at it from a different angle though. I do believe parents do need to talk, or to a certain age, right? Explain a little bit more so the kid can understand what's going on. Because I know they gonna still try to do some type of exploring or whatever, but it's just because a lot of parents lack knowledge and stuff. So all they do is tell them is like, just do it and don't really explain. So I do agree on that part that we do need to start because you got to, especially the way the world is. You got to explain to your kids at a certain age, because some of the stuff you just say, hey, do it, and you'll figure it out when you get a little bit older, because they're not going to understand some of the time. But you do have to explain at a certain age why they shouldn't do this, the repercussions and all this other stuff or whatever, because that outside influence, it be serious and stuff. And that way they know what they're doing, because I know why they do certain stuff like that, but because the parents themselves are limited on how to either correctly approach their kids or explain to them. So I can get it though. But that's why I'm showing that it be kids having kids. That's why that last part like that. It's kids just having kids because they don't know no better. They think just because you done slept and have a kid that's why they don't need parenting advice and stuff, which I don't believe that at all. Ain't nobody know how to parent because you got pregnant and stuff. You just not a parent or you know what to do with your kid for now, but that don't work. That tactic don't work for every last kid. And that's why I be like, how you gonna tell somebody else because they don't have a kid or something like that? Because I'm pretty sure it's a common thing that all parents need to know if you have a kid or before you have a kid. It got to be something that you got to know. Just like marriage, it's something that you have to read up on or be prepared to before you get there, because it's always going to change. It's going to change when you get there. Of course, it's a little detail, but it's still a common thing that everybody should know before having or before doing. a job, all that stuff. It's like an interview and all that stuff. It's like studying before really doing it. But I know it ain't the same unless you have it. But of course not. You can't keep using that to disregard other, advice that's already needed to be done or said or something like that. But I don't know. Every parent think they the golden parent, and yet they got little gremlins and stuff running around here. Oh, they just bad. They just bad. Right. Man, that's that enabling stuff I be talking about, man. You want, if they bad, what is you doing about it? You know what I'm saying? You got to come from a different angle. If one way ain't working, you got to try another. But parents give up too early, man. That's why they give up in their own life. So I can understand it.
I agree with you. Like, why the fuck is you know you up here saying your kid bad? Okay, if you know this motherfucker bad, whoop his ass. At the end of the day, talk to him. Shit, I'm trying to figure out
Are we able to say
you
that on
stop a kid
TikTok?
from being bad.
Is that
What up,
considered abuse on TikTok?
Spare the ride. Just say, don't spare the ride of me. Ride the kids.
Ride your kids.
Right, F1, right. For entertainment use
only. Parents be scared of their kids. That's the real. Let's be real.
They are.
Parents be scared because they hit that teenage stage, and then the parents like, oh shit.
Oh, it's really a rap, yeah, but it be their fault. That be their fault. I think they be soft.
Parents are actually more scared of the system because it's like once you send your kid to school, you send your kid to school, and now you got to deal with how they behave at school because now the system's going to tell you your kid ain't behaving right. Your kid ain't functioning right. So
who fault is it?
Exactly, it's a parent.
That's their weak selves. How you gonna be scared? You should be. If you should be automatically having.
How many times are we told we're not allowed to parent our child the way that we want to parent them?
I don't care who said that.
What the heck?
I know that thing came out like, oh my God, you should not be putting your hands on your kids. Man, look.
Right.
Boy, look, all right.
Exactly. And that kid learns that too. And I come where Kev comes from though too. Is like sometimes you don't have to have a kid to actually understand what's really going on outside of us. We already know. Especially if you have nieces and nephews, and you have cousins, and you have aunts and uncles.
And you've been a kid before.
Yeah,
like people forget that part.
Bear a kid to know what a kid needs.
I know I know my parents was doing right and wrong when I was young. I see the impact it did in my life. So
yeah, they're not
something I had to learn different from.
I only feel like you don't need to have kids only because at the end of the day, a kid is still a human being. You know how to treat a human being. At the end of the day, a kid know right from wrong. Shit. At the end of the day, shit, it don't take much to know. As long as you was raised right from wrong, that's all it takes to know how to bring up a kid.
Yeah, well, sometimes you know for wrong. Like love. It's like sometimes you're not raised with love. That's why there are so many people stuck in trauma. So many people stuck in toxicity.
I wasn't raised off love.
Me either. I was raised off. Is this what love is? Is this what love?
That's probably why we come up so real tough with something like that. Why they can't take? Because I got brought up that same exact way.
Yep.
They was on my heads. I heard somebody say my parents never yelled or they didn't yell at me. I'm like, you got lucky.
Yes,
I got cussed out all type of names and stuff.
You got lucky. And I also knew when my parents were arguing in another room, and I was like, wait a minute, I learned some things.
I still get cussed out today.
See, but I was never yelled at. My mom and my dad didn't raise their voice at me, but I was still scared of them. See, that's because both of them was
right.
That fear was
Chicago, so I was scared of them.
For real, my dad ain't had to do anything real low key.
You needed that fear. It was a line that you couldn't cross when it came to your parent. Your parent, like, I gotta instill this in your ass because I need you to know. If you ever get to my size and you think you might want to jump, baby, guess what? I'm gonna be ready.
Look at God.
Nah, it's these people that keep on calling me, y'all. I don't know why they bothering me today.
They said, no, you will not be preaching today. Let me hurry and interrupt them. They probably the one with the kids like that.
She said God came through and shut me up.
God was like, not today.
I said that was a damn devil.
That was the devil. They don't.
I can't with y'all.
Mr. P up in the bed. I see you out there, man.
What's good,
Hi,
Kev? What's
Prince.
good?
What's the deal, man?
Hey, thank you for those gifts, everybody. Thank you. I appreciate it. They always go back to the creators whose panels I go on. So I don't keep none of it for me. It just gets, spread back around. So thank you.
Yeah.
Man, I got 2 kids, man. I got a 13-year-old boy who's just about my height already. And I got a 10-year-old girl going on 15. And I ain't their friend. And I told them multiple times through their life that I'm not their friend, I'm their father. That when they become adults, that's when we can be friends. And it ain't because I don't like them or anything like that. It's because I got an obligation that I have to fulfill to them. And it requires me to put my own desires of wanting to be their friend to the back burner for their own, well-being and raising,
Yep.
I think that the reason is because it's easier to be nice than it is to be a parent. It's much easier. I'd love to just...
Wish they can do that with people in real life.
I mean, I'd love to just be like, yeah, you don't got to do that. You don't got to do that. You can just chill and have fun. We can play video games. Yeah, that'd be great, but that ain't going to help him or her. That ain't going to help me. My goal is to take care of them for 18 years and turn them into somebody who can function in society. So that requires some sacrifice on the parents' side. You gotta be willing to say no to them and yourself. So, people...
Yeah, they don't know what that word is. Not the N word.
They see these things on television. They see these clips and pictures and magazines of the happy family and everybody's playing and having a good time, thinking that's what it's all about. Man, there's a reason why it's a picture, because it don't last forever, that moment. There's a reason why it's a clip that's 20 seconds long, because it don't last like that. It's hard looking into your kids' faces and giving them disappointment as a regular gift. So my thing is get used to that feeling, swallow that feeling, get used to it. If you're gonna try to be a friend to your kid, you're gonna always be a parent. But if you're a parent when you need to be, that affords you the luxury to become their friend as an adult. That's just how I spin it.
It's kind of like a growth process for both, because you're a kid once, as now we're trying to raise kids, or we're trying to raise a generation, or raise, whether you've birthed them or not, we're trying to, be an impact on other people's life based upon not only what we know, but what we're already trying to present, and trying to help people grow, and how do we do that? How do we give guidance? How do we give understanding when we don't know everything ourselves?
Well, I tell my children this to kind of address what you were just saying, like at the very end there, is that I don't know everything, but I have the ability to use my brain to find answers. I don't need to know everything. I just need to know how to find information. I need to know how to read and interpret that information. I don't have to be an encyclopedia that knows all. I just need to know how to carry myself and navigate through the information to find the answer. And that you can do that too, even as a child. You don't have to know everything. You just have to know how to carry yourself to find that information that you need.
Right. And I always say, all knowledge is good knowledge. I know Kev has heard me say this. I know Miss Bunny has heard me say this. All knowledge is good knowledge, even if it's not good knowledge. Like, even if it's bad knowledge, even if it's something that just doesn't feel right, at least it's like everything that's presented to us is the knowledge that we need to know to have options. You know, we have options, we have choices. And I know one thing Kev talks a lot about this, and we've now just said accountability is a cuss word. You know,
Yeah, you better watch that word, man.
yeah, accountability. It's not just what we do to other people, because we know we're at fault, but a lot of it is what we allow. You know, what we allow into our life too is an accountability factor that we have to take for ourselves. And I think that's when people get stuck in that victim mindset, that poor me mindset, is because this happened to me, I can't move forward. But how are you getting yourself? That's not accountability. That's just staying in a victim mindset. Accountability requires responsibility. You know, and I think that really comes with bearing children at its finest, or being around children, or being around youth, or being around people who have maybe been through something that you've been through, not been through something that you've been through. But I think, Kev, you spoke on that earlier. It's like, how can I not? There are many times that I decided not to do something because somebody else's advice. I was like, whoa, that sounds really bad. Maybe I'm not going to do that right now. You know?
There's an old phrase that a smart person can learn from their mistakes, but a genius can learn from the mistakes of others. And I tell my kids, be a genius, don't be smart. I was smart. I had to learn from all my shit. Be a genius, you know, learn from secondhand exposure of it. You don't have to do everything I did wrong. Now, if you want to, go, you know, that's your choice. You don't have to.
Hey, Miss Bunny, this sounds a little bit like the conversation we were having on your live. Some love
Right?
in this. Yes.
Yeah, I think I
I'm
definitely
sorry,
think
y'all. I'm in here shopping.
yeah, I think accountability comes with maturity. I think you got to be mature enough. Like your mindset got to be in a space where you know, like you're not gonna be tolerating bullshit or doing certain things. Hold on, my
No, actually, you just proved a good point, Fee, and I mentioned that, like, a lot of people say, well, this person, they'll say, well, let me tell the other person how they need to take accountability. Accountability is a willingness within yourself. It's not it's something that somebody can give to you. You actually have to take it for yourself. People are like, oh, you need to hold this person accountable. You need to hold them accountable. The only time that they're going to be accountable is if they want it for themselves. I think that's where we're getting lost in this accountability word. It actually comes from within you. Somebody
So
will tell you, go ahead.
I'll be right back. I had to take a look at the receipt on here. Look at this receipt. What? You gotta leave it. Look at the receipt. Okay, all right. Go ahead. So I was about to say with the holding accountable. I see everybody get that messed up. You can hold people accountable, man. It's just different forms.
That
People,
says a
we
recipe, fool. A
oh, my
recipe.
bad. My bad, my bad.
Receipt.
Okay. I'm about to say a receipt. I'm reading my bad. I'm tripping. But the thing is like we do it unintentionally and just don't know. I think we just take that word too serious. Not serious, but we gotta look this stuff up though, because I see you can't hold people accountable. It ain't make sense to me. I was the same exact way. Like, how can you can't hold nobody accountable? Like, so you holding accountable. Remember, it's two things: holding accountable and being accountable. You can't make nobody be accountable. That's one thing, right? Holding somebody accountable is basically like setting boundaries. It's just like, you know, letting somebody know up front what they're doing is wrong. That's holding them accountable. That's basically just speaking up or making them aware about a problem. Just like being or holding yourself accountable is just aware or so accountability itself is actually with the responsibility of being responsible from that point or whatever. Because I had looked the definition up on that. This dude had made me look it up too on that situation. So I was like, all right, let me see what he talking about. But it really do. What accountability is, responsibility is actually said in the definition. So it's actually being aware and being responsible from that point.
Mhm.
So yeah, but you just got to remember this, because I heard people keep saying it, even though I done repeated it so many times, they say the same exact thing. Being accountable and holding accountable is literally two different things. Everybody can hold each other accountable. Everybody have hold each other accountable. That's just what it is. When you flat out speak, or when you do that with a celebrity and stuff, you put hey, this ain't wrong. Sexy Red doing this. That's us holding her accountable, right? we can't make her be accountable. She gotta do it on her own. But us putting it out there or
Yeah,
putting it up front, that's
present.
holding them accountable. So everybody, I do always, and that's the reason why, reason why I got to speak on that is because I call this accountability room, and I think the only way we can all grow is hold each other accountable, and we got to take accountability on our own when we can make some type of change in our life. So yeah, we got to remember that's two different things. So I don't want people making it seem like we can't hold each other accountable because we don't think we can make somebody accountable. That's just no faith at all. You know what I'm saying? We can hold each other accountable.
We have to present it to them. If it's presented to me, so now if accountability is presented to me saying, oh, maybe I'm doing something wrong, maybe I need to be corrected. So that's the accountability that I need to take for myself because now somebody pointed that out. Is that kind of what you're saying? Is that we
Yes, but you got the choice to be accountable though.
Exactly.
But otherwise, it ain't gonna stop you from getting held accountable.
Yeah,
Somebody gonna keep on telling you, hey, you got a drinking problem. They gonna keep telling you that you got an attitude problem. That's holding you accountable. But you choose to be accountable or try to make changes or be responsible with that. Or being accountable with that situation. So that'd be your choice. But it ain't gonna stop nobody. Just like I can block somebody, I can send a form of sending somebody to jail. That's a form of holding them accountable. You can't make them be accountable because like that ain't gonna stop them from being, if they can come back outside of jail and do the exact same thing. That's something internal, you know what I'm saying? Accountability thing, like keep you from doing it anymore, being responsible from doing it anymore, whether you were aware of what you was really doing. You know what I'm saying?
I thought about this today, and actually, I wanted to ask you this question specifically because me and you float this word around so much, and everybody has actually like divulged it or denied it, and it reminded me of how when people say "I'm sorry," where does "I'm sorry" is like is that is not is that not a form of accountability? No, there is a responsibility that comes with apologizing for what you did, for what you allowed, or for actually acknowledging where does the acknowledgement come from the people that actually allowed you to hold yourself accountable?
I feel like sorry, the word sorry, sorry, love, and forgiveness. That's all. I think they're more of actions than actually just coming out your mouth. Because I was just seeing so many people that say I'm sorry and do the same exact thing. I see people that be saying they unforgiving, but they still holding a grudge towards somebody, and it's in the action is something different. And even love, I love you, but then again, you sitting there cheating on somebody, all this other stuff, whatever, anything, right? So I think that's more of an action than what's being said on all three of those.
Yeah, so
you can say you're sorry all you want, but that don't mean you mean it.
Right.
That's just to please the other person's ears.
Right. So it's like accountability is an action. It's like I acknowledge the fact that somebody told me that I need to be held accountable, and not only for what I did to other people, what for I allowed other people to do to me, but I'm also acknowledging the fact that somebody helped me identify it.
Yeah, you could say that. That's just giving thankfulness or gratefulness for that situation. But I mean, it's so we can't know everybody because it's people that's the news holds you accountable too. You know what I'm saying? He did that, said that on party. You know what I'm saying? We got to find him. He's wanted. Sorry, but that's like them are different forms, but people just don't really notice it because I guess that word accountability be so triggering to so many people. Like, you can't make me do it anyways. Them be the main ego-driven people and stuff. So that's why they think about it that way. You ain't making me do anything. I do it on my own. Of course, it's on your own though, but it ain't gonna stop nobody from addressing a problem when they see it.
That part. That's exactly what I was trying to express earlier. It was like somebody has to actually, if they present something, is one thing that I mentioned. Just being in a marriage. Is that correction brings protection. It's like, when my husband points something out that I'm doing that's not maybe affecting the family or it is affecting the family, or maybe I'm working too much, or I'm doing, and I have to take accountability for the fact that he's presenting something to me, and I have to recognize that. I have to recognize that and take that into consideration. Like, whoa, now I got to really take accountability and actually contribute to that factor. How do I make a change? How do people make change once they make contribute accountability to it?
It's just no different from like Our Bible is when it say repent. Just try to stay away from doing it again.
Exactly.
Refuse from doing it again. That's all it is.
Exactly.
That's what repent mean. Oh yeah, let me not say that. Oh, they get called a Bible thumper as soon as you bring that up. But I'm just saying a lot of stuff just be making sense though. So that's what the form of repenting, staying away from or not doing anymore.
I mean, on the whole use of the word sorry, in my household, we work on being very precise with what we're saying to each other, and we don't use the phrase "I'm sorry." The reason for it is because I view that as when you say "I'm sorry," you're making a declaration of your own guilt, and it puts the person who you're saying sorry to in a position where they need to alleviate your own guilt for what you did. Instead, if my children wrong each other, after it's been dealt with, the phrase that's used is "I apologize for whatever said action happened.
Mm-hmm.
Do you accept my apology?" It's not because I want the focus on the conversation to not be my feelings are hurt and I'm feeling guilty and I'm a sorry individual and I need your affirmation. It's I committed a wrong and I apologize for how that affected you. My feelings are secondary in the conversation because I owe you the apology. You don't owe me the affirmation of telling me it's okay because I say the word sorry. So not to say that anything that you guys are talking about is wrong. I'm just saying the intent in which we use words is really focused on heavily within our household. So the words "I'm sorry" just are not really mentioned. It's "I apologize to you for said action." And that puts whoever did the wrong in a position where they have to humble themselves to the other person. And
I had oh, was you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
You done? Oh, okay, all right. Now I'm about to say that okay, that's weird. I guess I'm all the way. I'll be different nowadays when I know, cause like I'll be so stuck. Now I realize what being genuine is. So I think that's something that you like. Okay, with the other part, the half part. Okay, I apologize. So I'm a person that would say that, right? I just wouldn't do that second part. Do you accept my apology or something like that, right? I do that with a kid, maybe a kid or something like that. But now that I see it, it's like basically kind of forced. Now, when we say that it's to another adult, right? I feel like that's just trying to force them to do something. Because if they accept it, they're gonna accept it regardless. They only doing it in your face now because you just asked them. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna just say yes or no. But that's just like what I was talking about with the forgiveness, right? Forgiveness is it's an internal thing. It's an action and stuff. So you could say you forgive somebody, you could say you accept their apology, but that don't mean that they really did. They just saying it out their mouth just for you to feel good or to let you know that I guess I let it slide or something like that. Ain't no big deal. I mean, but I feel like they should come out with their mouth with that for themselves if that's why they feel or something like that. But to make somebody say or ask them a question, do you forgive me or do you that? Like I just feel like that's just not genuine for real because that's just like when a person asks, do you love me and all that stuff. But I get some people be the words of affirmation people and all that stuff. But I feel like that's for kids too.
It was talking about children specifically. If I do something and I've wronged my wife, I don't end the phrase with "Do you accept my apology?"
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? When I'm talking to her, I'll say, "I apologize for how I reacted. I know that wasn't right. I'm gonna do what I can to better that because that was wrong." And then 10, 15 minutes later, she'll come over and she'll say, "You know what? I thought about what you said and I accept your apology." But that's because we're adults. But when we're with our children, we have to teach them, that just even when you apologize, that doesn't mean they have to accept it. And that's why we're going through do you accept my apology? Because sometimes your feelings are still hurt. And, my daughter will say, thank you, but I'm still hurt and I still need some time. And then that's that. It's teaching them that just you can still do what's right and someone doesn't owe you anything for it. Even when you're apologizing, you're not guaranteed forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
That's up to them to do on their own terms, but it's just like a mental exercise of getting them prepared for someone to say no to them. No, I don't accept
Mm-hmm.
your apology right now because I'm still really hurt, but thank you for giving it to me. So it's like, training. And they
Right.
see the real life interactions with my wife and I. When I'm wrong or when she's wrong, they see us apologize in the way that I just told you, where I don't ask, do you accept? It's
Mm-hmm.
given that she's gonna either accept it or not on her own time. So maybe I
Mm-hmm.
should have clarified that. I'm sorry.
No,
Oh no,
I
you
think you
you.
proved a good point, Mr. Print, because what you're sharing, what you're sharing too is what you do with your wife is actually kind of going back up to how we deal with our kids. Is that we are our first model to how our kids handle conflict, handle apologies, handle understanding, handle accountability, and sometimes just because you say I am sorry does not mean that that other person has to accept it. Now, where are you at? Because they didn't accept it, are you going to react different? Are you going to be frustrated because you thought just saying I'm sorry is just going to forget everything? You can forget everything you did, but you can't forget how that other person felt. We got to allow them that time to embrace that experience and to embrace that understanding and give them time to have that space as well. And I think that's the neutrality that comes within the self-identity, is that not only are we trying to learn ourselves, we're also trying to learn other people in the process. And that's where reciprocation and that bonding and the forming of relationships comes in. And it really does boil back to our children. It does boil back down to our nuclear family and how we're trying to guide everybody into a process because we're so affected by everything outside of ourselves. But we have to allow people their space too. And I think that comes a lot with accountability. That comes a lot with apologizing, is that you can say sorry, you can take accountability, you can present yourself for what you did, but you have a responsibility in that factor. And sometimes your responsibility is allowing that other person to take it as their own. Let them be them. You're the one who affected them, right? So we got to give them their space too. That's
It's like when you drop a stone in a pond, you got to let the water settle. It takes its own time for that ripple to work itself out. So, you can't force it. You only make the ripple more intense the more pressure you put on it.
right.
Just kind of made that up right now. I don't know if it came out as beautiful as I thought it did in my head.
Write that down.
So how y'all feel about number one though? I know that's the thing that don't hardly get talked about. So why do we allow our kids? 'Cause I might we want to hear a different perspective of why it should be for our kids to have a relationship before being grown. Because I know to be having when you 16 or when you 14, you can have a boyfriend or something or a girlfriend. So why is it like that?
It's not in my house. I'm very involved though with my kids. Like, I grew up with parents that showed me everything you don't do with raising children. So as long as I just stay clear of everything my parents showed me, I think I'll be good. But like we were talking about earlier about how I tell my children, you don't have to make every mistake I did. You can learn from my mistakes, and that's being truly a smart person. That's really, accessing that genius part of your mind. And my kids, since it was early enough to talk about relationships and things, I've given them, relentless reminders that there's a really simple method and a really simple formula to give yourself the best shot at life. And that it's you graduate high school is your primary goal. And then after you graduate high school, you find a job. So that's number 2. And then that's when you pursue relationships and marriage. And if you do it in that order, your life is statistically going to be a lot more easy as far as the challenges you're going to have to overcome. I did it like opposite. I didn't graduate high school. I got my lady pregnant and we had a kid, and then I went and got schooling, and then I went and got a career. Everything has been an uphill battle. I had to do it the worst way possible. And, you know, I told them, like, do you want to struggle and have to work the way that I have had to get the life that we do? Or do you want something more? Do you want something more enjoyable? And if you do, this is statistically how you do it. And right now they seem to be pretty on board with it. I got 2 straight A students that are extremely dedicated to their schoolwork, and they've talked to me about dating, and they both, now granted, I think I'm gonna have more issues with my daughter as she gets older in this regard, but they both seem to understand that even though it's hard for them to grasp forethought, they understand that if they just take care of the business they need to take care of, you know, that life will work out better. So I really harp on that a lot. We talk about it a lot. And, you know, I always let them examine my failures, and I don't hide my failures and my faults from them. So, you know, I feel like that's been my biggest strength, is that I'm not embarrassed about anything that I've done in front of, you know, I'm not embarrassed about it in front of them. So to me, you know, being open is important, and saying, you know, look at mom and dad, look at all the shit we've done. You know, do you want that lifestyle, or do you want it to be better? And they're honest, and they're like, well, we don't want to have to struggle like that. So I'm like, okay, well then let's just keep doing what we're doing, because this is going to set you up for the most success. And it seems to be working for me.
Hey, you know,
Mm.
you right angles for sure. Then there we go.
Why
At least we
allow?
got some hope, man. We got the street parent that's still around. You know, we need that in our life, man.
Yes.
They be trying to act like these kids ain't. It affect us too. You know what I'm saying? One of them little gremlins ended up robbing us when we get older and stuff. Y'all be thinking, that be
Right.
crazy. Like y'all, your lack of parenting can hurt everybody else. That's all I'm getting to about that. But
Well, if you think about it too, why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown? First of all, they need to know what a relationship is. That relationship actually is formed, first of all, within the womb, you know, from where your mom was at, and then what your dad and mom were experiencing, what they presented to you. It's like your first ideas of a relationship are actually formed based upon how your mom and dad were raising you, whether dad wasn't there, whether mom wasn't there, and how that aspected too. So it's like I have a hard time with saying before you're being grown, because that involves choice. So at what age do we actually allow our kids to actually experience different relationships and experience an understanding of a relationship outside of their parents? Because one thing that we do as parents is we want our children to go out there and have relationships with other people and help them grow as well. So I don't know if I answered that question correctly, but
I know this. I teach my sons and my daughters the 7 B's. Books before boys, because boys bring babies, and books before broads, because broads bring babies. And that is something my 13-year-old daughter has even told guys who want to come up to her and try to date her. And she's told them, no, I need to focus on my books. It also helps the fact that her father and I, he's my first marriage, I'm his first marriage. We were going on 8 years this year. He had her with a previous relationship. He was 15 and the mother was 13. And my daughter has no desire. I call her mine because she may not be my blood, but she's mine. But she does not want to end up having to quit school and end up working these little fast food jobs. She wants to actually make something of herself. And another thing too is these parents are letting their kids go on these dates, and they're basically the one paying for the date. Oh, go do some dishes. I'll give you the money so y'all can go to the movies. You know how stupid that sounds?
Okay. And you got kids, Brittany?
I have 4.
Okay.
Ranging from the age of 1 to 13. And my children, I mean, my kids know. They've even heard it from my mother. I was one of those kids. I focused on school. I didn't even have the want to of messing around with nobody until I was out of school, because I knew that if I messed around with anybody, I would run the risk of getting pregnant. And I did not want that at a young age. So the best way to keep that from happening is, you know, keeping your legs closed. And the way I see
So
it,
what age you have your kids, well, going into number one, what age you let your kids start dating?
I have told my children that if they are straight A students, if they are great in school, and they have a job at the age of 16, 17, I will allow them to date, but their daddy and I have to be there with them. It's a double date. And a lot of parents will think I'm weird for that, but you know how many situations, like my teenage daughter, do you know how easy it would be? She's a little girl. If she started dating a guy at 16 years old who was bigger than her, I mean, I'm one of those worry warts, I guess, and that's why I'd want to be there, because if he tried something stupid, Daddy and I are right there to be protectors. You know what I mean?
Hey, I was in the middle. My bad. I thought I was in the middle of typing and stuff. So you said if they have straight A's and what?
If they were a straight A student and, you know, they worked a part-time job and was actually mature and actually understood, then I would let them go on dates. But like I said, they would be going on double dates with their dad and I until they were 18 years old, because there again, once you're 18, you're grown. I can't control you. But when you're 16, 17, I'm going to make sure you're protected, because these little boys can't be trusted.
Wouldn't the protection be waiting until they turn 18?
Wait, what?
So wouldn't the real protection be waiting until they turn to 18? Or wait till they out of school?
But at the same time, they wouldn't be allowed to be alone until after they were 18. See, my mom let me go to the movies and stuff, but she was always right there to make sure wasn't nothing going on. And I mean, at the same
time, that's like
time,
a tease, though. I'll be looking at that as like a tease, because like anything can happen with a boyfriend and girlfriend. That's why there's a lot of teenage pregnancies and all that stuff, though.
Well, we are also Apostolic Pentecostal, which, you know, ours is a lot of religious reasons as to why we don't allow our youngins to be alone with the opposite gender until, you know, basically they're old enough to make their own decisions.
Okay. So I guess we got 2 parents up here. Then we can go for number 2. Then, why are parents scared that their child will fear them?
I don't care. I'm going to answer this. I don't want my child to respect me out of fear, for the sheer fact fear creates sneaky children.
We're getting somewhere.
I know this. My mom beat the stew out of me. And when I say she literally beat me, I mean, there was times that she would draw blood on me. And, you know, I would sneak behind her back and do things I shouldn't have done. As to where my daughter, you know, she comes to me with everything. And and I want to let this be known, I correct my children. But my children do not fear me, but they respect me because they love me. And I think earning respect out of love does so much more than earning respect out of fear.
Interesting.
And you can be a disciplinarian without causing fear in your kids.
So do you believe because I believe this, and I see it too much. You don't put fear in your kids, you're gonna be fearing your kids when you get older.
If I what?
You don't put fear in your kids, you're gonna be fearing your kids later.
No. Honestly, no.
Hmm.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay.
I can say this, as a child that grew up fearing her mother, I still fear my mother, but at the point I'm at now,
You think your child gonna be like you?
like I said, I would rather have my children respect me because they love me and not, I don't fear my kids at all. And I really don't think my
Okay.
kids are going to grow up to step off into the land of stupid and try to come up at me because they already know. If they did something like that, now I'd put the fear of God in them.
Yeah. Matter of fact, the father around?
Yes, the father is around.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm about to say, I had, when I grew up, right? So that's why I know that ain't true all the time. That's why I said we always look at it one way. I don't think every child, and I think nowadays, I mean, I feel you with the love thing or whatever, but I mean, each child is different. I do get that too. But yeah, some kids gonna do what they want to do. But I think being easy on them is gonna make them even do it even more.
Well, I didn't say I was
they're
easy
not,
on
they don't have nothing to fear on the way back because you like, hey, you know, I just be safe with it or something like that. That's what I guess the new parenting is
I
nowadays.
absolutely believe in sparing the rod and spoiling the child. Absolutely believe in that. Which is why I said I correct my kids when necessary. But unlike most people who got sneaky, disrespectful kids, I bring my kids out in public. They don't disrespect people. They don't act like a lot of these kids nowadays. I believe there is a good mix. If you use both in a correct manner, you will raise well-adjusted kids.
Mm. Okay. That was something.
My teenager's sitting here listening.
I'm about to say because I don't know.
I'll answer in a second.
Huh?
I got a lot of noise happening right at this second. I'll answer after. I'm just it's making a bunch of noise right now.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, even our generation, honestly, like we were all raised to fear our parents, but how many of us, when we turned 16, 17, bucked up against our mothers or in guys' cases, their fathers?
I mean, that's gonna happen regardless,
exactly,
fear or not. But that's more of an excuse to say that you not should put no fear. I don't know about that though, because I mean, the way I got brought up, they straight up. I mean, I knew that I didn't want to get a whooping when I come back home, so I had to try my best to be good, right? My dad didn't have to say too much. You know, he could just be like, "Hey, if he make the boiled up face, it was over." I was already crying off the boiled up face. That's some type of form of fear, but it's not like I hate my dad today. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my kids.
I knew to respect him because I knew what he meant was serious. It wasn't no I'm going to be sneaky, but some childs might be like that, but I wouldn't never give up on trying to, because I do to see how the world is. Everybody want to be their kid's friend and all that stuff or whatever, and then see why their kids is, and that was I believe the kids will buck up even quicker by thinking they're their friends. That's why they talk back to their parents nowadays, because they're not scared of their parents.
No,
that's why they do all type of stuff, because they
stuff to me though.
Well, I guess you're a rare one, but I would never tell me myself. I don't think that's gonna work with every
and it doesn't.
And that's what's going on today. You know, their kids is not scared of them at all.
There is
this parenting is getting super weak now.
No matter what you do to them, they don't fear you. I've got to.
That's not true.
Huh?
So you saying basically? So I feel like this going towards this third statement, which is that they gonna do it anyways type situation though. But I'd rather be the person that try. You know what I'm saying? I got to do it because this world it's not gonna stop you.
If you don't raise your kids, the system's gonna end up raising them. That's the truth. Yeah. That is the truth. But I have seen children now, and usually these are kids that have problems. But their parents will whip them, do everything they can to get them under control, and the kid just won't. The kid won't break. I've seen children like that too that end up having to go into juvie. Those special cases of where they have to go to juvie because of the fact their parents cannot get them in line, no matter how many whippings. At least they tried. Exactly.
But if you don't try at all, you think you're gonna get better results. What can you do? I feel like that's an excuse to not do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you should be light on these kids at all. It just don't work.
Oh, there's been several times I've told parents.
You got to talk to them. You do have to talk to them, though, but that you still have to. They got to have, I'm going to put it this way. Instead of fear, they have to have some type of form of respect to where that they know that if I don't do this, no different from how the world gonna treat them. You gotta, just like you're scared to go to jail sometimes. You're scared, all this other stuff that be happening in real life that need to be in them. But I mean, of course, some is gonna work with some kids or not, but not trying at all. I feel like that's just a weak way of, like, you know what, they're gonna do it anyways. I'd rather go out trying and knowing I'm trying my hardest, because you got a way better chance of trying it rather than not trying it, or trying to put or let them. Because if your kids think they're on the same level as you, that's what the problem is going on today. That's why you see kids twerking and dressing up like their parents and all this stuff, and talking back, cussing, and their parents laughing at it and all that stuff. They're not putting no fear in these kids no more.
Well, something
That's
that
way
burns
worse.
my gears is this whole gentle parenting movement. Oh, don't do that. Like, gentle parenting is a joke. It is. You should not have to coddle your kid into being a decent person.
So my take on question number 2, I think what Brittany is speaking to is a general mother's perspective. I mean, I think that if we're, generally speaking, I think that mothers
That's why I
tend
asked with the
to just
father.
have
Yeah.
a
The father
different
absolutely is a
methodology. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just that's the way that mothers approach a lot of the discipline side, from what I've seen. And it's not a negative. It's just a byproduct of being a mother.
Yeah, I do notice that they respect the father more. That's probably why I'm hearing a lot of different, like, woman perspectives, because they are more lighter on the child than the. I do see that too, though, a lot.
And like I
But
said,
it makes
that's
sense.
that's not an inherent negative or anything like that. It's
No,
just,
it ain't negative.
it's just, I think it's a
That's why the fathers are
evolutionary,
needed.
like, byproduct of how our species moves and does things. That being said, I think that the fathers tend to have a little bit different of a perspective because of how we have to carry ourselves through life. There's instant physical ramifications for a lot of men in life. And the way that I look at it is, my children may fear my reaction to something, but my reaction will never frighten them. Does that make sense?
I get you.
I know it's sounds like semantics, but I'm really drawing a line.
Just wait.
It's fucking respect.
For instance, my son, he's 13. He's just about 6 foot, 155 pounds, and he doesn't realize how strong he is because he's been a boy his whole life. And he'll play rough or whatever with his sister or a neighbor girl. Someone might get hurt. I'm not going to baby him. I'm going to check him like a man. I'm going to put some fear into him that there's physical ramifications if you don't carry yourself with some responsibility for your actions and awareness. You raise your voice to my wife, I don't care that she's your mother. She's my wife first, damn it. I'm going to put that fear in you.
Yep.
And, I've never had to really get physical or anything like that yet. I hope I don't ever have to. I mean, I spanked both my kids twice when they were little. And it was emergency type of warning situations, like not listening when I'm saying don't run into the street kind of shit.
Right.
But my mindset has always been a measured reaction, because a measured reaction is not going to cause them to be frightened by me. It may cause them to have some fear for the repercussions, and they know that dad will own up to those repercussions and see them through, but they're not going to think that I'm going to fly off the handle and go into the abuse realm. You understand? So,
yeah.
And even like with my daughter, I really don't have to really even get too aggressive. But with my son, he's got testosterone pumping. And testosterone, we all talk about, we all understand that when women going through their cycle, they're getting an influx of hormones that are hard to deal with. And there's a certain amount of leniency that society gives to women to deal with those influx of hormones. And that's understandable, and that's documented, that can be measured. It's there. Not arguing that. But you don't give the same consideration and understanding to young men who all of a sudden have testosterone being produced at levels that if an athlete had that added to their system, they'd be hit for PEDs. Okay? Like testosterone is a very powerful drug. It's what brought us to the top of the food chain, so to speak. You know, and you have to sometimes match testosterone with more testosterone to create a hierarchy. You know, I don't think my son's ever going to want to step to me, even when I'm old, just because of how I carry myself. I don't blow up, but I carry myself with confidence and responsibility and humility. I admit when I'm wrong, but I own up to the truth regardless. And I'm going to hold them to that too. So, you know, I just think that it's not necessarily bad if they fear that you're going to own up to the consequences that you've laid out. It's bad if you frighten them with your reaction. I think that's where it gets bad.
She's in my church. Listen to me better than their dad because I do the discipline. Oh, well, that makes sense. But I guess it's the bad dad ain't doing anything. I don't know. But I think what I did notice, though, because it's like, because even when I was younger, it's like I did have a fear towards both the parents, but it's like I wasn't all the way scared with my mama, even though she was the main one checking me, though. And like I said, my dad, he really didn't have to say anything. I was just kind of, just off his presence, I was just scared. He said a couple words. He can threaten me. He about to whoop me. I'd be scared and crying and stuff. He ain't never whooped me some of the time. I can count on one hand how many times he whooped me though. But it was like more of a, and it is something different from, that's why fathers are really needed. I don't know to explain it. It's an energy or something. I don't know what it is, but we can tell even through the good looks on the clapper, that it's just something. That's the reason, like I said, it's something the reason why because I'm even hearing like even how the comments is going and stuff, and I was hearing the different perspectives, especially from the women. It is most definitely, I do see it's the difference between the woman of how they raise the kids and the man. Because I was thinking about this maybe was it yesterday or something like that. I think that I feel like women are the ones or the mothers are the ones to teach the kids how to express themselves, and the men are the ones to teach them, or the fathers are there to teach them how to, like emotional control or emotional intelligence, whatever you want to call it, right? To control themselves, right? And I think that's what make it complement each other, you know, because both of them is kind of needed. You know, we got to know when to express it and how to express it and stuff, and you got to know when to control it and stuff, which is kind of built like how men and women are built. You know, they're more expressive. Men are more know how to control it. So I had thought about that a couple of days ago and stuff. But yeah, I guess it makes sense though, because it is just something that, like, even with my friend, and that's like the kids run them. I mean, they do more things with the mom. Like they got the fear from the mom a little bit, but it's just like they'll kind of run the mama over a little bit, especially when they get to a certain age or the teenage age and stuff. That's the reason why I think it's really important for the father to be around during the teenage age. But what was I getting to? But I see also some of my friends and stuff, and then it's like, well, when they know when they get around their father, he ain't running none of that. That's why I was answering that one question with I think Jabria asked me a question and stuff, and I'm like, well, that's how I am. You know what I'm saying? Because even if it's my daughter, I just see how this world is, and I have to be tough on both of my kids because I don't want them to be like the rest. That's why I'm not even part of the statistic. I don't have kids because I'm observant, and I'm very careful. I'm very protective even of myself. You know, I don't even got that many tickets. Like, I look at everybody else and learn from them. It's the reason why, like I said, the reason why I don't have kids, the reason why I ain't married. I almost slept at one time, I ain't gonna lie, my ex and stuff, because I thought I was in love. Well, I mean, I felt I was in love though, so, but it just didn't work. But I'm just saying, like, what was I getting to? But yeah, I'm just saying I learned from. Like I said, all my information really comes from like observation. I ain't need no book on it. I listen to different people. I listen to different podcasts. I listen to all type of stuff and learn what to do and try to make, to basically make the best of my life with so I don't make the same mistakes everybody else did. That's the thing. So I'm trying to be very patient. That's why I see a lot of people like. I'm not trying to rush. I'm not trying to go through everything everybody else went through. If I could, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not trying to do that. You know, I really try to learn from all my mistakes and stuff. And speaking of, let's do this break real quick. I see somebody do a share. So y'all real quick, share to like 10 people. 10 people, 11 of y'all. Try to give me the 10K real quick. So that's the dope 2 10s right there. Hashtag FYP. And I think we good now from that point. And yeah, I mean, I guess send a rose to each person just to get the chat moving and stuff or whatever. Get some more people on here. I think I might be on the For You page already. I should be. But yeah, that's how I look at it. I do realize that the parenting is different, and I think both of them is needed. But I really think, especially as we get older, I think fathers are most definitely needed, or some type of father figure. And you have to, because it's even showing now, even today, as me hearing it, that we do need the authority is not the same as from a mother like it is from a father. I mean, not to say sad, but that's just how it is. That energy is so much different, though. You know, even if you're trying your hardest or trying to make your voice deep to match it, I want you to make sure, you know, it's just not the same as a father or that masculine energy, which is real or whatever. But like I said, I mean, it's cute. You raise them, do this, whatever. But when them teenage years, y'all gonna need your fathers, man, because otherwise, like even with the energy, like you can try your hardest though, like your kids even learn from that part too, or how you do it I don't know, say if it's in a feminine way, but they see how you handle your stuff. You cry after you do that and all that stuff. You see all that other stuff. They see the kids be seeing that stuff. So that's why both the parents is most definitely needed. But like I said, when it comes to that other half, that need to be needed for this world, because the world not gonna be soft with you. It's not gonna be soft with them. You know, it ain't gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna be friends with you. The world ain't trying to be friends with you like some of these parents want to be friends with their kids. The world, I mean, you got to think about this stuff, man. They not about to be like, oh, you can't give me advice. Who are you and all that stuff. That don't work with this world. People gonna notice that. You can do that to people on there, but world gonna do what it's gonna do no matter what. You know, police ain't gonna stop be like, hey, you know, you need to do your child like they know how to do that. They gonna take care of your child, especially because you ain't take care of them. You know what I'm saying? So it's a reason why we got to be a little tougher on our kids, especially how soft it is now. They're little friendly parenting and the soft parenting. You know, we got to. I mean, this stuff we be like, if you see, that's the reason why I asked that first question about why we allowing our kids to be in relationships before being grown, because we like, I was asked that question too. Like, what about, you know, if you see other kids doing it, or you know, if the kids got driving a car and they not right. I mean, it is what it is. I learned that you ain't supposed to, you can't please this world, man. I'm gonna stick in my kids like, hey, you know, these outside influences ain't it. You got to focus on school, focus on what's important. Stop trying to keep up with the popular and worrying about getting teased and stuff. You know, all this other stuff. Like, hey, stand up for yourself. Don't let nobody touch you. But don't worry about trying to keep up with the Joneses. I think too many people try to keep up with the Joneses. Well, they doing it, so let's go ahead and join the party and let them doing this stuff. Well, they're going to get teased for that. It is what it is. Whatever I can do to protect my child or protect, you know, even I do to protect myself, because I realize I can't follow everything that this world doing. I can't. I'm not about to be like, oh, dang, they got Jordans. I need that too. I don't want to make sure that somebody talk about that. Oh, I need to paint my, you know, all this other. I learned, and I'm gonna put that in my kids early. Like I had to learn late. It's not about, like I said, it's not about that image. It's about your character that you built. You know, of course you want a good image, but I think you focus on your character, your image gonna come out regardless anyway. But people be trying to look like what they not. That be their problem and stuff. Well, I want to look sweet. What if they say something about people gonna say? That's what I had to learn. That's why I stopped giving a care about anybody how they feel, because they gonna say something if I try to do good or bad. People gonna talk no matter what. So F that. F trying to please everybody. That's why I'm saying I'll be pleasing the wrong people. I gotta look sweet. I gotta make sure my clothes look good for somebody else. I gotta make sure I don't look like no bum. Who give you that? Who tells you that? Who cares about some no name worrying about you looking like a bum? You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I said I don't care about how somebody think of me. It's about what's coming out of my mouth, how I treat people and all that other stuff. People gonna have that stuff. And most of the time it's people projecting themselves on you and trying to tell you about you. You know what I'm saying? That's them, because they didn't grow. They're not secure in what they is. They trying to keep up with the popular and feel like the popular is what they is. You know what I'm saying? That's why people come on here and look for validation and all that other stuff, conclude whatever. They look for all this stuff from other people and stuff. Am I right or all that stuff? When you gotta ask questions like that, you can't figure if you right yourself. You gotta look through everybody else to see if you right. Then you like I said, you gotta go back to taking time with yourself and stuff. Because it's obvious. I mean, I know we ain't got all the answers though, but dang, you can't stop relying on outside sources to validate your lifestyle. That's just be crazy though. That's why I said people they ain't got it. But yeah, I guess I'm done with that. I kind of shifted off though. But so let's get to this other part then, number 3 then. Or matter of fact, Bunny, was you trying to get on number 2? I got you a parent too, so.
Uh, no, you already said pretty much everything on that one.
Go ahead, go. You can just,
But I did want to
remix it a
put in
little bit,
there because I believe I was hearing Mr. Print was stating about. Sorry if y'all can hear all the kids in the background. I'm in my baby's school. I think that there can be a help. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it might have been Mr. Print. But when he was stating like people spending time with their kids, or or that's a short period of time and it's not like that all the time. I hope I'm not quoting you wrong if I heard that correctly. Hi, Papa. Hey, you have fun at school? Oh, good job, Papa. But I think in the household that I grew up in, oh, you played on the playground? Lord. Yeah, my baby talking in third person. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. That sounds like fun, Papa. Yeah, I believe that there can be a healthy balance between spending time with your kids, having fun with your kids. Yeah, good job, Papa. Spending time with your kids and still letting them know like we're not friends. Oh, really? Oh, excuse us. Letting them know that you're still not their friend, right? So my dad always played around with us, but he'll be like, hey, but I don't never want you guys to take the mistake me playing with you and us having fun times and us sitting at the dinner table and we're over here playing these games and all the rest of that as us being your friends, which like I said, could be a healthy dynamic, because still having that family bond and having that time with each other contribute to us being open to speak to our parents about stuff, right? So like I can call my mom and talk to my mom about anything. And I'll be on the phone and like, honey, let me tell you what done happened today, stuff like that. But still understanding that that's not my friend. Still knowing that that's not my friend, but they made it where it was a healthy atmosphere where I would be willing to come to them and have conversation with them. Now I won't, you don't want to, I'm scared of my parents, so you don't want to overstep. So I didn't talk to them, I was kind of scared to talk to my mom about birth control at 19 because I was afraid of what she was going to say, but I was in college at this time. But I still had that door open to be like, if you guys need to, Oh, good job, Papa. If you need to talk to us about something, that door is open. As your parents, as individuals that's experienced, instead of you looking at it like it's your friend, if that makes any sense. My son, it made me lose my train of thought.
You already.
Yeah, I'm about to go home and cook right now. Yes. Anything else? I really don't want to give you anything. You asking me, can I have? Okay. The phone, the food, and the TV. Is that it? Okay. Nothing else? Nothing else? Okay. My son be giving me a whole list of things he want when he gets in the car, y'all. He be like, and I want...
Oh, there go Jen. There you go, Jen. You can come up too. I think you're a parent too. I need you to contribute in this topic too.
And I'm scared to talk to my kids. Is that what I'm reading?
Right, I did see that too. I'm like, what? What? I hope you trolling. Please say it ain't so, man. I was
really scared of, my parents. Like, I don't understand. And my mom never whipped me before, right? But I was still afraid of that gangster coming out of her if I test
Mm-hmm.
her. So, like I'm afraid of that. But they put that fear in us. But like I said, it's a healthy fear. It's like, look, don't try me, because I'm my mom's height. So it's like, don't try me, but still understand that I'm here as your parent. I'm gonna be realistic with you, and I'm gonna tell you what I went through in life, and be honest. Like when I first got caught smoking, oh my God, my mama wanted to rip my head off, y'all. My mom wanted to rip my head off, but my dad is the disciplinary in the house, so she sent me downstairs to have a conversation with my dad, and my dad actually did not whoop me. You know this Dino thing, Kev. They talked about me on another live
Mm.
about this, trying to say how my dad was soft. But my dad was, it's not even, I got on punishment, but he just didn't find a need to beat me down for it, because he was like, look, when we was in high school, me and your mom did the same thing, because they went to the same high school. He was like, we ended up cutting class, and we was doing the same thing. I didn't even cut class. Class was over, actually. So I was a little better than them. But my dad was like, but it's not healthy. These are the side effects, blah, 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 blah. I ran that down. I got on punishment, but I didn't get a whooping for it, because he's like, look, I did the same thing, right? That's why I was afraid to have girls, because they always say your kid's gonna do to you what you did to your parents. I was like, oh no, I don't want any girls doing what I did with my parents. Like, I don't want them doing that at all. No. And I wasn't even that bad of a kid, but just certain things you don't want a girl to do, you rather a little boy, unfortunately, do, instead of a little girl. But you still have to have that family time, that family bond, and let your kids know, like, I'm here for you if you need me, but I'm not your friend. And if you try
Right.
me, you're going to catch these hands.
Mm-hmm. That's how my sister was when she got older. I got a real Christian, the most Christianese mama to be. I feel like, man, she's still on my head today with that. Like, mom, we don't think the same way. I love you, man, but I'm a little different, man. I'm gonna make you proud a different way, But I, my sister had to learn the hard way. She came out that Christian mode for her. She tried my mama older when we got older and got slammed. That joke was funny. She had to say a prayer after that slam, though. Sorry, I had to slam. That joke was so funny. But
Hey, can
also, I was about
I,
to say
hey, Kev.
and I remember, like, even that, right? Because I understand why they be like, oh, the kids growing up hating me and all that stuff. So I ain't gonna lie, I did, when I got older, me and my mom used to get into it like crazy. I just, I did not like my mom especially my teeth. I didn't, especially the way, but it's like it just switched all around. And then I think the more as I got older and I realized things, now it's like the whole opposite. I love to mess out my mama like crazy, and I really realized what she trying to do is she can only teach me the way that she know and stuff. And that's even with my dad, I noticed that he ain't really became my friend until literally 18. It was so weird him talking to me though. It was so weird, and yeah, he wasn't playing no games. And I did realize the shift though. I'm thinking about that now. That was what happened. He ain't became my friend until 18. That's what it was, because he really was like having a conversation with me. He really was like, it was, yeah. So yeah, and I feel like parents need to do that though. Like, ain't no just being all, hey, we got to do that. We can drink and all that stuff. All this other stuff. Not drink. My bad. Oops. We can. But it should be. You should be. Yeah, doing all that light stuff until when they adult. Then you talk to them about grown things and all this stuff. But they talking about grown things at the age of 12 and 9. But whatever. But I don't know. It just be so crazy though. But yeah.
Well, Kev, so Bunny, is that what her name was? Bunny, the girl that was speaking. Is her name Bunny?
Yeah, Bunny.
Yeah, I didn't hear what she was saying, if she was quoted me or what, I don't know. But I want to just build on what she did say about interacting with our children and whatnot. I've brought this type of idea up in your lives in the past, but it's about giving people the space and the room to have a wrong idea. to have an improper thought, and not to facilitate the counter idea that if they say something that's offensive or they have an idea that's wrong, that they're going to face horrible repercussions for expressing it or talking about it at home. So like, you know, I don't have any examples off the top of my head, but my children can come to me with any topic, and they know that I'm not going to blow up on them or say, how could you think that? Or why would you even, you know, do that? How could you be that dumb? You know, part of being a parent is providing a safe space for them to stumble in front of you a little bit, and you can correct the behavior. You know, it's like, I think that if we force people to be silent, it keeps their ignorant thoughts in their head, where those thoughts just build and manifest and become actions that are much difficult to correct. So my children have no inhibitions when it comes to talking to me about any topic. And they'll hit me with some random shit out of the blue. Totally something I'm not even prepared to talk about, and they'll hit me with it. And then I'll say to them, okay, well, just give me a minute. Let me think about what you're asking, and come back in 5 minutes and we'll talk about it. And we can discuss it. And I force them to go through this mental exercise of expressing their thought and then running it out to its hypothetical end. And then we analyze, you know, what that thought does for them and how it benefits them or how it hurts them, you know. And I never had that growing up. I was either neglected or yelled at. And I just wish somebody would have taken the time to let me say things and then offer me, you know, critical thought, offer me the tools to expand and see the flaws in my own logic and my own thinking. So I don't think that necessarily friends fill that void. I think that parents are supposed to fill that void, and it takes a lot of mental exercise on the parents' end to not react right away, to keep yourself calm and analyze. Okay, they're obviously, this is a hard topic. I'm going to give them some grace because they have the courage to even talk to me about it. So that's just, you know, my mindset is I don't shut people down when they come at me with a weird idea or a weird concept or something like that. I like to let people express it, and then we can have it out in the open. And now we can all collectively, my wife and me and my child, we can all talk about it together. And it's really saved us a lot of arguments. I mean, I maybe I'm sounding really stern and really matter of fact about how I raise my kids, but it's because I've done this since the beginning that it's very easy now. I don't have a lot of difficulty in discussing things that would traditionally be difficult. And they don't come to me because they think I'm their friend. They come to me because they know that I'm going to give them an honest answer. And I think, you know, when you do that, when you're authentic with your kids, it allows them to be authentic back. You're giving an example. So I'll end it there.
Okay. All right. I can't wait to get to J Love, but we got to go to Tilly. What's the deal, my brother? So I got to get you caught up, I guess. We on the first two. Tilly, you there?
Oh crap, I'm back.
Huh?
Make it echo. Yeah, I just left to look at something.
Why you sound so far back?
I sound far back. Hold on. Let me see. How about now? Damn.
A little bit better, I guess. So number one, why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown?
Hold up, bring me back up.
Bring you back up. All right, well, let me see. Try this
Hey, my bad. I noticed when I leave and then come back, it makes an echo. Can you hear me now?
I think it's worse than that. I swear you got the lowest voice out of everybody up here.
Here, let me take the AirPods.
But
I have a voice, so that's like not. All right, here we
You
go.
sound a little bit. Now you sound lit. So talk again.
You hear me? Let me
Yeah, you
see.
sound better now. All right. So with the first one, why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown? So matter of fact, what age you plan on having your kids have a boyfriend, girlfriend?
Me?
Yeah.
Man, shoot. This world's crazy. They're not gonna even have. They're not even gonna have that. No. Hey, I don't know. Maybe 18. They don't need to have a boyfriend and girlfriend. They need to have fun in life.
Mm.
A human being doesn't have a need to have a boyfriend and especially with the way people are raised these days. Like, man, shoot, that only got me in trouble, and that only got me more emotionally messed up. Is messing with girls at the young age and DURGS and alcohol. Or crap. Shoot, why would they not let you say that on top? Anyways, yeah, I mean, I'm not thinking about that completely clearly, but I think she's got to be at least 16. But you know, the truth is, these girls be playing these days. Every girl's different. I gotta get better at the way I say that. They think it's cute to have them boyfriend and girlfriend at the age of freaking 5, bro. My daughter McKenna, basically we met this couple in the hospital, and they had a kid the exact same time. Matter of fact, I think it's the exact same day, February 24th, which is coming up. She'll be 9. So they're like boyfriend and girlfriend, like right off the bat. They're like babies together. But it's just, you know, it's kind of innocent. But at the same time, they kissed each other. So I'm just like, kind of like, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? For me, that's a little bit too much, but I know it's just innocent. There's nothing wrong with it at all. They're just kids. But
I would just,
Okay.
I don't know.
does that,
I got
what
girls.
does that
I don't have a boy, so.
Hey, Tilly, I would just ask myself, if I were in your position, what benefit does my daughter get from this innocent or fictitious relationship? What is it gonna how is it gonna benefit her? And if you can't come up with an answer, then maybe you should say, you know what, we need to redirect here. We need to put your focus and your energies into something. You've got your whole life to be doing that.
You know, it might be. So sorry, bro. Keep going. I'm so sorry. You were still going. I hate doing that. Cut you off?
You ask,
No.
Oh, the Wi-Fi.
I would just say, ask yourself, like, does this do anything beneficial in helping her grow up into an adult?
Right.
You know, and if
yes and no.
if it doesn't, then be the dad and be like, yo, we got to cut that shit out, because what are we teaching her?
To be honest with you, I think about all this stuff. I got this thing right now. It's called the I'm actually at a job, but I carry these around. It's called The Mind in the Making. People would be surprised to know I read a lot of books. I'm also reading The Boundaries, which is for kids too. They got a kids one on it. Man, my wife, we just saved like $150, bro, on these stupid apps and all that. You press one thing and then they charge you for a year. And then this Love Dare. Man, I'm crazy, y'all. Like, he already know, because I be crazy in the comments everywhere I go. I have a lot of thoughts. I'm ADHD, I'm PTSD, so I read a lot. And the reason I read a lot is because I do have a lot of thoughts, and I'm very extreme. So, number one, the way I grew up was kind of messed up. So, the way we're raising our kids right now, I see the good and the value in them being friends, because me and my wife, we met in ministry, and it was all duty and kind of like fear and service. Moreover, we didn't even have a chance to be friends. You know what I'm saying? And we came from messed up families that both broke up. Her mom cheated on her dad and this and that, blah, blah, blah. My dad was wild and did all kinds of stuff. He's gone now. My mom was handicapped. So anyways, my point is they weren't friends, so I never saw that relationship one-on-one. And that's my biggest issue in life, is I wasn't even able to have these conversations I'm having right now. When I was a kid, I was a performer and rapper. I just run around, be a people person. But so look, I'm sorry for talking so much, but it's good because McKenna and this boy, and I realized that after I kind of got weird, they're learning to be friends, and they don't know about SEX yet. Like, they don't. Can I say that on live? Sorry, it's raining crazy here. There's like a typhoon or monsoon. We got 50-mile winds today, man. Hey, so they don't know about SEX, so think about it like this. The most beautiful thing in this world is the innocence and the joy that a child has. The Bible even says that we're supposed to be like kids the way we come to God. Like, man, the rat race and everything in this world kills that joy and that innocence and that natural joy of life. So my point is, my bad for going on, but it's because of these books and everything I'm putting in my head this year and
Okay.
always. But see, look, I think it's beautiful because they're friends, and when they grow up, they don't know about sex, so it's not unhealthy. So it's not the way some people would think. It's all about our mindset and our perspective on that. You feel me? There's a good and bad side to everything, but yeah. When I first saw it, I was like, hell no. But now I see the importance of them doing that at a young age. Does that make sense? But just friends, not the whole cute boy and girl thing. All right,
Yeah,
I'm out. I'm mute.
gentlemen, can
All
I
right.
jump in here?
Yeah, one quick second. I got a little order real quick before we do that. But I do want to hear what you got. Welcome to the live though. So J Love with She Next. Bruh, how you feeling?
Bruh, I'm good. Trying to deal with this bad weather.
What's up?
What's
Yeah.
up? What's up?
What up,
So,
Mirror?
first question: why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown? It depends on what we're talking about, right? I think that we as adults have over-sexualized life, period.
Mm.
And so when kids come to us innocently speaking about, oh, mom, I like this boy. Oh, dad, I like this boy. I like this girl, whatever. We as adults sexualize it instead of it just being kid innocence, right? And so we as parents make a big deal out of it. And generally it comes from what we did at that age. So if you were a mom that was hot in the tail, as they used to say, then you have this idea. But we forget that our kids are people. I understand that they're my children. I understand that I'm here to guide and lead them and things like that. But there are some things in life that your kids need to experience as life goes on in order to understand it. Most of these kids don't even know how to accept rejection. So think about it. You used to like the little girl. Do you like me? You check yes or no in the little box and you pass the paper around and everybody in the classroom giggling. These kids don't even know how to experience that anymore. They literally don't know how to experience what it is to just be a child. And it is natural for us to like other individuals, right? And when we squelch our children because we are afraid of what they might do, instead of us being parents and talking to them about life and how life goes, we just destroy them. We destroy the sense of them. That's how kids lose their innocence. That's how kids lose their ability to think and their ability to imagine and grow. It's because of adults. Because we sit around here and we go, no, you're not supposed to like a boy. Well, if I'm not supposed to like a boy, and then I turn around and I start liking girls, if I'm a girl, then it's, you're going to hell because you like girls. Like,
Yeah,
come on.
or we just beat the hell out of them and they're just kids.
So we literally don't get, I try not to be that parent that's do as I say do, or don't do as I do as I say do parent. I talk to my children. I wanted my kids to be able to come and talk to me because I needed them to understand that whether you're right or whether you're wrong, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, you have to be able to let me help you. That's my job. My job is to help you. So I think that we forget how to let kids be kids in stages. We don't talk to our kids in the stages of life that they're in. Well-known psychologists, well-known sociologists, well-known doctors have all said we need to speak to our kids we need to meet our children where they are, but we need to talk to them. We don't need to be running around here. That's your PP and that's your, that's your cookie box or whatever. You need to tell your kids what they got going on in their body because they're our children. And we as parents should be our children's best teachers. We should not be wanting the world to teach them. I don't want corn teaching my children what sex is because let's just be real. All children have dabbled in it. We've all looked it up. We got to that age, we got to about 7th grade, and we looked it up, and it gives them this warped sense of life. So as parents, we have to stop telling our kids, do as I say do and not do as I do, and talk to them. They're human. I'm not saying let the discipline aspect of children go. I'm not telling you to be your child's best friend. I'm telling you to communicate with your children, because that way, if you communicate with your kids, when it goes down, your kids will come tell you, even though they know they probably gonna get in trouble, but they're gonna come tell you, and at least you can help them. And just be honest with them. I think a lot of parents live in this age, this time where I'm a wait to be honest with you, when in reality, if my child is intelligent enough to come ask me, then that means I need to be honest with them at that moment. Now I need to be honest with them on their age level, but I can't just be like, just don't do it, and not give a child a reason why. Think about it like this. When you were a kid, your mama, everybody, mama, grandmama, auntie, uncle, somebody said, don't go near that stove. Don't touch that stove. Why not? Because it's hot. Well, we know it's hot as adults, but you're telling the child don't touch that stove, but you're not telling them why you don't want them to touch the stove. You're just saying, don't touch the stove. Guess what most kids do? Well, I wonder why she don't want me to touch the stove, so I'm going to touch it and see. And so that's what happens to us as parents. We don't teach our kids why something is, because
Right.
most of us, now I'm speaking from my age and, close to that millennial age. Gen X's and the older millennials and up, we were all taught that way. Do as I say do, not as I do. Don't touch that stove. Why? Don't ask me why. Just do what I said, right? But the reality is our kids aren't dumb, stupid, or slow. They are not unintelligent. We make them seem to be unintelligent because they're children, but they're not. So if I say don't touch the stove, I don't want you touching that stove because I don't want you to get hurt. That's the end of the conversation.
Yeah, you gotta explain it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I got two questions then. I got two questions for you. So I do understand, and I seen that parenting before. I had the same one, right? I had a little strict parenting, right? But I think because of that, right? And I think somebody was mentioning that before. Some parents have been too light though, and that's what's going on today, right? That's why you see so many videos where their kids dressing up just like their parents, they becoming friends. That's why the topic like this, right?
Yep,
So I'm just wondering, like, would you rather, even though we were strict back then or whatever, but I think, wouldn't you rather it be that type of parenting than what it is today? Because today they're not, they literally try to be their friends. Cause they like, I don't want them to go through what I went through, and you know
the parents that parent their kids that way
Yeah.
are generally parents who grew up, who had to grow up because they got pregnant early. So those parents generally are, if you think about it, those parents would be 30-year-old parents with 15-year-old children. So they're still growing up. You see
having kids,
does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. And then the second
Yeah.
oh
No.
I want to say in the second question is just because it kind of tied to and I feel, you know, if it what you did work, it worked. So it kind of tied into what Mr. Print was saying. What is the benefit, or what are you missing out on if you don't allow your kid to have a boyfriend or girlfriend before graduating? Like, what are they missing out on?
I think it's the social interaction. Just because your child says, I have a boyfriend because most of us get cars and driver's license at 16, right? That's the age where we
Not
can start.
me. But I get you though.
Not all of us, but here in the South, where there ain't a whole lot of public transportation, in the suburbs and stuff like that, most of those kids get their driver's license at 16.
Mm-hmm.
So are you telling your 16-year-old that they can't go anywhere? No, you don't. You let them go hang out with their friends. So would you rather your child lie to you? Hold on. Get over there and sit your ass down. I'm talking to my dogs, by the way. Anyway. I ain't talking to,
You said
I
yeah,
ain't
make
talking
sure.
look, I'm
I'm like,
talking
she getting them. Now she showing us what she did.
look, I'm
Showing it
talking
live on the air. We see you witnessing it live. No.
Hit your weight. I ain't that light parent.
These are four-legged children. These the ones that can't respond back to me. These
Right.
are four-legged, so they need to hear that tone in my voice.
Right,
My children
exactly.
grown. But anyway, so I would rather me as a parent, my child come to me and say to me, "Hey, mom, I like this boy. I think he's, that's my boyfriend," and I'm understanding who my daughter is and who she's with, than to tell her, well, you can't date anybody, and then wonder if she's out there in the streets at 16 sneaking and going, I'm going to hang out with Tanya, but she's really going to hang out with George. You see what I'm saying? I think that we want to squelch our children's natural growth. Liking somebody is a natural part of life. Dating somebody, again, natural part of life. I don't know why parents freak out when it comes to that. Yeah, I get it. Be worried. Yeah, you should be, because I worry about my children's girlfriends, best friends. You know what I mean? You worry. But as a parent, you know who your daughter's leaving the house with. You set curfews, you set parameters, you talk to your children. We don't talk to them enough. So the benefit is actually the social interaction. It is the being rejected. It is the getting your feelings hurt. It is the, oh, this is natural to like somebody, and it's not a bad thing. It's literally just social interaction. And I understand that they got friends and, oh, well, that's your friend. But the reality is, why do we want to squelch our children from liking somebody? I don't understand what's wrong with it, as opposed to, because you're going to go to, your daughters and your sons are going to want to go to the prom. So if they have a boyfriend, somebody that you are aware of, somebody that, hey, this kid's come to my house, he's had dinner, she's had dinner with his parents are good people. The problem is that when our children start dating, we tend to want to lift our hands off our kids. So we don't get involved and interact with who they're friends with. We don't know who our kids' friends are anymore. You hear, hey, mom, I'm going out with Lisa and Tanya and Sabrina tonight. You ain't met Lisa, Tanya, nor Sabrina. Or if you have, it was in passing. You don't know their mamas. You don't know the phone numbers. You don't know. And that's where parents lose it. Our kids get older and we take our hands off of them instead of keeping our hands on them. My daughters, I knew all their friends. I knew all their friends. I knew their friends' parents. I knew where they lived. That was something, but it wasn't because I didn't trust my children. It was because if they leave this house with Lisa, Tanya, and Sabrina, and I get that phone call, I need to be able to tell whoever they are with 3 other girls. They all had this on. These were the outfits. This is what they look like. But we don't do that anymore. We stop parenting our children. So just because, our kids are older and they're graduating from high school and becoming young adults, it doesn't mean you stop parenting your children. It doesn't mean that you remove yourself from your life. If you do anything, you get deeper into their life. You just don't hover. You don't have to be a hover parent. You don't have to be your child's friend, but you still need to know, who are you dealing with? And a lot of parents don't know who their kids are dealing with. That's why when their kids go out and you hear the stories. My daughter was in a car wreck and she was unalived, and I knew she was going out with Tanya, but I didn't know that they was riding with so and so and so and so, and they was drink. Like, how do you
My
not?
kids ain't driving until 18. Forget that. Now you just made it worse.
I'm just saying. But how do you not, even if your kids aren't driving, they're going out with their friends. So how do you not know that they're in the car with, my kids knew the golden rule. If you're going to Tanya's house, if y'all leave and go to the store and to the mall, you need to text me where you're going. It's a quick thing. Shoot me a text. Hey, mom, we're about to run up to the mall. We're going to whatever mall they're going to. We're going to Northgate. All right, cool. Be safe, have fun. That's the conversation. But a lot of parents don't do that. A lot of parents think, oh, it's invasion of their privacy. I don't like, okay, and then I'm a land. I was not an iPhone person, right? I like Droids better. I felt like you had, more options with Droids, blah, 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 right?
You go.
But the reality was this. My kids had iPhones and their dad had an iPhone. I was the only person in my house without an iPhone. And what I realized about iPhones were, at the time, I know things have advanced, but at that time, only iPhones could monitor iPhones. So I got an iPhone so I could at least find my friends. So when my daughters were out and about, I could look and see where they were. Now, could they have left their phones? Yeah, but I think that's a whole nother conversation. You got to know your kids and have that relationship and blah, 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 blah. But the reality is that even though I could monitor my kids, I allowed them a certain level of privacy because of their age and them growing, but I was still their mom. And I still put that trust in them that, hey, I know you're out here with your friends and you're having fun. Be safe. Don't do the wrong thing. But if you get in trouble, call me. Let me know you're okay. We either rule with an iron fist or we do one or two things. We go so far left that our kids just despise us and can't wait to leave, which is why they end up pregnant and with girlfriends and husbands and boyfriends and wives that they don't like, or they go so far right that they end up so loose at the hips when they finally leave your house that they despise you so bad they don't ever come around. Nobody wants to treat our children like they have brains. They do. And guess what I had to learn? I had to learn that what I taught my children, I did the best that I could do. And that the teaching I gave them was right, and they were going to go out there and apply it. That was all I could do. I couldn't make them do or be anything else. And I think a lot of parents don't understand that, or they lose it because of who they are, who they were, and who they're afraid their children will become. You just got to trust yourself. You got to trust your instinct. That's what it is. And I land.
Okay, so I'm gonna let I think main thing was, I think you was about to say something, Mister, but go ahead, Mister. Then I think main thing, then I'm gonna have Mary start off with number one.
Yeah, I just want to say hi, J Love. I haven't seen you in a while, mainly because I haven't been around, but hello, it's been a minute. You know, I see what you're saying about having the social interactions and, you know, that experience and the weight that it has and its importance. My point of disagreement comes into when we're dealing with our children in their teenage years and their dating. And from my perspective, they've got enough on their plate and their mind is changing. The chemical makeup inside their body is changing. And when we try to add dating into the mix of trying to figure out college or not, career or college, working a job, figuring out how to run a bank account, figuring out how to start to manage some of your own bills for paying for a vehicle, things of this nature, I think those take more of a priority than feeding off of our instinctual and hormonal wants in the moment. And we talk about, you know, we don't learn rejection. Well, rejection is a problem that people are having right now, and they've been dating since they were teenagers, since they were young teens. We're looking at it right now. I just don't think that's necessary for a young adult mind to be contending with, and then having the negative repercussions of losing a quote unquote relationship, whether it ends because they're just not liking each other or some sort of adultery, things like that. I think it's all a bunch of extra that's not needed, when we should be telling our children to exercise control over these hormones and to tell yourself no, so that you can handle when someone else says no to you. And I think that, you know, I just don't see the gain in promoting dating just for the sake of dating. If we want to talk about dating, at least in my house, when I do talk to them about it, dating is for a purpose, and the purpose is to find a spouse, not to find some sort of temporary instant happiness to overshadow whatever stresses you're having in your life. And I think that that is a much healthier mindset because that comes with discipline. And you're teaching them right off the bat how to discipline themselves and how to carry themselves. It makes them less vulnerable in those relationships as adults, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see the value added to anybody dating when we have this world where, you know, you can set up curfews, you can put trackers on the phone, and guess what? Babies are still being made underage, and girls are still being put in these horrible situations because they've been dating without the direction of dating supposing to lead to marriage. So I think I think it's important to say we have to teach ourselves to say no to our wants sometimes, because our wants aren't always what's best for us.
So let me say this. When I talk about dating, I'm not talking about the sexual side. Let's be clear. No one is talking about that, number one. Number two, when we're talking about dating, we're talking about, and that's the problem, we're saying teach your children to date with a purpose, with a goal set in mind, that it's marriage. Well, okay, that's fine. I hear you. But the reality is that our children start liking people at 14, 15. Probably not going to happen in the world today that you're going to be 14 or 15 and find your spouse, right? But we are so stringent in teaching our children that everything in life is a purpose. And sometimes people just need to be. We don't allow our children to have fun anymore. We don't allow our children to enjoy life anymore. And as far as the kids that are going out here and having babies, the actual teen birth rate is actually falling. But the reality is this: a lot of those kids don't have parents that talk to them. They don't have parents that interact with them. They don't have parents that show them that, hey, it's okay to just have fun. We are so set as parents to teach our children everything has a purpose. Everything as an adult, everything in my life doesn't have a purpose. Some days I just want to lay in the bed and not do nothing. And I do that. And guess what? It's no purpose for the day. And it's okay. Life doesn't stop. The world doesn't stop turning because one day J Love decides to lay in the bed all day and not get up and adult. I think that we as parents want to take things from children that we had ourselves and turn everything into everything has to have a purpose. Well, what I find is that when you make kids have to have a purpose about everything, they burn out as adults real fast, real quick. So instead of making our children mini adults, how about we just let them be children and progress into adulthood as they need to and enjoy life without all of these stringent things that come upon it. That's me. I don't never looked at my kids and say, okay, well, when you start dating, you have to have a purpose. What? They were teenagers. Their purpose at 16 wasn't to find a husband. Their purpose at 16 was to enjoy life, have fun, laugh. And I think when we stop our kids from enjoying life and laughing, that's where our kids that's when our kids go to college at 18 and they start doing that thing you don't want them to do. And that's called dating. And guess what they do? They end up having sex. And at 18, they're coming home from the 4-year ride, full ride scholarship saying, Mom, Dad, I'm pregnant, going to the community college and getting the 2-year ride, the 2-year you paying out of pocket for it while you're helping them raise this grandbaby because they didn't date at 16 because there was no purpose.
I think that's a skewed view. I don't think that's a reflection of reality, J Love. I don't think that's how it plays out.
But it is.
I'm gonna do this real quick before y'all go, because this kind of proving a point I had made earlier, right? I was saying that, and y'all both right on what y'all your different angles, right? And it shows right here that mothers and fathers they raise their kids differently, right? That's why I said both parents are needed and stuff. So even based off, I was thinking about what how she was saying it was more based off. Because I can hear the feelings part, right? That's why I said most mothers are like that. It's kind of like feelings based, and father would be more stricter, right? So it's like it gotta be a balance within it, though. So it just making more sense though, because she's like, they need to live their life, they need to do that, treating kids like kids and all that stuff, which makes sense though. Then you would expect that from the mother side, right? Because they care more about how the kids express themselves and all that. Just like I said earlier, I feel like mothers are here for kids to learn how to express their emotions, and fathers are here to control and handle their emotions, right? And just like he was just mentioning up there, by discipline and all that stuff or whatever, and that, but both of them is right. It's just about the angle and the type of kids you got when you growing up too. So I do understand. I can understand both y'all sides from. I can understand both of y'all though. I think whatever work gonna work though, but I would say better safe than sorry for the most part.
Yeah, I don't think that you shouldn't have strictness with your kids. And then I'm gonna let Just go because I know I've been talking a lot. I don't think you shouldn't have rules and regulations for your children by any means. Trust me, I think I was probably the harder parent in my house anyway. If you ask my daughters, dad was the fun dad and mom was the one that was no, right? But the reality is we had balance in the house. And that's all I'm saying. When we don't give our kids balance, you have adults that don't know how to function. Just give them balance. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
That balance, yep.
That's just have balance. And you're right. That's why 2-parent homes make better for children when you have 2-parent homes, because you have 2 people to bounce that balance off of. Because where I can't see, where I'm being strict and my husband's looking at me going, well, let's talk about it. And then vice versa, because we never argued about our kids in front of our kids, but behind closed doors, we had conversations. Well, this is what I think. Well, this is what I think. Well, this is what we will do. And we come to a compromise, but we don't let our kids have balance anymore. We want to give them strict guidelines, rules, walk this straight line, toe this road. And then when they turn 18, 19, and they were the straight A student in high school, elementary, middle, and high school straight A student get to college, they crumble.
Other people,
they crumble. They literally crumble. And I'm only saying that. I'm not saying that because I've never seen it. I've never experienced it. I'm literally a college student right now myself, and I've watched this year alone. In August, from August to December, we had 4 unalivings, self-inflicted unalivings, because these kids were straight A's all their lives, and their parents literally said in the newspaper, if I'd have just let my child breathe. These were STEM students who just couldn't take life anymore. That's all I'm saying.
So do you think that that's why I'm saying, you think today is like that though? Because I highly believe, well, from what my observation, I believe parenting has got way softer. I don't think it's as strict as it used to be.
I think you're right, but I think I've seen both. But you are
okay.
right.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, you're right, Kev. You're right. So I'm gonna land.
All right, go ahead, main thing. Then I guess Vio trying to go. Then I'm gonna get back on the question again because I know y'all probably got some.
So, yeah, in my opinion, I don't think kids should be fucking dating, especially not today. Hell nah. Grown-ass adults can't even fucking get the dating shit together, so I don't expect kids to sit up here to know how to fucking sit up here and date. Like, and it's just stressful. It's just stressful because I'm like, kids need to just have friends. Just make friends. That's all you need to be doing when you a kid is make friends. You don't need to worry about dating nobody. You shouldn't be stressing your mind out about a boy. A boy shouldn't be stressing his mind out about you. You both should just be, this is the time where y'all should really be focusing on your education, your school. Because now you got grown-ass women out here thinking that, oh, I got my degree and my education and all this. Like, girl, you supposed to have that shit when you was a kid. And it's like, that's the thing. Like, I'm like, am I thinking different? Because I be thinking I'm tripping sometimes. It's like I be listening to society and society just be talking to me and I just be like, damn. Like, is we backwards? We have literally backwards thinking of today. That's the problem. We got a lot of people who think backwards and not understanding that a kid is just simply supposed to focus on making friends, because them friends could be long-term friends for your adult years. You meet good people in your younger years, So when you get older, you will have genuine people around you. You will know who's being genuine. You know who's actually caring for you, because this is why we have long-term friends, or friends that we can say, oh, I grew up with Tasha from kindergarten. I grew up with Brian and Brad since middle school. Like, that's why a lot of adults now, they don't have friends. A lot of grown-ass people, they don't have friends. And if you do, you got fake motherfuckers. Motherfuckers in your circle that can't wait till you praying on your downfall. And that's the problem. Ain't nothing genuine nowadays. The problem is we got to teach kids how to become genuine people. People ain't even genuine no more. That's why men have a problem with always thinking that they about to get played by a woman. Or we got a woman out here thinking, oh, somebody's son gonna sit up here and be another ain't shit ass man in her presence. I think it's deeper than what we think it is. Like, yeah, I hear the whole like, I think J Love come from a time of, I call it the Cosby era of life, because Bill Cosby, that's what his show was promoting. Like, his daughter, she was sitting up here
Okay,
dating.
Jayla.
You get what I'm saying? She was sitting up here dating. She was sitting up here sneaking out the house. You know, you had things to teach you about, like, the dating world as a kid. You know, nowadays kids don't even got that. You got, like, my niece, she up here, she dates women. Her first relationship was a woman. Now, I see why, but at the same time, I understand it's different. It's different for a lot of people. The dating world of today is different for a lot of kids. Like, they don't look at dating how we used to look at it. Like she said, you could pass a note, or ask somebody, sit at the meter box, probably meet somebody with a group of friends, whatever case may be. It's not like that no more. Nowadays, people get influenced to sit up here and choose whether they to say, oh, if you're worth dating or not. That's where we're teaching kids. We're teaching kids that, oh, you're only worth dating if you got a bag. We're teaching kids, oh, like I'm not sure how many of y'all watching them smash and pass videos of the younger generation or kids of today. Like, they have dudes stand in the line, and girls stand. It could be 20 girls in one line and 10, 20 guys in the other line. And they will all sit up here and judge who they want. And it's like always superficial ass shit that they talk about, because you're not getting to know nobody on a genuine level nowadays. It's just like, oh, I see his Balenciagas. I see his car. I see, he got this going for himself. At the end of the day, we're going off of materialistic ass things. And that's what these kids are following. They following the Cardi B. They following the Sexy Red. And people like that, because that's what they listen to. That's what they go off of. So I'm sorry if I'm flying too long, but yeah, I'm a land there. I just really want to say that.
All right. I think it was something I just cannot. I had something straight up I wanted to say right after you, but I forgot. So Mirror, what's the deal, my brother? You up? We on
But
number
would you
one,
agree,
man.
Kev? The adults can't. I said, would you agree? The adults can't even get the dating life together. So how will we expect kids to get
Right.
it together?
Right. I feel like it was something that's gonna tie into that too, though. But that's most definitely right. Exactly. Dang, you almost made me think about what I wanted to say too. Dang, I'm gonna remember that before. But yeah, that's what it is, and how they gonna be able to. That's why that didn't be the last thing on their mind, though. Like, I do feel like, because even with me, right, I ain't even lose my virginity until like 18 or something like that, right? But I was really focused on school the whole entire time. It wasn't about me keeping up with the kids, or I had friends, and we gotta say, you gotta have friends to have some type of social, whatever we want to say, or whatever, because you're gonna get that automatically when you're in school. You're gonna have some type of social skills and all that. But I don't think you have to have a girlfriend or boyfriend to actually have that. I think that just kind of give them a little way. I mean, getting them close to, then we get shocked while they get pregnant at the end of the day. Because that's like a tease though. And I do feel like who was that? A Day with the Purpose thing. What Mr. P was saying. Like it should be a purpose. Like a lot of people be trying to have this. Oh, it's cute. Let's just say this is a name because you have a boyfriend, girlfriend is on it. I don't think this stuff cute. It's not cute anymore. It's never
Yeah,
been
it's
cute.
not.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, if you really trying to work on that's some adult stuff. Like even with that, get your school out the way, get all that other important stuff out the way before you even think about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's why it's still such thing as virgins out here that don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's actually, maybe went on a couple of dates when they was older, but they really is focused on what they need to do in life before they get to that. You know what I'm saying? Till they're ready to know how to. Oh, and that's what I was about to mention. Now it made me think about it. And that's what part I do most definitely agree with what Jay Love was saying is about that. And what I was mentioning before about we need to talk more to our kids though. A lot of parents don't know what to say because they scared to admit that they were wrong sometimes, or they don't know. I mean, they scared to say I don't know or something like that. But you do have to. That's why you need to not be a kid having a kid because it's like you don't know what to teach. Then it'd be the same parents talking about, yeah, don't tell me advice on how to treat my kid. Like they don't got that, but you need all the advice in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like how can you don't even know what to tell your kids, and all of a sudden you don't just because you got somebody or you got pregnant or have a kid, that don't mean you know how to take care of one. You know what I'm saying? So one thing is like we do need to explain instead of just tell them don't do it. At a certain age, you got to start explaining why they shouldn't do these things, so they know, so they really can it can marinate in their head instead of so they don't have to be they're going to do it anyways type stuff. I'm talking on part 3
Now,
or
and can I say
it's
something about the
sneak
kids?
behind the back. We ain't got to worry about that if you really just talk to your kids, and you
Can I
shouldn't
say
have to whoop
something?
them so much if you really talk to them.
I just want to say something else about the kids having kids thing real quick. On that little tip, I just was thinking like I think kids having kids honestly because you see your mama sitting up here dealing with different dudes and she having babies by these men that she barely knows and they just leaving her out. That's why, or you might be sitting up here babysitting your little cousins all the time or your little brother sister all the time, and that could always also put you in a space of wanting to have your own kids. That's like I don't know, I just think when younger people get the example from the ones that come before. My bad. But yeah, they get the example from the older people because at the end of the day you seen the people that came in and out your life who wasn't right and who was right when it comes to relationships of the people that that's dating around you. You see the women around you who actually build good families and with the men that actually wants to build a family versus the one who actually getting ran through and just popping out random dudes baby. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, let's get it. Mirror you up, man.
What's good?
First, how you feeling, my brother?
I'm all right. I'm feeling good. First things, though. First things. Hey, what's happening, Telly? What's happening, Mr. Print? Hey, what's happening? But before we get started, we need to keep tapping that screen. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get these likes up. We should let's hit the 15K, and then let's go and push it to 20K. Let's get them likes up. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP, and you are more than welcome to gift the host or to gift the people in the panel. So we would thank you. We hope you enjoy this conversation, and now let's get it on. Now, what was you asking me? I don't know nothing.
We on number.
FYP, but not because you told me to.
What'd he say?
He gonna hit hashtag FYP, but not because I told him to.
Not because you told me, right?
Whatever gets you to do it. Whatever. You got mind. I got mind. You got mind control over me.
Right. So number one. So the topic itself: parents are too friendly today. How you feel about that?
Well, you already warned me about this, but you already know how I feel. As a parent, a father of 3 adult children who've grown into adulthood, and one child that had disabilities who passed when he was 7. I don't believe that you can a parent can be a child's friend. Even as an adult now, I'm still not my father's friend. We hang out and do stuff together. You know, we go to comedy clubs, all kind of fun stuff. I have a drink or two with them, but I don't get drunk around them, not like I do with my friends. It's just a different level of respect. It's just a different level of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the next question is, I can't read that. Why?
Why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown?
I think we should first learn how to have relationships ourselves first. That's the first thing. We learn how to operate and move right, especially today. But then after that, if you're guiding your child and teaching them how to have proper relationships, friendships, relationships with their family members, and eventually when they get to a certain age of maturity and they start showing that maturity, then you can start letting them have relationships, but it has to still come with levels of respect and like stuff like supervision, like ain't no going up in the room and closing no doors, stuff like that. But it also, again, it's based off of age. I'm not letting my 11-year-old, my 13-year-old, maybe not even my 14-year-old, and depending on the situation, not even my 15-year-old talking about they want to date somebody. But maybe by 16, 17, you got to let them grow up a little bit. You got to start getting them some leeway. And, I don't agree with it's kind of taking me to the what's in red. And I don't agree with it, but it's not saying it's okay. But to some extent, they may sneak and do it anyway. So to some extent, you want to have some level of control to the situation. But again, it's all with you giving them the keys and giving them confidence within themselves and giving them the things they need so that they won't be, like so many of us have been out here searching for love in all the wrong places, which makes them more open and susceptible to somebody who now they feel like this person loves them so much, so they give their whole self to them.
I'm gonna be real.
Oh man.
Fuck with your parents or whatever, bro. That don't mean oh yeah, you gonna fuck with a bad person, bro. You is who you are, you feel me? You make your own decisions in life. Your parents, what they told you to do, that shit didn't have nothing to do with you turning a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? You're single because you're single, bro. That ain't your parents' fault.
And some of the choices. No,
let's can't find love because shit, you ain't a loving motherfucker. Don't nobody want love. You can't force motherfucker to love you.
Yeah, right. But give me a second.
Wait, how do we even get over that?
You was done?
No, I wasn't.
Because I do got a few people got to go and stuff. So I got trying to go in order real quick. What you doing on number 1?
Number 2.
Yeah, we ain't on number 2 yet. Not yet.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm done.
Okay, you good? So all right. I gotta remember who came up here. I think it was Bree. Bree. Okay, Bree Swaggy.
What's her name?
Huh?
I thought it was Lud. I don't know her name.
I think it was Bree. Then it was
Bree Swaggy, and then it was I don't know her name.
I know she be in my level. I just don't.
I'm gonna call her LA. Okay, LA.
We get it. We gonna get it. Bree, what's up? Welcome to the live, man. What you got for us? How you feel about the topic?
The topic is definitely it's definitely important in this day and age because I think the first thing that comes to my mind is soft parenting. I know that there's different definitions that people apply to it, but I just think that a lot of people with the soft parenting mindset or approach use like the analogy of like, let's say they're in the passenger, like what is it called when you do like the what is it, teen driving, where you have the parent in the passenger seat and you're letting the child or the teenager, whatever, drive. So you're like monitoring them, but you get out of the driver's seat. You allow them to be in the driver's seat and then you're in the passenger seat. And I don't think that that's really effective. I know that a lot of people say, well, they're adults. They have their own mind. They're free thinkers. Let them, be who they are and you support them and, all of the above. But as someone who is a mental health professional, the reality is that there's developmental stages that have to happen, right? And that's just pure human brain. And these children, rather actually young adults, their brains are not developing, not even at 18 years old. They have not developed to all of the stages is what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, the soft parenting, allowing them to take the driver's seat and, make decisions and stuff like that, that's utterly ridiculous. When it comes to like why they're friendly, once again, that soft parenting, they want to be friends. It's almost like the acceptance kind of they're looking for from their children to have a friendship. And it's like, where's the authoritative role? Like they need to know and understand though
Right.
that there's some type of authority in the household. Not that we're friends on the same level. You can't just talk to your friends how you talk to your parents. You know what I'm saying? Especially not at nobody's 14, 11 years old. You know what I mean? You could go to school and cuss and do whatever foolishness you want to, but you should know, don't bring that in this house. You know what I'm saying? Like a certain level of reverence, if you will, that should be that the children should understand when you come home, this is mom and dad. They're my authority. You know what I'm saying? And when people hear the word authority, I don't know what it is with this weird generation of people today. But when they hear the word authority, they're like, oh my gosh, you see, authority. Like, why do you have to feel like you have to take over the children? I don't know what has happened to people, but not everything needs to be demonized in a bad way. Authority
Right.
is authority. You are the parent. It's just simple. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be that you are not letting your child think and so on and so forth, but you still need to guide them because they have not developed yet. They don't have life experience yet. You know what I'm saying? So that's my answer to, why they feel like why they're more friendly today. Is that the first, or is it really
That's just
why?
how you felt about the topic, but that was good. We needed to hear that one off.
Oh,
Sure.
I'm sorry.
So, with the first question,
Creature,
why allow
you
kids?
parent your children.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said, how dare you parent your children?
Right. Why allow kids to have a relationship? Oh, Lord Jesus. First of all, listen, I wasn't even somebody said, what was it, Mirror? Somebody said
Oh, I said the wrong name.
maybe 15, 16 years
Bree
old.
Swaggy. I'm sorry, Lucretia.
Huh?
I said the wrong name. I said Lucretia. I blame that on her. That's Bree Swaggy. Bree Swaggy, how dare you parent your children?
Right. And a lot of people, they say like 16, 17 years old, maybe they could start dating. Please, that wasn't even allowed in general. Like not 16, 17. What is that? I don't care if you're in high school or not. You're not dating nobody,
There you
But
go. Somebody doing.
that was
We've been
in my
changing that
home.
over time too.
But I just think that I don't, once again, I think it's some weird of acceptance of their
AJ.
children. Like, I want you to accept me as your parent. And in order to do that, I'm going to appease you and your feelings.
Right.
You're 14. You want to date this boy. You want to date this girl. You want to date this whomever. I don't mean this. I'm not disrespectful when I say whomever, but the reality is in this day and age, there's a lot of different things today, like different names of whoever you want to date. But I'll allow you because I want you to like me. I want you to love me. I want you to be cool with me. I don't want you to be mad at me. So I'm going to do this, whatever. And once again, it's not establishing boundaries or rules, regulations, or anything like that in the home. So I just feel like that's why they allow that. Your children's supposed to love you no matter what. They don't have to like you.
my parents didn't care if I liked them or not, but that they're still my parents. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a difference between liking and loving, and they want the like the acceptance of friendship bond. And then you lose the authority, the rules and regulations you should be establishing in the home when you try to put yourself on the same level as your children and then just letting them date people before they're grown, which is ridiculous. So
I also think it's overcompensation in society.
Hold up. Cause we dropping some gems up in here. We kicking some knowledge, you know, and I just don't like the disrespect. Why we ain't tapping? Keep tapping. Come on with it. Don't be selfish. This a new year. This a new you. Get that exercise in. Work that finger. Tap. There you go. All right now. I'm gonna be quiet.
And share too, man. Share to about 10 people. It's 24 of y'all, man. Y'all can get 10 people on here, man. We gotta get this soft parenting up out of here. You feel me?
I'm gonna share the 30.
Before you go, I know this King ain't you. Yeah, you done changed your name up, but you got that same line though, different line. But before you go, I got another person before you, then you next.
No problem, brother.
Lucretia, what's up, man? How you feel about the topic?
First of all, I am not my daughter's friend. I don't want to be her friend. I'm not her buddy friend, girl. I'm not that. My daughter know that. If I go in there right now while y'all on here and ask her, am I your friend? She gonna say no. Because I tell her all the time, I'm not one of your little friends. I'm not your friend. I'm your mother. You ain't got to like what I say, but you will respect me. My daughter you ain't got to like nothing that come out my mouth, but you will respect it. I'm not trying to be buddy, hee, ha, ha with my child. She's my kid. What the hell? I got grown ass friends to be friends with. And she got kids her age to be friends with. We don't have to be fucking friends. We can be friendly, but we ain't got to be friends. And people need, and the problem with parents is want to be like Bree Swagger. She talking about something, they want acceptance. My daughter ain't got to accept nothing I say. You just will respect it while you living under my roof. You ain't got to like it. You can be mad all you want. You go to school. You can talk about it, whatever you do. But one thing you can't do, you can't come in here like these teenage kids. I know my daughter be at their school cussing, but you cussing him, I'll kick you in your chest.
Exactly. There you go.
And I mean that, and she know that. And she cause like she be on the phone with her little friends. Like I walk in the room, she be like, hey, watch your mouth. My mom in here, because she know I don't play.
Hey, I want to say this real quick. Just what you just said with the cousin thing, and that was perfect though. And it's gonna tie into number 3 though, because there's so many parents I be hearing that. So what they want to do is they want to negotiate a little bit. Well, you could say these couple words, or you could say it like that, as long as it ain't. No, it got to be, that strictness got to stay, and I better not catch you types. That's how I got brought up. I mean, I wish it was more parenting like that and stuff. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I told people I used to didn't like my mama. Like I was on some super didn't like her though. But as I got older, I love the mess out of her now. But it's just that they were strict on me though. But I mean, shoot. It still worked though. I still was I had that little fear and all the other stuff. But what you just said though, I feel like parents be negotiating. Now, well, they're gonna do it anyway. But I don't want to mess that part up though. We're gonna get to that question though. But yeah, you can go ahead and finish rocking. Though. I had to get that.
Lucretia, before you get to rocking, first
I'm listening, boo.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, and then I'm gonna come back. First off, y'all got to keep tapping the screen now. Come on, we should be over 15K by now. We should be on our way to 20K. It is 17 people up in here. We can make this happen. Let's come on now. Let's keep the love going.
You know, some people ran talking, when you said it though. That's what it was like 30-something people. Right. Oh, I gotta tap the screen. I'm out here.
Yeah, keep
this ain't
tapping
no
the screen.
drama-based room, so y'all can leave even early if y'all want to. So.
And that's what I meant to say earlier. For those of y'all that in here, you know, with all the drama going on right now, we thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. Hey, everybody ain't feeling that drama today. So, with that being said, now back to Miss Lucretia. And before you get going, I take back what I said. How dare you parent your children? How dare you?
I know. I should be ashamed of myself. I know. Yes, I feel you. But I'm just saying, like my daughter, like I said, when if I walk into the room and she on the phone with her homegirl, hey, I know, because we did it as teenagers. We'll try to cuss while we at school with our friends. But when you step up in here, baby, it's different rules up in here. And I dare you to disrespect me, because it's just like one lady told me, I can't take my daughter's phone. Who paid the phone bill, lady? Is you that scared of your child? If you I ain't scared of mine to the first. I don't care what nobody say. And I'm gonna tell my child what my mama, if my mama told me, if you ever feel like you're gonna call the police, call them. And you leaving out of here with what's on your back. And my daughter can get the same sentence if she ever feel like that. If you feel that you don't like what's going on here, you free to leave. I'ma still be here, I'ma still pay my bills, I'ma still love you. But I ain't got to be your friend. And to the first allowing dating, let me tell you something. She can't date. She can't. She's 16. She can sneak and she can say what she want to say. But what parents fail to realize is she don't have no car. I got to take her wherever she go. Stop giving your kids that much freedom to do that much wrong. Stop giving them that much daggone freedom to do that much wrong. Because if I gave her freedom to go, just like she got a couple friends' house, she can't go over because I've seen the environment. She can't go. You know what your friend can do? She can come here because I know what's going on in my house. I know ain't no drinking, no smoking, no all that being buddy with. I done seen kids smoking with their parents. No, if you allow your own kids to do it, you will allow my child to do it. So my child can't go.
Now she preaching.
My child can't go. Oh, well, we just trying to go downtown and we just trying to walk around. Walk around for what? You want me to walk beside you, behind you? We can walk together. But you going by yourself, I'm not finna give you that much freedom to do a lot of wrong. And then I'm gonna be like, I don't know why she doing that. I don't know why you playing stupid. Stop playing victim as a damn parent. Be a parent. These parents out here playing victim. I don't know why she doing that. I don't know why he said that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Be an adult. Stop what my mom used to stop pussyfooting around and be an adult. It's men out here that won't say it with their chest when it comes to their sons, and it's women out here that want to be their daughter's best friend. It don't work like that. I am the authority up in this house. When you get in your own, I can't tell you what to do in your own house. But when you in here in mine, you gonna do what I tell you to do. It don't matter to me. And some kids, some parents are scared to say that to their kids. Why are you scared of somebody that you gave birth to, that you created? Why are you scared of that? It don't make sense to me. My daughter in dating things she ain't dating, and she can sneak and so-called have a boyfriend. It's just like she may think I'm dumb, stupid, and crazy. It's a little boy that she like right now. She just don't know. I read everything in that damn phone. She might not know I know, but I know. But parents don't want to, oh, I'm not going to go through her phone. I'm invading her privacy. What privacy? Please answer me that. The only time my daughter's allowed to close her door in certain situations when she in there changing clothes or when she in there handling certain business because she's a young lady, I expect her to close her door. Other than that, open my damn door. Don't close my door. That's my door. My door just walks in. My door just lets you in your room. But that's my door. Open it. If I say sit in the living room all day, that's what you better do. Don't go in that room because that ain't your room really. It's mine. I just allow you to sleep in there. Parents scared to say that. I'm not with the gentle parenting. I'm not with the, oh, we're gonna talk to her, or we're just gonna let her do what no, she don't need to do nothing but be a damn kid. Nothing more than that. Go to school, learn something, get an education, be the best you can be. Play some sports, get in the band, do something. That's just my take on the dating and being friendly.
But I think she can protect her damn self. I was gonna say we gotta protect her, but man, she sound tough.
Nice. All right. So, dang. Oh my. Yeah, we need. Yeah, she got that. That's how I used to be back. We need that back right there. We need that back right there. She did it perfect. Not ATM. I'm playing. I'm playing Sims and just listening. No, you need to come up, man. I want to see your point. We need some. I ain't gonna say opposition, but we need another point of view up here since you feel like your kids need to get some leeway. But
me,
I think it is on you. Love. Nah, you didn't change your name again, King. I'm gonna call you King. I'm sticking with King, just like I call her main thing up there. I'm sticking with y'all names.
Nah, I changed my name.
Go down in the box and tap. Go down and tap, and she can take the box. And then when she get done, just tell her to make sure she clean my box out when she done.
Nah, I changed my
Nah, I
name
think
up
she said she ain't trying to come up here.
I need him on my lives, man. I'm gonna hit him up next time.
So I'll
Go
be
ahead.
brief because I adamantly agree with La. I don't want to say her name wrong, but the young lady that
Lucretia.
spoke, because I feel like that's somewhat how we all were raised. The people on the
Say
panel
the
for the most
question
part.
about the
The
first part
question.
about friends, the parents being friends with their kids. How do you feel about that?
So I definitely agree with everything she said. I think you can have a friendship with your child, but there's a place and time for everything. Like there's a place and time. My parents' style is I do the appropriate action for every moment. Like some people feel like it's a one fit all. I have to always be strict or I have to always be lenient. No, at times when it's time to be lenient, I'll be lenient. When I have to be strict, I'm gonna be strict. When I have to be loving, I'm gonna be loving. When it's time to be funny, I'm gonna be funny. So I use my discernment to pick the appropriate action at the time. I don't have a one fit all approach. Like I'm not the lenient parent all the time. Nah, that's silly. Because every situation calls for a different approach. But I agree with her. There's absolute guidelines. I'm the authority. I'm the parent. I'm the father. I'll take in consideration my child's feelings, their emotions, their thoughts. But at the end of the day, whatever decision I make is what's going. Point blank. Period. There's no way around that. And I just think that for the most part, I feel like it's overcompensation on society, like for different groups, like even some like the womanists or the feminists or whatever. I feel like certain groups they were like they were done wrong in some ways, right? And to make up for that, I feel like sometimes society overcompensates. So the same thing with children. Yes, some parents were very harsh on their children, right? So now society has went all the way in the opposite spectrum of don't do anything to your children, sit them down, talk to them, don't discipline them at all. So I think sometimes those groups can overcompensate, and now we're all the way on the other side of the spectrum, and that doesn't work either. I think the most appropriate action is somewhere in the middle. Sometimes you got to be strict, sometimes you got to be lenient. And I just think being too strict or being too lenient isn't the answer. And right now in society, it's kind of about being very lenient with your children. Because I'm a teacher
Right.
as well, so I know. And even my colleagues, they're more the lenient type. I wasn't raised like that, and that's why all the kids respect and love me. They call me their dad. They want to go home with me. They say, "Hey, Mr. B, I want to go home with you." Because the way I treat them like they're my children. When I have to be strict, you gonna sit down because I said sit down. Period. My tone is completely different from other teachers. Like, please, Johnny, sit down. I come to the classroom. As soon as I come to the classroom, they sit down because they know I mean business, So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you have to be balanced as a human being and not raise your children just in one direction. You have to be balanced.
Right. That's why I say that's why I'll emphasize that we do have to talk to our children though. I know some parents feel like not that is a whole nother level of strict. I'm not going to explain myself, but that's not going to do anything for the kid to understand. Like you could tell if you tell them and don't explain to them why they shouldn't do this or whatever. It's like and then you want to whoop them because they doing it because they don't truly understand. I feel like whooping should be the last resort. You have to talk to them as best as you can so they don't have to because they're not going to really learn from the whoop. All they know is not to do it anymore, but they don't know why they shouldn't do it anymore. That's what I'm getting to about it. So we do need to from back then, right? We need more. That's why kids need to not have kids. That's what I'm saying. That's why you have to know what you're doing with the parents, and you can learn that before even being a parent. That's the thing. Everybody want to learn how to be a parent when you be a parent. That's too late by that time. That's what I'm saying. That's why people trying to say that how you don't know what parenting is. How you ain't gonna know parenting is unless you have kids. That don't make sense though. You gotta just like marriage. You should know about marriage before you get married. That's too late to get married, and then all of a sudden like now let me learn about marriage. Let me learn what's the right thing to do. This same thing, that's no different. So that I would never, take somebody that was like, I'm not going to listen. That's why I said, that's why I got these other questions. Well, a person that don't have no kids, don't know nothing about kids, or a person that ain't married, like, I don't believe in that. That's because you probably didn't know nothing about it because you just jumped straight into it. All of us need to learn at least the basics of those things before we get it, or at least prepare for it. You know what I'm saying? So that's way too late. That's why people do things backwards nowadays. They had sex before they get married. They all this thing is backwards now. Oh, now I got a kid. Now I want to get married. Like, no, that's backwards. You're doing everything backwards now. So yeah, I think Lala was next.
Hey y'all.
Y'all go in
What's the
order.
deal?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what you got? What you got?
No, I
What
keep
you
trying
had
to
on your
come
mind?
in, but I forgot you go in order here now. But
What you had in your mind? What you about
man,
this
I
rebuttal?
just
If it's
always
y'all got
got
like
thoughts.
rebuttals and stuff, y'all can do that too, though. But
Let's keep it on the order, cause
okay, all right. I'm about to say, anybody else got any rebuttals or something like that? Or the real rebuttal is down in the comments. I want her to see what she was going to come up with, but she ain't going to come up with.
Yo, I just got
What she-
something to add when it gets around to me, so just make sure you yell at
Just
me.
yeah, you can add, we can do ads and rebuttals and stuff, and then we gonna get to the topic though. So go ahead, Mr. P, and then we gonna get Lala.
Yeah, well, a while ago when I was last speaking, I was talking to J Love, and you know, she was representing the perspective of, you know, we got to let the kids be kids, we got to let them love life and do what they want, like a little bit on that of live and let live kind of attitude. And I just don't see how that's beneficial for the kid or for the parent. I just, you know, it's like, I'll use an extreme example, and I know it's extreme, but when your kids are little, at least with my boy, when he was little, he wanted to climb to the top of everything he could climb up to because it was fun and it was what he wanted to do. As a parent, I had to put a restriction on where he could climb to and where he couldn't, because there's an inherent danger that he doesn't have the ability to see coming. And then that doesn't mean that I never let him fall down, but when I do let him fall down, it's because I've already evaluated that the damage he's going to receive is acceptable for that lesson. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, when we're talking about dating and things like that with the children, it's like, I want to help them avoid a lot of unnecessary psychological and emotional damage that can be done. She was talking about, she went in and said, you know, we're not talking about kids.
Hey, Mr. P, real quick, because I think they take me as a joke real quick, just real quick. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start calling out some names. And I said, I only see really one person down there typing. That's crazy. Purpose, I see you doing your thing, man. You're doing a wonderful job. Tell you ain't got to tap. You just put hashtag FYP. You already know that messed me up if it's in a box. So I'm about to start calling names out since people want to act like they don't hear me.
Oh, I got to put FYP now?
Huh?
You said don't tap no more that I'm in the box?
No, don't tap in the box. Don't tap in the box. If you outside the box, do it. Just put hashtag FYP. So I see Purpose the only one that's doing sharing, and she's my bad. My bad. I look too fast.
Oh, she
the only one tapping and sharing. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So I'm gonna calling some names out now that ain't tapping. So I don't know who Brian Diaz is. I need you to tap. Jeanette Payton, I see you in my room every now and then. If you could tap for me, that'd be lovely. I mean, if y'all, some of y'all might be listening to me in y'all pocket, that's cool too. You know what I'm saying? But at least gotta do a couple shares and throw me back in your pocket again. Power Through Prayer, I need you to tap and share. Tony Butler, you. Midnight and Hobo is in the room real quiet. Can y'all at least, share? I know y'all be in here. Y'all can share this with some of the people. I know y'all be, y'all both can do it though.
Midnight's
y'all get some information.
Call them out.
I don't see no comments from Midnight. Midnight's in here.
Yeah, they in here. I guess they just listen, or unless they profile just stuck in here.
You know,
I am Terra Beauty. Share and like, please, if you're in here. El Terrell. Nice name. Share, like, please. I'm gonna see. I can see if y'all. I can tell if y'all tapping too. I'm just trying to get to 25K real quick. I don't know the other last two though, but like I said, I'm just trying to get this going. There we go.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Can I hear your opinion on the second question? I mean, not the second question. The one about the dating, the relationships, the children.
Who, me?
Yeah, I want to hear your opinion.
Oh, me myself. I had mentioned earlier. I'll wait till they graduate. I don't think they focus should be on boyfriend and girlfriend as a kid and stuff. Because they not missing out on nothing. To me, I don't think they missing out on nothing. And then the one thing I was hearing today about, they ain't gonna know about social skills. So you get that with friends. You literally can get that with friends and all that stuff. That's gonna automatically happen when they go into school, especially. So, I don't see no benefits of that. And I really think dating and all that should be for something that's serious, because nowadays people, that's why y'all just don't, that's about to be a whole nother thing. But even dating or boyfriend and girlfriend, like, we really had this thing messed up. Like, it shouldn't really be. This how you know your level of your maturity, right?
Right.
We shouldn't dating. A matter of fact, a relationship should be the same as marriage, low key. You know what I'm saying? If you're not really dating seriously, or you're not in a relationship seriously, and you feel like that as soon as you sign this piece of paper and put a ring on, that's the fakest love ever in life. And I'm just being real with y'all, because it shouldn't take no ring And it shouldn't take no get on your knee marriage for you to be a real to act more real, or to truly submit, or truly be a leader and all this other stuff, or truly, we doing all this stuff, you having sex and all that, right? Y'all don't wait for that. You know what I'm saying?
What is you
So
dating for?
yeah, exactly. What's the point of dating? You doing all this other stuff. So why? That's why I'm saying I don't take that little fake stuff. Oh, he just put a ring on me, or she just did that. Now I can give you the fullness and stuff. Like, no, all this stuff should be way, way before. That's why I'm saying y'all take relationships as a joke. Y'all think it's a fun thing. I should date around and keep you time to know. If you're not ready for relationships, just be real. That's why I said a lot of y'all be sis. Y'all put yourselves in situations y'all not ready for because y'all see everybody else doing it. Just like I was gonna ask this question, well, the kids gonna be doing it too, and they're gonna get mad. That's our problem nowadays. We keep trying to please everybody else, worrying about somebody else teasing us and all this other stuff, and then have a messed up life because of your decisions you have after that. You don't have to follow the Joneses, and that's be a lot of y'all problems. Y'all want to follow the Joneses. I don't want to look like I'm single. I don't want my mama saying that I can't keep a man or I can't keep a woman or something like that. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? No, get your life together, because a lot of y'all jump into stuff that y'all not ready for, and that's why a lot of y'all got baby mamas and baby daddies not. That's why a lot of y'all only in these toxic lives and talking about how bad men and women is and all this. That's because of y'all. That's your fault. Because y'all want to rush into some stuff y'all not ready for. At the end of the day, if y'all wasn't ready, what make you think y'all kids gonna be ready? So that's why my kids is not dating. At no, I really don't want. I want them to get all their life together before they even think about that. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? If I would say 18, and I'm gonna give them a little leeway at 18, even though I'm gonna still say focus on that. But overall, yeah, ain't no dating in school. It's straight focus on your school. I don't care if you call it lame or whatever you want to call it. Because I'm going to be in their head. I'm going to let them know that, it ain't about pleasing them. It ain't about being popular and all that stuff. Because you see these popular people is the main ones that's in jail. These are the main ones that's over here. I'm a thug and all this stuff. The main ungrateful ones. The main ones that still don't like their parents. Like all that stuff. So, yeah, forget all that. Yeah, ain't no parents. Ain't no relationships before being an adult. You know what I'm saying? Didn't want to cry about, oh, they kids. They pregnant at, hold up. They pregnant and all this. What you think? You know what I'm saying? But we gonna get some more answers on this though. I want to get to this though.
I think the first 18 years they should be dating their purpose. They should be dating their self, as far as self-love, their ambition, and in school. That's who you dating for the first 18 years. Because and I lead by example. So that's what I'm dating my mission. I'm dating my purpose. I'm dating myself. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving love to myself. So if you see daddy's focusing on handling his business, you're gonna do the same thing. That's who you date. You're gonna date yourself for the first 18 years. You're gonna date your goals, son. You're gonna date your ambition. You're gonna date that's what you're dating. Not women. It's not about women. It's about loving yourself for those first 18, 20, 21 years or whatever, So I definitely agree with you.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's just my point of view. And I don't got no kids, but it's just I seen that I was a kid at first, right? I seen what my parents went wrong at. None of our parents is perfect, right? I've learned from what they did that a lot of us, and I have the parents too that do as I say, not as I do. That's a problem. So of course a lot of this stuff come from observation. I see where they went wrong. I see the little leeway that we be given. I see other parents and I see how that happened too. So I know something. I've never said anybody got to listen to me, because some parents gonna do what they gonna do regardless of stuff, or they might even invalidate what I'm saying though. But my thing is, like I said, and I'm gonna mention, like I mentioned before, you don't have to. You can know about parenting and marriages before getting there, and I think that's where a lot of us fail at, because y'all want to wait till the last minute and be in it, and then be like, okay, now I know about it, and nobody else know about it. No, some of y'all parents that still don't know how to parent. Some of y'all married and can't keep a relationship, so that don't make sense. Like the people, I don't even listen to people that be like that though. I don't listen to people that be like, well, you don't know about that. What do you know? Have you ever been married? Have you? No, whatever. But you've been married, and that's why you had so many failed relationships. You know what I'm saying? It's obvious. That's why I'm coming from a whole different angle. That's why I ain't got no kids. It's a lot. Why I haven't been married. All this stuff, because I've been learning. I'm not trying to. I'm being patient for real. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure I don't want to be, like I said, I don't want to be these mad people that's on these lives and stuff talking, hating men and women. That's their problem. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Got their little heart broken, and I had 15-year marriage and I hate all, this crazy stuff. I don't have to go through that. I ain't smoke cigarettes. I ain't do none of this stuff because I was a very observant kid. That's just been me. I was very observant. I don't have to experience it to know about it. I know they say experience is your best teacher and all that stuff, but I'm not about to learn that I need to smoke this much to get lung cancer. That's crazy. I just learn. I be observant. That's the stupidest stuff, to look at somebody, go through these things, and then go do what they did go behind them and do the exact same thing. Like, when we gonna use a brain of our own? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't have to, like, me myself, I don't have to do that. But I would say this: you don't have to listen to what I'm saying, because I know it's some people that's like that. Well, what the heck he know? He don't have kids. He ain't never been married before. But listen to the message. That's what a lot of our problem is. Y'all don't listen to the message. Hey, I got a lot of people coming up. I think it was, I gotta get Mr. P back up here. Tilly, you said you said you was about to, huh?
You just getting started, huh?
No. I ain't even supposed to be talking that much. I'm trying to see everybody else's point of view, but y'all done asked me some questions, so now it's a wrap.
I'm getting nervous, bro. I don't want to offend nobody. Hey, people get offended when you send them lies, like, and they won't say nothing.
Speak your mind, bro.
Isn't that weird, though? I'm like, hey, man, I'm just trying to grow, bro. I'm just trying to grow. These TikToks got some good growth. They got some good things on here. Bible study. But people definitely be taking offense. But, hey, if I leave for a second while y'all get to talking again, it's because it's raining and I got to do a quick It's 3:46 in Hawaii. I'm going to work till like 5:30. But let me come back on, though, if I do leave, though.
Yeah, I got you, because I got a few people in this box, so I do need to rotate some of these boxes, though, real quick. But appreciate you, man.
50 people, though.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me back up later, though. I'm not leaving yet, though.
All right, for sure.
Unless they trying to come up right now.
Yeah, they trying to come up. I got 2 people in the box that's trying to come up. So.
Hey, okay, yeah, let them go, but let me come up in a little bit.
Aloha. All right, for sure.
Hey, good talk, y'all. Peace.
Yep.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down for a minute too.
All right. Don't be cheating on my live. I know what you be doing. I'm watching you.
You can watch me, but I got a backup now. So I can still be here.
But all right,
I might dip out for a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna rotate these things in and get some more point of views going. Let's get it though, man.
But you already know I ain't going nowhere.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Oh yeah, Bunny, I know you gotta do your thug thistle, Bunny. All right, so who we on now? So y'all got my point of view on it, man. And now y'all gonna watch y'all asking me my point of view. Y'all see what happened when y'all ask my point of view, man. It's like, I probably done made some people mad up in here. You feel me? But I don't care. So I think who was next? Okay, we go. I guess we got 2 new people, so we got to get them caught up then, because I think everybody answered that first question. So 1K, I think you the first one. Then there's hashtag. 1K, what's the deal, my brother?
What's up, fam?
What's up, man? So how you feel about the topic? Parents are too friendly today.
I believe in many households that's true. I would say a lot of times, I was raised by my mama, so I would say that I could see fathers do it too, but I see a lot of mothers overcompensating a lot of times. They did it back then as well. There's a lot of overcompensating because sometimes, mothers want to protect their children and they think that nurturing them or coddling them or overprotective of them or not disciplining them in certain ways, they think that that's a good thing. And I think that's because the children are hurting, because the fathers are not there, or because whatever mistakes the mother made, they kind of go easy on them, not realizing that struggle and discipline created us to be how we are. You know what I'm saying? In certain ways, in certain aspects. So I definitely think that parents can be a lot friendly, because the trauma back then that happened because parents were so distant. Now you have a lot of parents, smoking with the kids, chilling with the kids, clubbing with the kids, and they not separating that whole parent-child aspect. It's this my brother, this just like my sister, this like my best friend. When really there needs to be, it's okay to be like a friend, or for our children to be open with us and being willing to communicate with us. I think that's what happened with the last generation. That was a fail. But there's definitely not a balance in many households in that sense.
Okay. So I'm gonna get before you do it because I usually ask the second question. I mean the first question after that. But I'm gonna get Lala because I don't think she asked the first question. She probably just did the topic. So Lala, so why are kids allowed to have a relationship before being grown?
So, I think that there's a natural development that a lot of parents are trying to recognize with their interest in the opposite or, same sex or whatever, and having that partnership, and their bodies are starting to go through those changes. However, as a parent, I think it's your job to help them understand without allowing them to be influenced by outside factors, right? So my niece is 12, and I'm sure she started looking at little boys when she was 10. I'm actually positive because she told me. She thought they were attractive. And the main questions I asked her was, can he pastor you? Can he provide for you? Can he protect you at 12? At 10? And she's like, no, ma'am. I'm saying, if he can't do those things, then you shouldn't be worried about trying to date him. And he won't be able to do those things, in all honesty, until he's an adult. So it's okay to find him attractive. I said, but right now, this is just your friend, right? Y'all can be friends and you can be friendly, just not too friendly, right? And so it also reminded her that dating is for marriage. Like, that's why people date. They date, and really dating isn't, we're Christians, so we do a lot of biblical stuff. Like, dating isn't even a thing in the Bible. So, like, that doesn't exist. And so I was like, so really people...
Ain't no boyfriend and girlfriend either.
Boyfriend and girlfriend, your parents made a decision, and that's how it went. And usually it was for your best interest. Usually. Sometimes it wasn't. Right? And so I was explaining to her that this is for marriage. If you're not ready to be somebody's wife and ultimately somebody's mother, you're not prepared to enter the dating field at all. Plus, there's enough stress happening to your body right now. You need to understand your body before you allow someone else to figure it out for you. Give yourself a chance to understand what's happening before you try to say, oh yeah, you come help me figure it out, because he doesn't know what's happening with him either. Right? And so and then also give her a quick little 1-2 if she tell me she was kissing some boy or something crazy like that, then I'm gonna have to hit you in your mouth because you're doing too much, right? But it's just I think you can have both. Like, I think you can, like, 16, I think, is an age for what I call group dating, which just means you going out with friends and a parent is present. So you're allowed to go out with those people. They can be your friends. And I know through our conversations that you've had an interest in said boy. I know that you think he's attractive, or vice versa. But we're going out as a group. I will be present. I will be at the table, part of all conversations, and that's fine. Once you turn 18, then maybe you can talk about solo dating, and you'd have to have a lot of things in place before I'd even be okay with that, including knowing his parents and their background. Because that's the other part. They're letting people date at 18 and you don't know their familial background. And that matters to me. Knowing your parents, knowing what they taught you and what they believe matters to me. Because that...
Can you just come help me to have this conversation? Thank you.
I just thought about that. Was you up here, bro? I thought, was she up here before 1K and Hash?
What, me?
I just thought about it. I'm just missing the whole order. I think you was did you beat them before?
I met them the other night.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I was wondering because I'm trying to go in a certain order. I was trying to. I think because I didn't even realize I skipped Lala. I had to make sure.
I don't necessarily want to talk. Like, we talked about this the other night. I just don't want to be like by myself right now because of what I said in the chat. That's all.
What you say? No, we on your head too. If you missed that, I'll talk about
that. We're present, and you're here. We're here with you.
Right.
But no, that's the thing. I think dating is really for adults because there's a lot of adult things involved in it. But I think you can acknowledge things as they get older don't tell them it's not true. Don't tell them they're not feeling it because that's a waste of time because they are.
Okay, so all right, I think we back on 1K for the first question. Then I got hashtag next. There you go. Yeah. So the first question: why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown? Oops.
I think I agree with the last with Lala. But as far as the 18-year-old, I don't care what you say. An 18-year-old is going to do what they want to do. But I do believe that we need to put stop signs. We need to do stop. I work at a high school in 9th grade. Whatever they mama told them, and you can instill certain principles, and you can instill those principles and morals that you're talking about and put that stop sign there. Um, but unless you're homeschooling your children, when they go to these schools, 9 times out of 10, they're going to be dating, and they're going to be, even if they're doing it in school, and they're going to be sneaking around, and they're just going to have these experiences. I think we can equip them the best way we can. Do I think they should be dating and doing the most? No. But when we're talking about 18 years old, I mean, I was selling dope at 16. When you talking about an 18-year-old person,
For
you telling them
educational
what they
purposes.
can and cannot do, man, they gonna do it. Whether you can talk all that, whether they gotta climb through the window, wait till you they'll get on the time schedule and wait till you go to work and do whatever they have to do. I think the best thing that we can do is to prepare them, let them know the pros and the cons, set the standard, try to be the example. I do agree with the group dating is fine and all that. You know what I'm saying? At a young age, as she talking about 16, um, I'm not really that hard on my son. Like he said, "Oh, I got a girlfriend, Daddy." I'd be like, "You don't need no girlfriend." But should I be a little harder? Maybe I could be a little harder because he's 11. Um, but I think there's only so much we can do. But I do agree with a lot of what she just said, though.
Okay.
Before being wrong, yeah.
All right. Yes.
You can say no, but my mama told me not to sag my pants when I was in elementary school. When I got out the car, they was up until I got out the car. When I hit that door, they was back down again. So I mean, we could do the best we can do, but
I feel it.
Yeah,
I feel it.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Never mind. I won't. You want me to wait? You sighed.
That's why I said we could. That's the only thing we got open for is we can do quick rebuttals and add-ons.
I was just gonna say, kids. I think a part of the reason kids sneak is because you don't help them understand why certain rules are put into place. So, like, if I don't communicate with my son, the reason I don't want him to sag his pants is because of his appearance or how important I value him, and I'd like for other people to value him when he's out in the world, or I'd like for him to, and I feel like he should feel a sense of pride about himself, then it would make a difference because he's also making the decision for himself because he understands my background. So I don't think you're saying, no, just do it because I said so, unless they're in imminent danger, and then obviously then it's just because I said so. But like, I think saying certain things and giving a full explanation, having them understand it, helps with the sneaking is not necessary because they also think it's dumb.
Especially
I can agree with
if the advice is like a penetrating advice, as far as like is an intense action that can happen from not listening. For example, like if you knew what you know now, where sagging your pants originates from and what it represents, the jail life. Probably as a child, you probably when I did it, like, nah, I'm not doing that because I know what it represents. It represents certain things in jail,
Right. All right. I think we on hashtag.
Once I heard that when I was younger, I didn't ever want to sag my pants once because my uncles told me when I was like probably 10 years old, like everyone, because I'm originally from NYC, Harlem, so a lot of people were sagging their pants, right? And my uncle told me, hey nephew, this is where it comes from. It comes from jail, and it represents homosexual things and stuff like that. It means you're the woman when you sag your pants. So when he told me that, I'm like, okay, I definitely won't sag my pants because that's just not what I want to portray or what I want to do. So if it's like a intense outcome that can happen from listening to your parents, then most likely the child will listen.
Mm-hmm. All right, hashtag you up next, my brother.
Yeah.
Mr. P, what's up?
I've been biting my tongue on this for a few minutes now, but I mean, I agree that we got to talk to our kids. I mean, I went on a whole monologue about providing that space and how you should react as a parent and whatnot. But on that same statement, I've found, and I've told this to my children, is there's moments where where comprehension isn't required. Sometimes all I need is cooperation. Now, that doesn't mean they'll never get to comprehend why. It's just sometimes in life, you just need your kids to not question. They just need to listen because it's
Oh, yeah, I feel
imperative.
you.
So, you know, I just want to make sure that, well, yeah, we're given all this kind advice about how we need to talk to them, but our kids also need to understand there's a realm where you don't need to necessarily understand right this minute. You just need to do. And
Yeah, I feel you on that.
and the noise in the background is my machinery. I have a printing factory, so I print clothes. So
Okay.
that's what you hear in the background. I'm not running on no treadmill. Look at me. Come on now.
Hashtag you there. There you go. What's up, my brother?
What's going on with you, love? What's up here?
Not much, man. How you feel about the topic first? Parents are too friendly today.
Man, I absolutely. Although I think being friendly is okay, I don't think that being a friend, trying to be a friend, is okay. I've literally told to my kids, I'm not your friend, but I am friendly. I've said it just like that, right? And I don't care if my kids like me. Some parents care too much about their children liking them. It's not my job. Like, I had a conversation. I got 3 daughters, and one of them is something special, right? and I had to have a conversation with her and tell her, baby, you know, my goal is not to make you like me. My goal is to make sure you have all the tools and education and understanding available to create a good life for yourself. That's my goal. But if you want to like me, that's not going to happen. Like, you're not going to always like me. I had to say that to her. And she was like, well, you know, because one day she just literally straight up told me, Dad, I don't like you. I said, that's great. I said, but do you understand me? She's like, I said, do you understand me? Yes. I said, that's all I want to know, is that you understand what I'm saying, and that you get what I'm saying, and that you can comprehend, and that things are here for you. I said, if you want to have a deeper conversation, we can have a deeper conversation, but I want you to know that I am friendly, but I am not your friend. I'm your father. And when I told her that, she was like, you know, she was held aback because we have a different relationship than her and her mother. And I said, our relationship is not the same. Our relationship is different. I want you to know that there's going to be some things that you like, that, you know, that you think are okay, that I'm telling you is not okay. And I'll give you all the reasons why not. It don't go down like that. I was like, the world ain't the way you think it is. And I give her a bunch of examples, let her know that the world ain't what she think it is. The world ain't just this way. The world is operating in a certain way because you have a bubble, a space and a bubble of protection around you, and people know it. People know it. They see me come to your school. They see me at every assembly. They see me showing up on every parental thing. I said, you have a space. I was like, little boys see me, and they don't question that. They know when they look at my face that it's real. They know there's a consequence for dealing with you, for handling you a certain way, for talking to you a different way. When they see your brother and they see me, they see your uncle, they know it's real. And I was like, and I told her, I said, and in your life period, you're going to have to, cause she got old enough, and to go out, right? Because, okay, so here's my situation, right, in a nutshell. Yes, I have kids that live with me, but then I have 2 daughters that don't live with me, right? The rest of my kids live with me, but my 2 daughters don't live with me. Their mom is an immigrant, right? She's from Haiti, and I got her here. You know, we were all together at one time, but it didn't work out. And I had to move on and she had to move on, and that's the way it went. But I'm there. I'm there as I'm there. I gave her the keys back because I told her, since I'm married, I don't need these keys to your house. You know what I'm saying? It was literally, it went down like that. So, but in a nutshell, I have to govern those girls because it's a different zone, and some things that happen over there are different. So just to answer your question, it's not important. I don't know why parents think it's important to be liked. These parents need to stop being liked. You know, they need to stop being liked. I don't understand. These parents are so interested in being liked by their children instead of making sure their kids have what's available and and have an understanding and this and that. And I'm sorry, I just don't understand that whole thing. I don't root for that.
Okay.
Hashtag, man.
So
Respect the hell out of what you're saying. Keep doing that work with your kids, man. Keep doing it.
Thank you, bro.
so with the first one,
why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown? Relationships, no, we don't do no boyfriend girlfriend stuff. Your focus is your education. Your focus is understanding and learning yourself. Your focus is making sure that you get out of here well. You know, I don't even promote it for my oldest daughter who is in college. I didn't promote it for my oldest son who's in college. You know, it's no different about the sex. You know, I think some people do encourage they encourage relationships. I think some people do because you got to remember where we live, and people are worried. People, like, we don't talk about this a lot, but people are worried on whether or not their kids are gonna come out and be interested in other lifestyles. So they want to see their kid engage with other. It's a crazy thing, but they want to see their kids engage with the opposite sex so that they can have a sense of security. That's my boy. That's my girl. I know how that stuff plays out, but I just simply ask the question, are you interested in this or are you interested in that? And, you know, and I watch their eyes when we at the mall or whatever the case may be. I always do that. I see what my son is staring at. You know what I'm saying? I ask him what's interesting. I watch this and that. If I see, you know, him looking at girls or whatever, or even, you know, sort of finessing down the aisle where certain things are just, and there's really nothing of interest that I know he's into, but he's trying to go that way for a girl. I just peep these things and I kid around with him, joke with him. I even joke with my daughters about these types of things, you know, and I talk to him about girls looking at him and guys looking at my girl, like, you know, my daughter. I joke with them about these things, but as far as them going out and having like serious relationships and no, I say create friendships, get to know yourself and all of this. And just to kind of like go into it, I think that the reason, like, a lot of people get into these relationships without knowing themselves, and that's a detriment to them. I think that has a long-term effect. And I think that's why, and this might be off subject a little bit, but I think that's why a lot of women have issues with their big O, because, you know, that has a level of responsibility, education for your own body. Many women don't know their own bodies, and they just allow access without knowing themselves. And I'm not promoting, you know, they do fondling or whatever, but you got to learn a level of education about yourself before you even do anything. I do believe that that has a lot to do with emotional intelligence and learning your standards and boundaries too. You have to know what you stand for before you let people just in your space and your whatever. I had a crazy conversation, and I'm gonna close on this. I had a crazy conversation with my daughter about when it was appropriate to say no. Right. And I told her that it was always okay to say no, but there's some spaces where you've made yourself unsafe saying no, and you have to finesse it in different ways. And I talked to her about this because she was getting ready to go to college, and I know how college can get, and I know how girls and guys can get, and whatever, upperclassmen, freshmen. I know that game. So I had to have a conversation with her about, you know, putting yourself in positions. And what I told my daughter, and funny enough, I had a similar conversation with my son, but just a little bit different. I told him, don't put yourself in positions, you know, fooling around with drunk girls, because that could get him locked up. Even if she seems like she wants it, she's drunk, don't deal with her, you know? I seen too many of those things happen to athletes when I was in college. So, where girls will wake up and they're sleeping next to a guy, and then they don't know what they did last night. You know what I'm saying? And then now the guy is, he's like, he thinking everything is all good, and it wasn't all good because she was drunk. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so I told her, I said, watch your drinks, put a napkin over your drinks. If you left it there, don't drink it no more. Always go places with people. Always keep your taser in your mace in your in your little purse or your pockets or your backpack. Anytime you don't know all the answers or you can't get all the answers to all the questions, that means that should be a red flag for being unsafe. And it's okay always to say no, but it's better to say no before things even go there. Don't go places where you feel alone. Don't end up one-on-one with people you don't know. Like all of these types of things, I was giving her all these tips. Like we literally ran through scenarios and all this stuff. And let me just tell you, like how your boy 1K said, my daughter, the one that one of my daughters is the oldest. She's with her mom. Her mom gave her all this okay, while I'm telling her no way, no way, no way. And my daughter ended up either getting, because I don't know the whole story. She either was given, or she unconsciously ingested a drug. And when she did so, she damn near was running around the campus naked. And we was called, and they had to get my baby out of there, and I was ballistic. I had to find my child. It makes my heart beat faster to talk about it. And I got my baby, and she went through 8 months of intense therapy, rehabilitation, a week in a psych ward, and all these things. And it was so crazy during that process. All she screamed was daddy, daddy. And it drove me insane, bro. It drove me insane. I had to go back and forth to that psych ward because all she was screaming was, where's my dad? Where's my dad? You know what I'm saying? Where's my dad? And it was, bro, it was so crazy. And I wanted to fight. Bro. I wanted to tell her mom, I wanted blood. I'm gonna be honest. And for her mom to okay all the stuff that she was doing in school, it pissed me off, like to no avail, bro. Like all of the stuff that I told her, her mom was telling her, don't worry about that. And I found all of this out. My mom said, don't worry about it. What? All the stuff, all the warnings that I gave her was out the window, bro. You know what I'm saying? All the scenarios, all the stuff we ran through was out the window. And my baby is just now, 2 months ago, finally able to apply for a job. And she has a job now working, and I'm so happy. But she had to take the year out of school. She's not going to go back to school until next spring at a different school. But we had to go through that whole year of her being in the air, and her meds made her gain weight and got her insecure and all types of stuff, bro. Like I've been like, she's with me now, you know what I'm saying? But at first she was with her mom, and it was like, bro, I'm telling you, it was different, man. So all of this to say, kids are gonna do stuff, and of course kids are gonna be sneaky, but we got to know when we are being the type of parents that are enabling responsible actions, and we're putting our children in danger. And to this day, her mom still won't take accountability for her. She called me overprotective until the hospital was calling me because she was looking for me. That drove me in, bro. I lost it. You know what I'm saying? So I had to go through that for the end, like the middle of 2000 and the end of 2022, all the way to the middle, like September, October of 2023, bro. That's what I was going through during that time. And now my baby's been working for the last 2.5, 3 months, and I'm just, proud and got her, and it's another level, and she's acting the way she normally would act, but it took her a long time. She had to go to two detox sessions and all of this stuff just to clean her body to get her back acting like an adult. She had literally, that stuff, it took her to an infantile place, man. It was crazy, bro. I went through a lot, and it was, man. So yes, watch it, people. I think dating, and I know I said I was gonna close, but I think dating is a waste of time. I think we should focus on relating. I think we should put people in places where not just your eyes are on them. And when that time comes, you got to teach people how to vet people's standards and not that person. Vet their standards. Vet how they treat themselves and what they're doing, because that's the kind of lifestyle you're going to be exposed to on a continuous basis, because people don't change for people. People change for themselves. So if they go into these kind of places where it's not comfortable for you, know that that's the kind of lifestyle that they live, and ask yourself if you want to be the extension of what they're doing to themselves already. And I land my plane.
So I'm glad you had said that, though. It kind of proved my point from earlier. Because like I said, I've been hearing from, and even though I do say a few of the women on here that had more of the authority type thing, but we know for the most part, right? And that's what was mentioned before earlier, that just for the average, right? That show right there, that they have to have a balance in there, and that's why both parents are needed. Because mothers got a style that they do, or fathers got the style they do. They both right, but it's just you got to balance it though. You got to have, because like what he did, I mean, what his style was more, like I was mentioned before, is more of a protecting type situation. Majority of a lot of mothers, there will be like, it's a nurturing thing and making sure they're feeling good. I mean, we really just, if y'all really rewind, and for the people that was here, rewind to how a lot of people answer this stuff. If you notice that some of the women was in here, they was more like on the nurturing side. Some of them was, and then when some of the men talk, it was more on the protection side. That's just everybody's way of, and that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? Because that's our different characters. Just like it probably might seem harsh to some if they don't understand. Well, you seem like you're overprotected and all that, just like you was mentioning that before or whatever. Or you seem whatever, but it's only like that to you because you only coming from one way. But nurturing, you can't nurture your child, because you're going to have that protection, because especially that's for the outside, right? I mean, I was saying that the world is not going to care about all that nurturing and all that stuff, because you got to protect them from this world too. So it's like, you can think, it's about their feelings and all that stuff, but like I said, the world don't care about their feelings, and that's where the fathers play that part in. You know what I'm saying? Or for the mothers, and I was hearing just like Lucretia was preaching earlier, she balanced out, right? She not just only about just straight nurturing and stuff. She more with the with protection and I don't care, you not about to run me over. I don't care about your feelings. We gotta. I'm ready. I'm making sure you're ready for this world type situation. Now I know, but like earlier, what was that? When somebody was just talking about the feelings that the kids need to express themselves and all that stuff. I mean, that's all cute and all that stuff. Of course, that's needed though. But you got to really realize what is most important, especially during this time. You know what I'm saying? This day and age and all that stuff. It ain't really about, I need my kids to have a voice and all this stuff. I mean, they do have to talk though. All that stuff, but it got to be balanced out. But it ain't got to be a voice so much to where they making decisions that they should be making. I'm gonna put it that way. They should be making decisions that, because if you were a parent that really know what's need to be done, because a lot of parents don't know. Like I said, explain. That's one thing. Just explain why you I guess what you preaching on. That's what I'm getting to about that. And some stuff, just like Mr. P was saying, some stuff don't need to be explained though. You gotta just let them know, hey, like I said, you can't do it and all that stuff. But just depending on the situation, some of this stuff gotta be explained so the kids know not to do it, so they don't have to sneak behind your back. Because I know that's the main thing. Everybody, they gonna sneak behind your back and do what they want to do and all that stuff. But nah, you know what I'm saying? They might. I was cussing and all that stuff when I was a kid too, but I knew not to come back home with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not nowadays. These parents over here negotiating. Well, they're gonna do it anyway, so I let them, express themselves as long as they not going. I mean, they come with the silliest stuff nowadays to try to negotiate with these kids, and that's gonna be our problem today. Keep trying to negotiate with our kids. That's
My
crazy.
thing is with negotiation.
You shouldn't be negotiating with people you take care of.
There you
I
go.
don't
There you go.
negotiate with people that
Hashtag.
I take care of. I mean,
Exactly.
I will see. There's a difference from a voice and an opinion. Okay, a voice means that you get to talk sometimes, right? And I will hear some of what you have to say. But an opinion means that now I'm taking it into account. I'm taking what you just said into account in a place where I make the rules. Hell no, you don't have an opinion here. You got a voice, I'll let you talk. I'll listen to you. But it really doesn't factor in my decision making. I'm probably like the coolest person at home. Like I don't like my wife runs the house like a well-oiled machine. I love the way she facilitates our household, right? She does it, right? And like she has an order. She's very systematic. You know, she's a nurse, so she's very systematic about things that she does. My kids know that TVs are off at certain times. I chose her for these reasons, right? How systematic she is, right? Because I know that I could be lax on certain things, but on other things, when it comes to this world, I don't play, right? Because of where I'm from and what I've seen. Like I don't play when it comes to the world. When that door, outside that door, if you're not listening to me outside that door, I feel like I don't know, I get anxiety outside that door. You know what I'm saying? When that outside that door is another world, if you got to listen to me now, like it's not I would explain it later. You know what I'm saying? So I build a lot of respect at home for my kids to listen to me. But they know that I'm cool enough to give them a voice. But when it comes to the decision, they'll be like, so Dad, what are we doing? Like even my son knows that even when we go to the store or my kids know the kind of dad that I am. The kind of dad that I am, like even with the simplest things, my son know he can't just ask me for money. My daughters don't ask me for money. They ask me how can they earn everything because they know I don't give nothing away except for what you need. I don't do it. Like I'm not that guy. Everything that you get around me, you earn it. The only person who don't have to earn things is my wife because she just in most cases, she don't have to earn things, right? But she got to show me she's gonna use it because I don't allow uselessness in my space. So yeah, like I don't know. It's just like that's just the way I rock. But yeah, no, I don't believe in people telling me. I will listen. Okay. Here's my caveat, right? And I'll shut up here because this is a passionate thing for me. So here's my caveat. I'm so open with my children that I will ask them, how can I be a better father? Right? I will ask them that. And the reason why I ask them that is for them to even recognize, like, so I can hear them say that, like, that I'm there. Because a lot of people don't realize what they have. You got a dad at home every day with you right here, available at your beck and call. A lot of kids ain't got that, right? So that's the one thing. The second thing is that I want them to know that I'm considering how I treat them. I'm letting them, like, I will consider what you say and how I treat you, because I know that little feelings can be, you know, this and that. I'll give free range and I'll be like this and that. Now with that cursing thing, when my daughter was 17, her mom, right? This was the one who was away. Her mom let her go to a thing, right? And she invited me to the thing. And this, I'm gonna tell on myself, y'all. So she invited me to a little Christmas thing. She was dating this little Hispanic boy. And you know, they had a little Christmas thing or whatever, and I was just gonna like drop her and then pick her back up or whatever, right? Because I had met the parents and everything. So she was like, no, Dad, come in. Like they said, come in and everything. So I said, okay, right. So I go in, I chill, I kick it, and you know, it's getting late. It's like Christmas Eve. We have like, you know, their cider or whatever and all this stuff where everything's cool. And then I said, well, this is my first time ever really, really meeting him. And I'm talking to the parents, right? And I said to the dad and the mom, and they knew what level I was on, right? I said, you know, I love him. You know, he's a good kid. You know, he's respectful and everything. You know, I was like, and as long as everything is good with them, he don't have to see this. And I pull my my taser out of my pocket, and when I pulled it out, it turned on. And you know when it turns on, it goes right. And my daughter's like, no, you know what I'm saying? Because she know me, I always keep something on me, right? Everywhere I go. And she's like, no. So she's really embarrassed, the whole 9 yards. They laughed. Everybody cracked up. The dad laughed. Everybody, nobody's tripping except my daughter because she's embarrassed. And then later she was like, I'm so, you know, she told me, and she cursed, right? And I said, look, I let that one go, right? I let that one go. But that's the last one. You know, we don't do that. We don't need to come off like that or whatever the case may be. And I said, now I understand what you mean. And yeah, I wasn't threatening the boy or none of that stuff, but he needs to know that you have a bubble of protection around you. And I know that certain boys get possessive over pretty girls. And I want him to know, you know, I want him to know, and everybody else to know, that it ain't that it is not a game. People come up missing where I'm from. It is not a game. I do not play about y'all. And she was like, Dad, I don't want to. And I said, look, that's pretty much the end of the conversation. But you were wrong, Dad. You shouldn't have done that. I said, baby, when you get older and you have children, the only thing you've been responsible for is goldfish and a puppy. But when you get older and you have children, you're gonna understand where Daddy's coming from. And I'm not going to explain no more. Why don't you just say you're wrong? No, I know I was not wrong. I was not wrong. That was me expressing myself. And I was done, and that was it, man. But yeah, she was mad. She was mad for like 2 weeks at me.
Mm-hmm. Hi, everybody. I want to answer the first question. Just because you have a child, that makes you a parent. That doesn't mean you know how to parent. Everybody has to find their own way in parenting. Now, I am a gentle parent. However, I understand that people don't have the same view as me when it comes to parenting children, right? For me, I don't hit my child. I don't raise my children. I don't raise my voice. There's certain things I don't do. I feel like as long as you are doing it in a healthy manner, because you can discipline your child in a healthy manner, even if you decide that you want to hit them with something, as long as it's healthy and it's not out of anger, then I'm okay with it. Because most people, they forget that you can parent in anger, and I don't agree with that. Right? To parent in anger, I believe you should be able to bring your emotions down to understand why what happened upset you, and not take it out on the child.
Did you answer the question about
when it comes to
parents be friends?
Sir,
Did you answer the question
I
about
believe that
friends
we
and
should be friendly, but not friends. We should be friendly. We should be our child's best friend, but not friendly. There's a difference. And when I say that, let me explain. Our child or children should be able to come to us, even when it's a very difficult.
Hold
What
your
was
thought
that,
for a
sir?
second. Hold your thought for a second, because you're finna drop some gems on us. But they done stop tapping, so we can't give away gems, and they won't just tap the screen. It don't cost you nothing.
You right. I'm sorry,
Just
sir.
tap the screen. Come on, we trying to get up to 25K. Let's go. Let's make it happen. But don't stop when we hit 25K. Let's keep tapping till we hit 30K. So just keep tapping. Share with about 10 people. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP, and you're more than welcome to gift the host, and please gift the people on the panel as well, especially if they dropping gems on you and you like what they're doing. So we thank you. We appreciate you. And one more thing, hashtag don't take this personally. I'm going to drop you. Just come on back up because you're in my box. And you may go ahead, Miss Desmond.
I wanted to warn him.
Desmond, sir. My name's Desmond. You can be friendly, but you're not friends. thing you want to do is make sure that your children, no matter what it is, no matter how hard the situation may be, that they can come to you and tell you some things. That don't mean we sitting here smoking a J together. That don't mean we sitting here going to the club together. That don't mean I'm sitting here letting you run through my house like you run it. That means that I want you to understand that I love you and you are safe to talk to me about things, because life is hard. Because a lot of us wanted to talk to our parents about some things, and we know that we couldn't, because we knew that they would sit there and knock our head between the washer and dryer. That's the difference. We want to
Right.
give our children the things that we didn't have, but don't take it to the extreme of where you sit here and your child sitting here cussing with you and rolling up days, and we sitting here puff passing together. No, that's too far. That's too far. But my children should be able to come to me and say, Mom, this is going on, and I need your advice, or I need your help, or can you tell me what to do? Because I'm your parent. I'm not one of your little friends. That even as a gentle parent, I'm still not one of your little friends. I'm not.
I've never understood
So that is where I have the objection, because, like, yes, let children express themselves. Yes, let them get that off their chest. Yes. However, if you are teaching your children how to be emotionally intelligent, that their expression, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what you're doing. Can you please mute?
I think he knows that he's not
Because
muted.
I'm not
Oh,
going to
that's
play
Mirror,
games.
man. Your background, bro.
At the end of the day, we all wanted to have the space to be able to come tell our parents what was going on with us without judgment, and to have some type of space where we felt safe. And that doesn't mean that we're becoming friends. That means that my child trusts me, right? So in my eyes, hey, I've created this space where my child could, whatever's going on, even if they know that I won't agree, that I can hear them, that I can see them, that there's no judgment. However, I'm still going to steer them in the right path. And expression, if you teach your child or your children the right emotional intelligence, they know how to express themselves. Don't try to teach them when they're 13 and 14. It's too late then. We got to reset the whole thing. Teach them from the beginning. And if you don't know how to do that, then you also need to learn how to do that. There's a lot of parents on paper that are children themselves. And
Man,
let's be
say
clear about
that.
that.
I mean,
I
there's
said it. You
always
want me to
something.
repeat it for the people in the back?
There's always learn. Like I promise. Like I'm always trying to better myself. Like I've read several parental books. 52 things your children need from you. Bill Cosby on how to be a parent. All types of stuff. Like I know people don't like that name right now because of the stigma, but he did write some great parenting books, right? I've read all kinds of literature on being a parent, because one question I don't think we ask ourselves enough, let alone, yeah, Bill Cosby had a parenting book, yeah, he did. It's like I don't think that we ask ourselves enough, let alone ask whom we deal with, the question of what kind of parent do you want to be? And when we ask that question, we not only tap into who they are, but to who they're not. Who they're not. Like if they lead with, I just want to be just like the best friend to my kid, and we're gonna dress alike, and I'm gonna, that kind of idea may not be the kind of person you want to have children with, or you got to know that person is seeing themselves as that kid. And then it's a no wonder why the 51-year-old woman is twerking with the 15-year-old girl.
I'm agreeing.
And
Go off.
And the outfits match, you know what I'm saying? And all this stuff, like you got, or why the grown woman is putting her baby in the same bikini as her, like it's a no wonder why certain things happen, right? Or, people are okay with pageantizing. I call it pageantizing, their children, and,
I
making
cannot
them,
stand it.
Man, I dislike it the most. And making their like growing like making their children wear weaves, like when they haven't discovered themselves yet or decided anything about how they want to look. They're dolling their children
Hey,
in an
hashtag.
adult way. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, man.
Wouldn't you say that they are basically living vicariously through their children?
Yep. Yep.
Hashtag, I want to
Yeah.
say something to you about what you talking about, like the wig. My daughter is 16, ain't never had a wig on her head, a lace front. She ain't never wore no eyelashes. She ain't never put on. I wish she would thereby put some mascara on. If you don't put on some, if you don't put on some lotion and some lip gloss and get out my face, that's as much as you need. Lotion and
My
lip
daughter is
gloss.
9. She don't know the word perm.
Girl, my
She don't know the
daughter
word
ain't never
perm,
had no
baby.
relaxer. My daughter 16 ain't never had a relaxer on her head. And the day that my ex mother-in-law's little cousin comes on, you don't think you want to relax her hair? Relax what? Relax your nerves before you think about relaxing my baby hair.
Before I swing you is what's about to happen.
But
Get your
that
hands up
whole
off my
living
child's head.
right.
You don't let
So,
everybody
but
touch your
that
dang on child's head.
no, that vicariously living through your child, women do it all the time. And I hate to say it, especially single women. Zeus, he was down there talking about single parents that's doing do certain things that parents in relationships don't do. I
Pluto.
totally agree with him. Because there are
Crazy.
these,
It'd be
there are,
crazy when I see men do that to they little boys too, like on another level, like on a disrespectful level. It's different to put a little boy in a
Boy
suit or to
sagging.
put him in a nice get up, but I mean I've seen it. Oh man, it's so disgusting.
but like I was saying, like there are certain things like there is no way me and my daughter, like as far as a bathing suit, I do not wear like a two-piece, a thong bathing suit, a bikini bottom. I wear nothing but shorts, the shorts. And I am grown, but to make sure my daughter sees me in a modest manner, even in a bathing suit, I'm gonna put them damn shorts on. See, women want to show their body so bad, they don't care what their daughter see them in. And I'd be damned if my daughter see me dressing like that. It's just not gonna happen. But parents living through their kids, putting them in these pageants, got these on these majorette teens, got them doing more pop locking and dropping than
But
any
I'm not
video
putting on
you
no
ever
damn thong in
seen.
front of my damn children.
Exactly. And so I
I'm not
understand
putting
what
on
they
no damn
saying when
bikini. I'm
Zeus,
not putting on a thong.
and just the whole, and it to me is just too much, especially for little girls. You're exposing them too much. That's just like a dance team my daughter was on back at our hometown. Jake was like, well, all the kids must get a sew in. All the kids must wear weeds. I said, well, my kid must finna drop off your team. It makes me no never mind. Because I pay for her to be here and I
When
can
for
just
the
put this
fuck
money
what? I'm
elsewhere.
sorry. That was it.
La. I understand the confidence. Oh, she went away. I understand the confidence of being in a pageant, but what is wrong with that child having confidence in themselves without all the fixtures?
So pageants I'm actually a former pageant competitor. So that's why I said pageants are fun. Are awesome. And I think that they are good for building confidence, but all pageants are not made equal, right? So some pageants are what are called natural pageants, where a person would just put on, I don't know, I'd call it your Sunday best, and they get to walk across the stage and smile and answer questions. Just depends on which one you compete them in. Now, a high glitz pageant where a child will put on like a hairpiece and the fake, like that's too much for even me. The makeup and the hair pieces and all the extra, that's too much for me. But I do see the value in having children compete in pageants, certain ones, because they're learning interview skills, they learn on-stage question, they learn how to walk straight up and stand straight up, and it's fun for them.
I get that. I mean, there's always something to learn, but yeah, I'm glad you have a standard for it. Like you won't let it go too far. I mean, my daughters have competed in pageants before, but they competed in the natural pageants and they competed in the Caribbean pageants, which in most cases the Caribbean pageants are very natural. They do a lot of stuff with with the dance and all, like, tribal dancing and all that stuff, and talents and all that stuff. And I mean, it's like debutante stuff where they can get scholarships and all that stuff, which is good. So, yeah. What else you got for us, Kev?
My bad, I was being nosy in another live, but give me okay. I just letting y'all rock out. Okay, now, so what we about to do?
On yourself.
Man. So I guess we can start from let's go from Mirror, and then we're gonna go up, and then we're gonna go to Lucretia and Mr. P last. So with this one, why are parents scared that their child will fear them?
I don't know why I'd be scared my child's the child will fear him. I think maybe because society didn't told him that, but outside, I'm not worried about my child fearing me. From the way I was raised, the words say that to revere the Lord or to fear the Lord is respect. It's a healthy, it's knowledge, it's wisdom. So your children need to have a not necessarily to be afraid of you, but to have a healthy fear of you, that as a parent, I love you enough that I brought you in this world and I'll take you out if I have to. If I'd rather I'll take you out with love than the world take you out and to just, don't care nothing about you. So I'll land my plane there.
I think if I'm answering, I don't really mind my children being a little fearful of me, of course, but I do. With parents I've encountered, I've seen that the fear of their child, the fact that their child is afraid of them, makes them feel isolated from their own child, which is hard for them because they're kind of like, this is the one person that's going to naturally love me no matter what. And so they don't want their children to be afraid, or they don't want their children to keep stuff from them. But for me, I'm okay if you're a little scared, in the sense that you understand that there are standards in this house, and these are standards that you have to abide by, or there's consequences.
My thing add to that, and then I'll let you go. But the one thing to add to that is like, no, you don't want your child to the point where they flinching or they just scared, but to the point where they understand that if they do something wrong, there's consequences for their actions. As again, we always talk about, whooping the child as why you going to that, but it's like you have to understand that if you honestly are parenting your child, it's just one of the belts on the left, or one of the tools on the belt. And I can't remember who was saying it, but it was like you've used all the tools and the only thing left is the belt. Not necessarily, if that's your choice, that may not be your, thing of choice. But what I'm trying to say anyway, you want to stop your child from sticking their hand in the light socket. And if they keep going and try to stick their hand in the light socket, and they just not listening to stop, and you doing all the stuff you can to try to keep them from doing it. You put plugs in it. They done pulled the plugs out. I mean, what else you gonna do? You gonna sit there and let them electrocute themselves?
Yeah. You got to, I don't know. For me, it's never been a fear per se, but I'm gonna use the word fear. It's been more of a fear of disappointment. I learned a long time ago, and I use this with my own kids. The word disappointment, that word is powerful. I promise you, like, I had to take a page from my dad. My dad would do this thing where when something didn't please him, he first of all, he never talked to me standing. I realized that about my father. He never, ever, he would make me stand and talk to me while he was sitting. And I think that's a very powerful posture. I don't know why. I just think it is, right? I don't understand it. I do it with my kids now. I still don't understand it, but I think it's a process. And then, but it was the word disappointment and the fear of disappointment, right? So,
Did Lala go?
huh?
Did Lala go or I missed it already?
I don't know.
Lala went, and then
Oh,
he
okay, my bad.
It
Dang,
was,
that was quick. I know Mirror, my bad. I'm not paying attention. I'm over here cheating on my own
Yeah, no,
live and stuff.
face,
it's cool. It was it's like
face the truth. Face the truth. I used to go.
the fear of disappointment was always in my mind. I never wanted to disappoint or dishonor my parents. Like, to be honest, my father never spanked me ever in my whole life. He never did. It was my mom. My mom was ruthless, right? Like, my mom was quick. My father had a presence about him that he would do the same thing. He walk over to me, he'd sit down, and he'd put his head down. And then he'd look up at me, and he would say these words, man. Son, you are smarter than what you're acting. I am disappointed. And I promise you, that was worse than any whooping I ever got from my mama. That was worse than any whooping I ever got. That shit right there hurt deep in my core to disappoint that man. When that man told me he was disappointed, oh shit, it was terrible. It was the worst thing I could ever do, was to disappoint him. So I had a healthy fear of disappointing my dad, right? I think my mom, she just kind of felt like I was going to screw up. And so she was always ready. You know, like, she'll warn me. She'd give me like probably about 2 or 3 warnings, and then it was just wow, you know. But my dad, he never spanked me ever. He was the king of questions, and he would ask me a lot of questions, and then he would make sense to me, and he talked, and then he would put his head down, and he'd be like, you know, son, you are acting dumb. You are so smarter than what you do, than the way you're acting. I am disappointed. That shit ate me. To this day, I can hear his voice in my head saying some of the stupid stuff that I did was disappointing to him. And I'm telling you, I've forgotten half the whoopings I got, but those words right there were deep. I would employ everybody to use that word, disappointing. That word is powerful to me. I don't know. I said it to my daughter, and she cried. I told her one day when she did some stupid shit, I was like, I did the same thing. I said, baby, you are so much smarter than what you're acting right now. I am disappointed. And she cried. I had to get up out of my seat and hug her. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's it for me.
Before I go, Kev, are you letting
Yeah, I'm gonna let Face. I'm gonna let her catch up. Then I'm gonna let you go.
You gonna let her catch up, and then okay, that'll work.
Okay. Yep. And before that, I want to do an update with my peoples real quick as an insider. So the new word of the day, I can say empath, so don't scream none of y'all. I think I seen D in here too. So the new word is disingenuous. Me and Jen was talking about this yesterday. So I ain't see her. She said she changed it on her picture, but I don't see it on her picture though. Just say empath still on her picture. So her picture usually say the word of the day. But just yelling. He said I'm about to first see on the year. But yeah, it's disingenuous. So you hear somebody say that, you know what I'm talking about. Right. All right, so
you being so disingenuous right now.
Yeah, right. Right. I'm late, I know. So Face, what's up? How you feel about the topic, man? Parents are too friendly today.
Don't forget to ask your parents and friends.
Rolling my damn eyes at you. You already know how I feel about you having topics that let you be great. I'm gonna let you be great. Don't forget to ask me what, Mirror?
About how do you feel about parents being their children's friends?
At what age?
Whenever 18. You want to describe it, however you want to discuss it.
Well, my mom wasn't my friend growing up, but I have a very great relationship with my mom now on a friend level.
as an adult. But as a child, hell no. It was mouth shut, head down, tail tucked. That's pretty much what it was, stay in a child's place. But as an adult, yeah, my mama is my... I don't need a girlfriend. I go hang out with my mama. I can go chill with my mama. I can talk to my mama about any and everything, but she was not that when I was a child. She was an extreme disciplinarian. It was beat your ass first, don't ask questions, never. That's just what it was growing up in my house. So I don't think friendships with a child is bad if they are an adult living in their own home. But that key word is adult.
Sergi.
I was just going to ask you about what about your own? If you had any children.
So I have 4 boys.
Okay.
And I have to be at a certain type. I got to be a certain type of parent. Because not only do I have 4 boys, with hubby, he's OTR. Prior to that, he was military, gone out of the home a lot. So I had to play devil advocate for both sides. The disciplinarian, the nurturer, the comforter. I had to be everything at one time and still have to be sometimes at that. But it just depends on your situation. I can't see your questions because I ain't got my glasses on.
All right, so why are kids allowed? Okay, my bad. Why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown?
As far as dating?
Yes.
I honestly feel like relationships is based on that child's maturity level. It's based on whatever you trust your child to do. Now, I have a 17, 14, 13, and 9. My 9-year-old and my 13-year-old tomorrow, they are not nowhere near dating. Now, my 14-year-old, he has his little girlfriend. That's what we consider it as, his little girlfriend. Used to be a school thing, but they have started with the friendship in the, I would say like the end of 7th grade. Now they're in the 9th grade and they're still dating. Yes, at 14. They don't go out, like stay at one another's home. We don't do none of that. But if they want to go out to dinner, either me and my husband will take them out. They'll sit at a different table, or her parents will take them out and they'll sit at a different table. Because I feel personally, you have to teach them. You have to teach them. And my 14-year-old is very mature. And we have very open conversations with him. My husband is not one of those who teach them about the banana and the donuts and all of that. No, he gives you the actual pronunciation of the words. You have, men have this, women have this. This is what happened when you do this. We are very big on trust. I trust you until I cannot trust you. So let's be honest, we can have all of these conversations and say, oh no, you shouldn't date, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do. Man, please, we got to remember, we were kids once too, and we used to do half the things we don't want our kids to do. Let's be honest. He is 14, but he is very mature for 14. He is 14, he wakes up every weekend, and he goes and he does 6 yards a day on Saturday, and he does 6 yards on Sunday. He makes his own money. When he comes to us and he wants anything over $100, he will say, Mommy, I have half of it. Can you match my other half? He has 2 bank accounts. He knows how to run his business. He knows how to run his accounts. He knows how to transfer his stuff. He knows how to write tax reports. He's mature for his age, and we trust his decision. I actually like the little girl. Only problem is, for some people, she's Caucasian. He's African American. Of course, it's an issue in the area that we live in because we live in Georgia. But personally, I don't teach my kids to judge off of complexion. You judge off of character. Everybody runs their house differently. We have full-blown conversations with them. We teach them how to date one another, how to be respectful of one another. And they actually help one another. They go to the park. I might sit in the car. They're in the park. They're studying together. They stay on top of one another's studies. Hey, what do you want to do?
Oh,
we got this
scared me.
coming up. We got this. Like, we don't play when it comes to that. And what I like the most and why I trusted Lala, her parents and we are always on the same page. There's no sneaking around. We're always on the same page.
I'm just wondering if you think his emotional maturity, like all those things are actually phenomenal that you listed. I'm just wondering about his emotional maturity and if he can handle what it actually means to be in a relationship.
Yeah, I think he can. He handles it very well. And here's the best part that I've noticed about my
So is
son.
marriage in it?
When my son is confused because, again, she's 14 and she has her emotions and all over the place, my son does something different that I don't always see some men do.
What's up?
He don't assume. He comes to me or he goes to his dad and he says, this is what she said. This is how she responded. How do I respond to this to not trigger her? And that was his word, trigger. We ask him what's going on. We explain our point of view on it. He sit down, he think about it, and he responds accordingly. In my personal opinion, he has more emotional intelligence than some people that are walking around on this earth with bad credit scores.
I'm
So
not.
can you tell me
Nope. Go ahead.
Oh, now I was about to ask. This is what I want to get to about that though. So what are the? So I guess you like is you the third or the second person that was saying. So what are the benefits of dating as a child? Right. What do the kid get out of? Okay, I'm gonna add this at the end because I see that you can't get with just regular friends or regular socialization with the school. Right. What's the benefits you get?
I didn't do it. It is not my relationship. So that would be a question for my son. That's not a question for me. That'll be a question for my son.
I mean, you should. No, I'm just saying you should know like what just to allow your child to have a girlfriend, boyfriend at that age, whatever. Like, what's the benefits you see in it?
I watched a lot of situations. I was the youngest on my dad's side, and I was the youngest on my mom's side. My mom did not allow dating before 18. My dad did not allow dating before 18. All of my siblings, except for myself, all had a baby before graduating high school. Every single one of them. Because they act like the relationship side of school did not exist. Your feelings and all of that, they act like it was irrelevant. I said no, so you don't do it. Kids sneak. And when they start sneaking and doing stuff is when they start getting in trouble. So the fact that he came to us, in my opinion, to say, hey, I like this girl, and it started off mostly just as friendship, and she was just in his circle from the 5th grade going up, and they didn't really start, I guess you could say, quote unquote, dating until going into the 8th grade. So it's up to you. I think that's based on you. Me personally, it has matured my son a lot. It has taught him to be more open with his feelings. And on top of that, the fact that we trust him enough to make decisions on the tools that we've already given him, I feel like it has built a lot of trust in him to believe that, hey, we got you. What decisions you decide to make, we're going to be right beside you to walk you through it, talk you through it. So that's just my opinion and how we run our address. And so far, to be completely honest, he's been doing an amazing job. He's in the 9th grade already planning for his future. So everybody has their own plans on how they want to raise their children, and that's perfectly fine. I can just say it has worked thus far with my son, and it has matured him in a lot of different levels, and it helps him. It helps him a lot. And the person that he is growing, if he stays on this path, I'm all for it. But I'm not stupid.
Like, I'm just wondering this is just me asking. I'm really just asking questions. My son's only 9, so I'm not even at this stage yet. I'm just wondering, like, for him at 14, is the purpose in your mind him dating to prepare himself for marriage, or is he just dating to date?
Are we really, am I thinking he's going to get married at 15? No. Do I think this is the
That's kind of the
he's
point.
proud?
I'm just saying, isn't that the point of dating, though, is to eventually find a life partner and get married? So I'm asking, is that
That
the
may be
intention?
your point, but addresses change. And if that's what makes my son happy and I see that it's growing his emotional intelligence in a lot of different ways, by all means, I'm going to applaud that.
Well, that's what I asked you. I asked you, is it for marriage or not? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. We don't read the future.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
We don't.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. A lot of people out here that's grown adults, are they dating for marriage?
Well, my opinion
I think that's our problem. I
is
think
going to
that's
be
our
different.
problem
I was going to
nowadays.
say my
We
opinion is
don't.
going to be different anyway because I think all dating should be for marriage.
I think, yeah, I think that too, though. But yeah, I feel it though. But I mean, that's everybody got their own angle, I guess. So it is what it is. So okay, well, I guess that's good on that. Okay, all right, here we go. I think you can. Dang, hold up. So I might as well, I'm gonna start off with you then because I got to get to. I'm gonna try to do it in a certain order. So face with the second one then. Why are parents scared that their child will fear them?
Who you talking to? You talking to me?
I'm gonna do face this. I was gonna do you, but it's just like
No,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
do it.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Why are parents scared that their child will fear them?
Yep. Because I hear it a lot from a lot of parents. I don't want to put fear in my child. I don't want to be scared of me. They're gonna do what they're gonna want to do, and all this other stuff, right? What's gonna happen the third one?
That
Yeah, you already know I ask hard questions.
That's a dumbass question. I'm sorry. I was. Wait, what? Listen, your child is gonna fear you no matter what. I don't believe in corporal punishment to a certain degree, but my kids know I don't play about certain things, and I'm not gonna play.
You think these new kids scared of their child? I mean, scared of their parents? Wow.
No, I don't know about these new generations, but it depends on you. I think that applies with the first question where they got, parents that's trying to be their kids' friends. That's
Right.
a different type of level. I'm not trying to be my kids' friends. And what I said is what I said, and I'm going to stand on that. Again, as I said, I had all boys. So you may not always get that soft and cuddly side of me. I'm going to stand on business when I need to stand on business. So you might take it, hey, chill out. I give warning before destruction. I believe in having conversations before I take it there. But please know at all times, I have to remind my kids, I'm from the hood and you from the suburbs. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. So I don't know why they do that. For me, maybe I would say is, Kev, listen, why you word these questions like this?
Because I like making people think, man. That's what it is, man. We got to realize what we're doing and stuff.
I can't.
I know. It'll be all right. We didn't even get to the juicy stuff near the end. It's funny. We didn't even get that far, though.
I would say this much. If I had to answer that question that way, I would say if some parents may think if the child fears them, then they won't come to them if they get in trouble.
Okay.
They won't come
I like
to
how you
them when
said
they
that,
really
then.
need
That might be
support. That is probably the best thing I can think of because me
That's a
personally,
good one. It makes sense.
but I don't know. Every child should have the fear of God in their parents. If I elevate my voice, you know what time it is. Especially, let's be honest, when your mama come through that house and she call you by your middle name, you know what time it is.
Mm-hmm. So, I gotta get Jen caught up now. Jen, I see you changed it. I see your picture change now. Yeah, we there. Now we up to date now. So, Jen,
Start again. I gotta remember this one.
No, you being slick. You know the word. We said it.
What's the word? I don't really know it.
What's really quick. I've been sitting for like an hour. I gotta get a word in.
Disingenuous. What'd you say, Mr. P?
I gotta get a word in. I just want to know why the hell we ain't at 30K. Like,
Boy, they bold with it though.
I just don't get it.
We ain't toxic enough. That's why.
I don't understand it. But this conversation is great, and people acting like ain't nothing happening here because I don't see those likes going up. So I just need to comment on that because it's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Right. This room jumped up to 30, went up to 40, went back down. We ain't toxic.
I'm gonna give it back to you, Face. I'm gonna give it back to you, Face, the truth. But you know what the problem is? Y'all down there being very, very, very disingenuous.
No. Just gotta.
All right, I'm gone.
What you was about to say, Face, and then we get on, G.
Don't focus on them damn numbers or them damn likes. You know they only like mess. Start cussing each other out.
I know they do.
Brian, we should start a big fight.
Nah, I ain't about to do that. I ain't trying to bring these little fake people in.
We'll
But
get up
we
to
do need more people in here to hear
5:23
this message, though.
in 10 minutes.
That would be so disingenuous.
Oh,
All right now, y'all. Why do y'all keep yelling every time you say that word?
Who told you, kid? What you talking about? What you talking about, twin? What you talking about, twin? Who told me what? Let me get you. I gotta get you some coins.
Okay, so why
Oh, I get it now. I saw the profile picture.
allow kids to have a relationship before being grown? I think it's a great idea to allow your teenager to date. The reason why is because it gives them a good taste of reality of what adulthood is going to look like when they actually do date to get married. Only 2%.
If that's the case, then we need to give them a taste of liquor too. Sorry, let me stop. All right.
No.
Technically, they should already have that because our grandma said it used to kill worms.
Yeah, let's put it this way. There's only 2% of high school sweethearts that get married, right? So the chances are that they will date, have understanding of relationship, the hurt of it, the sharing part of it, all the aspects of dating. But the likelihood of them actually going beyond high school is, again, 2%. So I think it's good to get. I think it's good to get them, to get your feelings hurt for the first time. It really makes you think before you go into the next one, and I think it's actually healthy. It's preparing them for adulthood, and anyone that's ever had a broken heart, they go and they seek the best advice.
She's still laughing.
And no, I don't believe dating is just for marriage. I don't.
Wow, that's a problem. I think that's a problem, man. I'm gonna talk about that.
Well, I mean, I know your opinion. I have mine. I'm entitled to mine, right?
No, I ain't saying you. I'm speaking with everybody. I mean, everybody gonna feel how they feel, but I think that's really a big problem. The heck we dating for then?
Here's the deal. This is my angle of why I say that, Kev. It's because I've been married. I've had the children. They're grown. I can't have any more children. So I'm not in a huge hurry to get married. I mean, to me, marriage is for producing a family, right? So
that's why you saying it, because the situation you had didn't work. So you saying it shouldn't be important?
No, it's not about it not working. It's about I'm not looking to get married to have children. I'm out of that. I'm out of that phase of having children physically. So I can't date without wanting to get married.
I don't know.
I
think that's our problem, though. We take dating as a joke now. I think that is our overall problem. That's why.
But it's not a joke. It's not a joke when.
What's the point? Can you tell me the point of dating? Then just tell me that. Then with the feel good, be happy.
Well, at my age, it's going to be for companionship.
You can have that with a friend. You don't have to sleep with them. Or be with, or I don't know.
But a relationship,
you have to sleep with somebody,
right? A relationship.
I'm not saying that. That's what I said. Just depend on the situation. But we know for the most part they are sleeping with the people they dating. Come on, man, quit it. Just like y'all be doing the same thing with the kids. Well, they're gonna date Mike. We know the deal, man.
But the premise is marriage or don't date. But what about somebody that has their connect for years? They're not stacking up their body count, but they're sticking with someone physically for years. Is there a problem with that too?
Well,
if you don't see it as a problem, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think, like I said, I think a lot of people take dating and girlfriend, boyfriend as a joke nowadays. That's a big problem.
We're talking about children.
That's why stuff don't work
in high school and whatnot. We're not talking about adults who've lived and procreated and divorced, and and looking for fulfillment after the fact. We're talking about what's going to be beneficial to children going forward. I would argue that the way I lived of enjoying the moment and doing what was fun and being carefree caused me a lot more
People need to
heartache
date
if I would
themselves.
have
That's the
preserved
problem.
myself for my marriage.
See, but that's where the
but
problem
again,
comes in. We keep
it's
raising
not
our
screwing.
children based on our own experiences. That was your bad choices. Don't mean that your kid are going to make the same bad choices you make. You
Exactly.
raise your
They're not going to
children
make them because I
differently
do
to
not
have a
allow
different
them to
mentality, to
even
have
give me
But
everything
but
that you
then we
learn
just
as
use
adult.
didn't we
You
just
have
use
to
that
put
earlier
into
though?
the
We just
child.
said that I was sneaky when I was younger and stuff. That's the same exact thing. That's weird. So all of
No,
us
it's
going off our own
not.
experiences
It's
of what we
not.
see though.
And
Yeah,
you know
but
what I
it's
think is weird?
because my
Here's what I think
experience
is weird.
counters
I
theirs.
think
It's
it's weird that
disingenuous
we
now.
have
Oh
these
shit!
certain type of conversations, and you have so many people commenting on other people's parenting skills and these open. Hey, I hope your child make it. I hope everybody on this panel child makes it, because let's be honest, especially if you have a melanated child, you are blessed if your child make it past 18. My focus is not his relationships, none of my kids' relationships. My focus is making my kids get to adulthood. I'm sorry. That I had to point that out because I think a lot
I
of
think
it.
the relationship is included in making a well-adjusted, well-rounded adult, having relational health. That's important going into adulthood. And it's just, I think the debate is whether a child is equipped to handle the pressures of being in a relationship.
But when are
And
they going to learn if you want to keep, coddling them and keeping them in this force field where they won't have life experience when they go into adulthood?
Thank you, Face.
I don't
I
talk
feel
about
that
kids, but I
allowing them
don't
to give
think.
in to their basic instincts
There's so
is
much
more
things to life than
coddling
that.
than
That's the sad
teaching
part about it.
someone to have discipline and
That's why fathers
dominion
are needed.
over their own hormones and faculties. I think
They
that
ain't about to be teaching
that's
about no
what
dating.
it comes down to.
Yeah, J Love said it right earlier when I heard her give her viewpoints
Yeah,
on
I
it.
feel it though, but I told you the
Adults,
difference, right? That's how women raise their
parents,
children, right? And men raise it different though. I mean, and you notice that
But
that's
it's
why he had
not,
his point
Kev,
of view.
because
Wait a
we
minute, hold
raise
on.
our
Let me
boys
finish.
together.
Let me finish real quick. J Love had it correct earlier when she said adults and parents sexualize what their kids dating.
You mean to tell me you don't think
But did you just see what happened with what's his name? Who just dropped though? What's my man's name that had that problem with his daughter? And that's why, and he was because she was listening to the mother, right? And he was the protector, right? And you see what happened with his daughter because we know that women's nature or mother's nature is they nurturers, right? But it's a reason why fathers are needed too at the same time. It's a reason. It's something that the fathers see that a lot of women don't see, because the thing is that of course mothers care about the feelings. That's why I noticed that every almost most of the women, except for Lucretia and Lala and them, they were coming more with an emotional base. My child need to feel or need to live life, or and that's stuff that we coming from. Just again, we projecting ourselves on our child again, and we trying to so everybody doing it though. So even with that, right? That's why I'm saying that's why I say the fathers are needed too in that instant, or just that authority too, because you have to balance the protection, because like you got to think about the outside, not just your child all the time. The outside influences, the outside the what's that one that stuff called peer pressure, all that other stuff. And like you trying to be being comfortable around saying your child can handle this and that or whatever, but you still got to think about foresight and not right now. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we want them to live their best life they can, but this life ain't, like I mentioned earlier before, life ain't gonna care about all that extra stuff because you letting them express themselves and all that stuff. You still got to protect them from their own feelings too.
I'm gonna say this.
You have to.
And then I'm gonna drop.
Kev, I disagree.
I love y'all faces. Kev, I normally agree with you. I don't agree with you on this conversation. This is about to go to a way where we about to split in how mothers teach, how fathers teach. I'm not down for that, because my kids have both parents in the household, and what I'm not about to do is be annoyed because this is going to lead to a level of annoyance. I mean,
then you got to just pay attention to the message, not what how you feel and stuff. If you really hear what I'm saying, it's not about just that though. It's just an observation, and everybody else in here seeing what kind of would happen.
It's not that. It is saying this much. I hope everybody raised their child to the best of their ability.
Most definitely.
I do believe in
But if you're
exactly.
comfortable, you can't get annoyed if you're comfortable in your own raising. You know what I'm saying?
annoyed
Like, how can
because I
somebody
don't like
else's?
when we split that line. I hate that every conversation has to go into women raise kids like this, fathers raise kids like this. A lot of us are raising kids together, and a lot of us are trying to figure it out as we go along. And a lot of us didn't have both parents in the household to have that. Now that we're doing differently, we still want to dissect and insert that line. The line ain't needed. It's not needed. I was with you up until that part.
I was gonna ask Jim, when you said when you said that the kiddos were dating innocently, what does that mean?
I didn't say innocently at all.
I thought you said somebody said innocently.
No, that's not a word I often use.
Oh, you said somebody somebody said something about we sexualize it.
Sexualized.
Yeah, the parents and the adults sexualize it because of the things that they did when they were teenagers.
So what I'm just asking, so at their ages, at the ages we're talking about, right? I'm saying between the ages of 12 and 14, because that's been the range here in this conversation. What factors are coming? Is there no sexual nature coming into play with a 12 to 15-year-old child trying to have a boyfriend or girlfriend? Is it non-existent?
Okay, I opened mine up with high school.
Okay.
Well, 12 and 14-year-olds, I don't think are in high school. Maybe a freshman's 14.
Yeah. Okay. Because I just think even at that age, once puberty hits, those feelings, that stuff comes into play. We can't ignore it. So to say that they want to, not saying you said this at all, but to say someone wants a boyfriend and girlfriend between 12 and 14 is completely innocent. There's no sexual tension. There's none of that is irrational to me, because that's just not. That's
why so many
right. That's not what I. That's what
teen pregnancies and all that stuff. Like, we don't see what's going on.
You're saying that's not what you're saying. I got it.
That's not what I brought up when J Love said. She said that parents and adult, because of the things that they did, then they apply it to their children. That's not always the case.
Yeah,
I heard Face talk
I feel you though,
son.
and I get why I agree why you agreeing with that, because y'all on the same tip. Like,
I just think it's not. I don't think to not.
That's what happened with nurturers. I mean, y'all nurturers. They explain you want your kid to express themselves. That's just what it is. I already know that.
No, Kat, that's not really. That's not.
You want them to live life. That's what she was explaining. The same thing too.
That wasn't the rationale.
And that's your opinion. You're not listening to understand. You are automatically putting something.
No, it's not opinion. It's observation.
Right. Yeah, I think you have your mind made up. I think you have your mind made up.
So hold on. Okay, since that's just my opinion, then
the slightest you're going to disagree. So it's kind of
possibility of.
And this the point of the live too, right? Because I guess it's just me, right? So who else did y'all people? I think Lucretia been in here for a good minute, and people that's in the comments. If it's just my opinion, right? Have y'all not observed it? I'm just putting it up front. That's all I'm doing, because I'm telling y'all I'm showing y'all the difference between how, because you see how Mr. P answered it, how hashtag answered it. You see how Jen answering it, and Face answering it, and J Love answering it, right? Do you notice the difference, right?
I didn't hear
do y'all not notice the difference? I'm not saying neither side is wrong, but I'm just telling you that really it's that serious that both parents do. I'm just proving the point that both parents are needed in the household.
Based on whatever you think your objective is when it comes to parenting. You have already implied that so many times in this conversation, bro. You've implied it.
Quantifiably, men have said one thing and the women have said another thing. But what I think Face and Jen were saying, at least what I got from it, was that just because we did it doesn't mean the kids will do it. But I guess I come from the mindset that just because we did it, that means there is a possibility that the kids will do the same thing. Even if they don't, which would be phenomenal, that doesn't mean that it eradicates the possibility that they will. That is all I'm saying.
Probability and possibility. And as a teenager that at 18, I gave up my box. So yeah, I know the possibilities and the probabilities, right? But I also know why I did it at 18, right? Because I didn't have a whole lot of instructions about that from my home. I asked my mother, hey mom, what is the word, the S word, what does that feel like? And she said, oh, you'll find out when you get married. That's all I got.
She ain't know
That's
that
all
much
I got.
about.
That's all I got.
Right. But that's the whole point. While we older and stuff, we got more to explain though. It's obvious as kids was having kids.
So what I did, what I did was I educated my two daughters. I emphasize not pregnancy. I emphasize AIDS will unalive you, and I kept pushing that and driving that home. So, no.
Well, the kids part of it.
Huh?
With the possibility of having a kid, what about that part?
It's all about strapping up. That was my emphasis.
Okay.
And I also guided them. I also guided them with how boys will come at them. They will say the right things. It's all about guidance. It's just like the discussion was earlier too, was, you know, you have to give instructions. You have to tell, you have to explain to children. I think it was you that said it, that you have to be there. I think it was you that said you didn't have that growing up, you know, people to explain things to you and give you the best advice. And so you're doing that with your children. I think it was you. And you were right on that. You hit it home on that. So when you instruct your children and you tell them, hey, if you do this, these are the possibilities. These might be your consequences. Can you live with those if you make that choice? So that's where I think Face and I are coming from. It's not like, oh yeah, honey, go out and date. I'm sure I've listened to Face long enough that she's a very good director of the pros and cons and the possibilities and the probabilities, and she's giving her sons instructions, you know, for them to think about when they make decisions. These are your cons. I'm pretty sure she's doing that.
That can't be true.
That's my take.
You said we going on possibilities and probabilities. You saying?
Did you really just?
I think off of possibilities and probabilities, we would know that.
I think
we should wait if we going on possibilities and probabilities.
What'd you say, Face?
Just say that.
What?
I think Face explained that like he has supervised if they want to. Her 14-year-old, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Her 14-year-old, they go out, they have supervision, and she's saying there's no like alone time without supervision.
Correct.
I think that's it, right? So I think at that point for me, which is why I only asked about the age and the developmental stages, as it pertains to like him being emotionally prepared to take on something like that. That's all I could really question. I think if you're going to do it, for me, if you're going to do it, even though I wouldn't, I think that's the best way to do it, is to be as active and present as possible, because in all honesty, the minute they get a second alone, you know, it's to the win for me.
It's like a tease to the kid. That's funny.
But if you weren't, if you, let's say you come from a home and you weren't given all the instructions, and you weren't, and you didn't have open dialogue with either of your parents to ask questions and to get proper answers, you know, all the consequences. When you make this decision, son, these are the possibilities of what might occur if you do decide to do this, right? A lot of us didn't get that growing up. We didn't get that, the sit down and, hey, Dad,
but we got it now.
What if I do this, or what do you think about this? I mean, now we extract what I did from my upbringing is I extracted what worked for me, and then I had open communication with my children, where I didn't have that with both of my parents. So yeah, we talked, but if I had a thought, I wasn't able to say, hey, give me some guidance. Right. Be seen and not heard. And that, I think, is the difference with children, teenagers dating, and they get in trouble because they're trying to get away with something. You know, when a parent is constantly saying, no, 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 I guarantee you they're going to do exactly what you said no to.
But isn't that same thing J. Love was talking about, right? We projecting ourselves. You can use that same thing, right? That's just like we said. We parents are sexualizing their situation.
Huh? Go ahead,
Kev,
Mr.
can I respond to this a little bit?
All
right. So you were right in that it was me that brought up about speaking to our children,
Mm-hmm.
and
providing that space. And I drew that concept up, not that it was something I created or I thought of original idea. It was just I extrapolated it from something I lacked in my childhood.
Correct.
That being said, when my son approaches me or my daughter approaches me about a topic like this, I do lay out the potential consequences. I lay out the things that are going to feel good, how that can affect your thought processes going forward. And then I tell them that this isn't something that they should even be participating in at this age, because it's not appropriate, because it's not going to serve them in any beneficial way right now. And that there's more important things that we need to be focusing on. I know that's a big way of saying no, but I don't just say no, don't do. I explain to them that there's a whole life ahead of them that they have to live. And that you don't need to dump your mental space, your mental RAM into dealing with feelings of being heartbroken when you're 15 and trying to get your high school career going. You don't need to be dealing with potentially getting someone pregnant or getting pregnant because of a mistake. Because guess what? We can teach them to wrap up, but we're all, the thing that kind of gets me a little antsy about this is that we're throwing around, people want to sexualize it. We have empirical data throughout every culture that shows that when a young boy and a young girl hang out unsupervised together, that life tends to happen. So if we're going to sit here and try to cloud it out and say, oh, well, we're just talking about an innocent relationship. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the things that are going to damage their lives. And that's what I'm trying to protect my children from.
Well, you know, so the assumption that we think our kids are innocent.
We want to teach our kids.
I never said that,
you know,
just to be clear.
I'm not implying that you said any of this. I'm just responding to the conversation in general.
He's talking to Kev.
Is that, you know,
it was right. I never said anybody said, I was just saying in general. I heard it. Somebody said a few times.
You know, it's just one of these things. It's like we give advice, but we also need to tell them that, you know, this is a firm thing that you don't even need to be bothered with right now. There's other stuff that's important. And I just don't think dating has a beneficial gain when you're a child. All you're setting yourself up to handle is to deal with heartache. Someone pointed out a 2% success rate for high school sweethearts. That's a huge flag saying, why even bother in this futile exercise? Why? If only 2% are going to make it, why say to your daughter, go out there, date, have fun, get your heart broken, babe. You need to do that right now. Versus saying, you know what? Focus on your career.
Do it early, break your heart early, and then we can learn.
Get yourself together, then go find a husband.
It worked.
After you got that put together.
It worked.
Like that's, you know, it's like we're looking at what happens when people give in and explore themselves and have fun and don't have cares. We're seeing it in real time. The destruction that's happening right now to young parents who are raising children by themselves because they weren't told, no, you shouldn't partake in this. They're told, oh, well, enjoy your feelings. You're young.
This is okay. I listen to everybody, and this is what I have to say. You know, when little kids come up to you and like your children come up to you and be like, oh, I like Jessica, or I like Justin, or whoever you say you like. You know what I told my child when she was younger? I said, you like ice cream too. I said, but your favorite flavor gonna change tomorrow.
I couldn't wait till she started talking.
Your favorite flavor gonna change tomorrow. So I'm supposed to let you like somebody. And then somebody, let's just say a new boy coming to classroom, Jonathan, you gonna think Jonathan cute too. So I'm supposed to I'm not gonna allow none of that. You know what I want you to focus on, what my daughter focusing on right now? Get in there and start filling out these applications for these colleges. Let's focus on that. Let's focus on your GPA. Let's focus on your batting average in this batting cage. Let's focus on the new book that we order. We order books every month. What new book you getting next? Let's focus on how much money you saved last month. It's so much more to focus on. But do not get me wrong. My daughter has came to me as a teenager and said she likes somebody. You know what I told her? There is nothing wrong with you liking anybody. But I'm not going to allow you to like somebody and take it any further than you liking him. Yes, you're going to like him. Yes, you're going to have emotions. Yes, you're going to have feelings. But you're not going to take it any further than that.
Teach
You
them
know why?
self-control.
Because I'm going to put a stop at it as soon as I can. It doesn't matter. Our kids can only do what we allow. We give them too much well, I ain't going to say for me, because I ain't giving you no damn freedom. Certain freedoms.
Yeah.
But parents, as I'm just saying in general, is how I'm speaking. You're giving them too much freedom. Too much freedom. I know kids that are... They smoking, they drinking, they popping pills, they going to parties. My daughter, she'll come to me, she'll be like, Mama, Tyra's talking about going to a party. That's her best friend. She was like, I already know I can't go. Exactly. You ain't even gotta fix your lips to ask me nothing like that, because you know I ain't going. And it's not even
But they
so
gonna
much
do it anyways. They gonna do it
how
behind
she
your
gonna do
back.
how she gonna do it and I gotta take her? How she gonna do it and somebody gotta pick her up? How the hell she gonna do that? See, that's what it's called, putting limits on what you will and will not allow. If you allowing your child to walk out that door at 11:45, my child been out. Soon as you get out of softball practice, you better be ringing dinging my phone. Soon as you get out of band practice, you better be calling my phone. Because there is no, you got this much time until you gotta be home. No. And I don't even play until the streets light come on. No, I don't even play that. Get in this car, as soon as you get out of practice, we going home. You want to hang out with your friends, they can come here.
You still got hope.
Say that again, Kel.
No, I was talking to myself. I said, we still got hope.
Hope on who? You still got hope. See,
The
the
old
reason
school
I am
parents,
the
we
way,
need that back, man.
the reason I am the way that I
We giving
am,
up too early now. That's what I be feeling.
I'm not finna give up on I'm not finna give up on
I
nothing.
will say that the sex education, the minute it came into play, teen pregnancy rose. You can look this up. This is a fact. It was lower
I
before
agree.
they started doing sex ed, and the minute they put it into the school system, teen pregnancy and STD rates rose. And I think there's a reason for that. And I think part of it has to do with informing is not enough to control what it is the kids are dealing with.
It's never enough just to inform, because when it came to my child, and when she was like talking, she was like, when she was talking about her friends that has talked about sex, I said, you know what? I said, before your 10th grade years over, two of your kids in your grade gonna be pregnant. And was I right? Yes, I was. 2 10th graders pregnant.
Right.
I said, I said, you know the possibility of, and I told my child the truth, and people can take it for what it's worth, and you ain't got to like it. I told my child, I said, you more likely to come home with an STD. I said, you know what? You can't throw that back. I said, you more likely to come home with a baby. You can't throw that back. You more likely to come. I said, these are real situations. I'm not pulling no punches or sweeping nothing under my rug. Under my rug is clean, and I'm not playing with my daughter. Oh, we gonna have these conversations. Or we gonna talk about, and another thing with women, y'all talk about don't want to talk about like administration, or as far as tampons. Tampons don't come in my house. You can take it for what it's worth. I don't care. People be like, oh, that's just ridiculous. They just don't come in my house. Not for my child.
I want to address this now, real quick. This is what I be talking about right here. I think what Ferry just put down. But there are moments she is not in your sight. And that's what I be meaning about this giving up type stuff. I hear too many parents doing this, though. Like, my thing is, as long as you try, I feel like that's an excuse to be a soft parent. And that's what I'm just going to call it. I don't even care. So I feel like that's an excuse to be like, I gotta, they're going to do it anyway. That's why this number 3 broke there right there. They're going to do it anyway. So that's like basically they're going to do it anyways type comment.
I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. When my daughter go out with her homegirls and or even her male, or if it's a mix between boys and girls, guess where I'm at? I'm in the car. I'm sitting right there. You know what? You can go in there. You and your friends can chill and eat. Y'all want to have, y'all like her band buddies. Because she plays the trombone. All of the trombones decided to go out to eat. Y'all can go out to eat. I'm going to drop you off and I'm going to sit in the parking lot. I'm not going no damn where. I'm making time for this. Oh, everybody want to go to the movies? I'm going to the movies too. I'm going to make time for this. Oh, everybody want to sit here and everybody want to meet up and go and walk at the mall? I'm walking with you. I don't care. If you going to do it, you going to have to be Houdini with me to get it done. Take it for what you want. You're going to have to be Houdini with Lucretia to do something. Because I'm at your neck. When it comes to mine.
Over here, too, is cracking me up. I love it.
I also want to point out, I don't know who it was that talked about the education, the quote unquote adult education that was introduced in schooling with the rise in pregnancies and whatnot.
What up, cuz?
Right before that happens, are you aware of what was being taught in school that was keeping those rates down? Abstinence. And guess what the components said?
They ain't teaching that anymore. They're gonna do it anyways. I can't wait till we get on that one.
We gotta stop telling people to feel bad about their urges. We gotta stop telling people that they need to control themselves in this way. It's only natural, blah, blah, blah. And then they went into quote unquote education, and then we got, BC given everywhere, and bam, what do you see? So it's like, maybe there's a little bit of wisdom in telling people, no, not right now. There's other things to focus on.
It's not, even when I used to teach to I did a Christian group. Sorry, it's fine, I promise. Sorry, I did this Christian mentoring group, and we had a lesson taught. We had to talk about this, mind you. And we talked about choosing abstinence, and we would say, it sounds crazy, but we'd say, do we want you to have sex? And the kids are like, no, you don't. You hate us, right? And they're all and I would tell them, no, I do. I just don't want you to do it right now. I do want you to do that, but I want you to wait until you're married, until you have a husband who's not just going to throw you away tomorrow. And be
we got to bring some type of hope in marriage again.
Like something. Like, I just feel like, I do feel like dating is for marriage, long-term companionship, whatever, but I think it's for that. I don't think it's meant for kids who are barely dealing with their own bodily changes, and now they have to worry about their bodily change on top of the emotions of someone else, and understanding all of that. It's too much. It's just too much. And I feel like if you're teaching your kiddos how valuable they are, for instance, my granddaughter, Jesus, my niece, my mom's granddaughter, obviously, my niece, I've told her 1,000,000 times over how important and wonderful and beautiful she is, and how sacred her body is, and how if she's going to pair herself with someone, they need...
My body's my temple. People teaching that? What?
Right? No, I said, it is beautiful. You are beautiful. And the reality is, who you choose to partner yourself with matters. Even now. So if she's telling me she likes a boy, I'm like, how does he behave? What's his grades like? Oh, go ahead and like somebody else. Even if... Thank you. Sorry, even if I'll never let her date.
Said dating is practicing, just like the same term they say, I'm practicing having a kid. And that's why they end up having one of them, having a horrible life. Yeah, you can practice without actually doing it. You can practice that with friends or just educate yourself on it. Just like I was saying, I don't think you have to really, like I'm going to mention this again, right? I don't think this thing where they be having people like, well, you don't have kids. What do you know about that? You don't have, you don't know nothing. You ain't never been married. What do you know about that? All this stuff, right? I feel like that's some silly stuff. I think we should know. We should know, and we don't have to experience you. Like, you got to look at the way your parents, and some people I guess their parents wasn't around and stuff, but you got to be observant. Just like me, right? That's why I don't have no kids right now, because I've learned from other people's mistakes. I learned a lot about kids. I've seen it around, and I don't have to follow statistics. You know what I'm saying? So I know enough about kids so I can be basically prepared when I do have them, right? So the thing is, people always explain, well, I got kids, I know about them. No, you know about your kids. Every kid is different. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna change, but it's some like I said, it's some center, I can't think of the word. It's some core things that you should know before having kids. Just like it's some core things you should know before getting married. So it's people that's out there that actually know what marriage is without having to be married. You don't have to wait to be divorced to actually know about marriage. I never get why these people in the world think like that, though. It's because people always want to rush into things that they're not ready for. The thing is, you have to be prepared before you get into these things. You don't have to experience these things like I mentioned before. Like, how many of y'all got to keep on experience, like I mentioned, the cigarette thing before you had to catch cancer before getting cigarettes? I don't even smoke, right? I see other people. I learn from other people. I'm observant of it. But just because I don't smoke it, that don't mean I don't know nothing about it or I'm not prepared for it. So people need to get this stuff out their mind that you have to experience it to actually know about it. That's crazy. No, you got to learn from other people so you don't make these same mistakes. And so you know what you really getting into. Know what you want. That's why these, like, even relationships, people don't even know what they're getting in a relationship for. They don't know a lot of this stuff. They don't know what they're doing it for. All they're worried about is being happy nowadays. And that happiness is what be messing them up or making them live a miserable life, be having their feelings hurt more than anything. Like, happiness is a little quick thing, man. You got to think about what's important or what's, you know what I'm saying? So just, I guess I got more stuff I got to talk about. Cause this, I can see we lost for real.
I just,
But,
Kev, I gotta drop down, man. I'm gonna be driving and whatnot, so I'm gonna drop. I just want to throw it out there because it keeps getting brought back up. The relationships don't have to be romantic. I'm not saying that they have to be. What I'm pointing to is what I feel to be a rather self-evident, conclusion is that when you have young people in these quote-unquote relationships, it very easily and uncontrollably can escalate to the quote-unquote romantic side, and that's where the mistakes can be made. And I think that we would be doing our children a service at telling them that, I think it was Lucretia, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, talking about an ice cream flavor. It's true. Your taste buds are going to change. Well, guess what? The things that you like in a relationship when you're an adult aren't going to be the same things that you liked when you were younger, necessarily. So, it's like, I just don't see the rush. I don't understand the need for the rush for that type of experience and that type of knowledge when there's literally
an experience you can't reverse either.
With other things to learn and other things to do, especially with yourself. It's like, how about we teach our sons to grow up and be a husband in your life before you find a wife? How about we teach our daughters to go out and educate yourself and carry yourself as a wife before you even
Why
start
break a person hurt and then learn? That's stupid. That's just be crazy to me.
I don't see the harm in telling someone to wait a few years. It's hard for a teenager to understand that 5 years is not that big of a time when 5 years makes up over 40% of their lifespan, or 30% of their lifespan. 5 years is a long time, but in the big scheme of their whole life, 5 years is a couple blinks of the eye, and you'll be more equipped to handle these emotions and these stressors as an adult than you will as a child. I don't see the harm in casting that shield, whether it's a flimsy one or not, in front of our children. I don't see the danger in that, but I can see the danger in saying, give into your emotions, give into your urges, just try to be safe about it. I think that that's a lot more dangerous path. It's the path I went down, and it caused me problems. And I don't think anybody in here can sit here and raise their hand honestly and say that they didn't make mistakes as a teenager, that they wish someone would have had the courage to say no to them. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the only one here.
Can I finish up? Can I finish up my original? Can I please finish up? Because I started and immediately got cut off by 3 people. I've let everyone say what they needed to say. So
I mean, everybody's been talking, and I'm just saying goodbye. So have a wonderful evening, and thank you for having me.
I thought you already said your part earlier. You didn't say it.
No, I got cut off, Kev. I did get cut off because I didn't agree with.
You was the only one talking. No, that was crazy. All right, whatever. Go ahead.
But here's what I find very funny is I started speaking and telling, what I think about as cousin came in and solidified what I was saying is that kids need practice for when they get out into the real world. It's not practicing bumping uglies, Kev. It's not, it doesn't amount to that. It amounts to intellect with their peers. So if all they have is just mom and dad, and then they go off to college, and then they face the real world, who has taught them anything about relationships, friends or otherwise? You just go to school, keep looking forward, put your blinders on, don't have any feelings, don't have any emotions, don't have any type of anything other than the school. And here's the thing that I find funny is that when I was trying
What
to
do we go to school for?
when I was trying to tell my story and I got cut off, I find it odd that not one person asked, so how did your kids turn out? So let me tell you how my kids turned out. They're both college grads. They're both doing well for themselves. Well-adjusted, no children, not sexually active, don't ask for nothing from their parents anymore. They figure things out. You know why? Because their dad and I trained them up in a very good way. We answered their questions. We didn't try to save them all the time. I mean, if it risked their health or their livelihood, of course we would jump in and try to save them. But all the little things, you can't save your kids from everything, even if it hurts you. You have to sometimes let them bump their heads to figure things out. So I say this from experience. When you're so strict on your kids, you are going to have a problem child if all you did was be strict and you didn't guide them. You're going to have a problem child, I guarantee you. And I don't wish that on anyone.
I think it's also to
Don't be soft like today's people
talking
now.
about high school.
Did I
not
say
little
anything
kids.
about being
That's what I'm
soft?
saying. So you,
Did I
that's all I
say
say.
anything about being
You
soft? Did
gotta
I
have
say
the
that I
balance,
was
though. I
never?
feel you though, but I
Did I,
think what everybody said up here wasn't just straight strict. So I think we come from different angles and stuff. But whatever.
no,
Yeah.
but never did I say that I was soft. I told you
No, I
last
never said
night.
you was either.
I told everyone last night, you got to put the smack down on your kids.
Yeah.
That's not
But like,
physical.
only reason
That's
why,
not
only reason
physical.
why,
You got to let your kids know that you run the show.
yeah,
That's
that was the whole point,
guidance.
right?
So about
That's
high
Yeah.
schoolers, right? You're talking about high schoolers still. I'm making sure. I'm just getting.
Yeah,
But remember, we got. I'm speaking on general, not personal. I get why you, and that's why you said why nobody asked. But I think it was just off of general. We be trying to think like how.
I was
I
trying not to
understand
be
that
rude.
if stuff might personally work for us, but we got to think about the outside, not just us. Well, I was that person that snuck out or something like that, but it's like, do we think every last child gonna be like that, or because it's basically like giving a little leeway to like, all right, well, we might have to lighten up on our kids or something like that, and then it get too far sometimes that they don't even try to, they try to be their friends after that. That's like the topic is, but I don't know. Like I said, it ain't just. I just always like thinking about stuff that just might work for the world, not just for just us personally, though.
It's not just about me. That's
I was brought
what
up
I'm
with.
saying. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not just about me. I'm telling you what worked, right? And I do have
For
some
you.
and I do have some age on you, so I have a lot more experiences. Now, I'm not saying that I'm better. I'm not saying anything. If I have more experiences, it's probably because I've done more stupid shit, right? That's how you get
Or I'm
it,
trying to keep people from doing it. All right, that's the point.
right? But I got it figured out. Is what I'm saying.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to kick down the knowledge that I've learned that people don't have to repeat it. But I will go back to, if you put a tight leash on your kids, watch out. Watch out.
Are your kids married, Jen?
No.
Oh, okay. How old? Can I ask how old they are? Is that rude? I don't know what's rude.
I
What's
don't
not.
care. They're 30. They're 30, and my youngest will be 28 tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know because I didn't ask earlier because I thought I would be rude by asking. That's why I never asked anybody.
No.
Could I just quick?
Hey, cousin. Go ahead, sir.
I don't want to make sure that you got through, Jen. I just I want to say what's up with the panel. How's everybody? First of all, host, what's happening?
What's up?
Mirror in the building. What's happening with you? I was the one that put up practice, so I just want to kind of clarify a little bit and kind of understand what I was saying. The reason, if you look at where we are right now, right, we got grown adults who have anxiety, young adults who have anxiety, kids who have anxiety about going around other people because they do not know how to interact with them because they're at home virtually, right? We have gotten to a point where people don't even know how to talk to each other, and that's because they don't practice. People are depressed in the highest capacities that we've ever seen in history, according to what they say, like stats or whatever. But because we don't know how to act around each other, because it has been so secluded, because we've been so sheltered in a lot of different ways. And what I'm saying is, when I say practice relationships, because relationships are anything. That could be your best friend, that could be your sister, your brother. These are relationships, right? And they all have different complexities, and everybody is different. Nobody's a monolith. But as a parent, if you first of all, you need to know your child. You know what your child can handle. You know what your child can't. If your child is at a point where they're asking these questions, you need to inform them correctly about everything. Give them the good, the bad, the ugly, so that they can at least know. So that way a smooth talking motherfucker don't come out the side of their neck and meet them and talk them, and then they teach them something that you don't want them to learn. You get what I'm saying? Because this world has a way of equalizing shit. And if you don't teach them, somebody else will. And in this age, with information, you can Google anything. Corn is readily available, cheap, free, no matter what. People can find what they want to find. So if parents don't knuckle up and start really educating them and saying, hey, this is what's really going on out here. Don't hide them, right? But you put the shield on them by telling them, hey, this is the real problems that will happen, right? And this is the best way that you need to do it. Now, you're going to have rules and you're going to have restrictions and all of that. That's good. I that. So I know Print was saying that before, like the flimsy shield or whatever he said, and that's great. I get that. I agree with that. But you still have to give them the information, because they are ultimately the ones who are going to make that decision. And everybody, there is no blanket statement that we can say that will work for everybody, right? There is no general statement, because everybody's different. But I will say that knowledge is never a bad thing. And the reason why I say that, I'm 50 years old. I've been worldwide on different continents, all kind of women, debauchery up there. I ain't gonna even talk about it. I was that kid and if my uncles didn't tell me, they talked to me straight up like, hey bro, this is what you need to do. This is what you don't need to do. This is what they mean when they say this. This is blah, blah. And I learned that way, so I did not ever make a mistake that was detrimental to my life, because I had that knowledge. Right? I tell my nephews, my nieces, and they have all never made and never got really big mistakes in their life. They're always going, they're going to bump their heads, but you got to kind of give them a little bit of knowledge and let them go, because if they don't get practice in learning how to navigate, when they get old and get out the house, they're not going to know how to navigate. And then they're going to be old ass people like we see on these apps at 50 years old arguing over body count. Did you really? That's why we have this shit now. It's because they didn't have these discussions when they was younger. And I'm going to land on that.
Hey, if they practicing, they going to be really arguing over that. I'm talking junk, but I hear you, though. On that angle, I can hear from that angle, though.
With knowledge, right? And I'm not saying practice by just being a 304, and I hate to use that word because I got to find a new word for that. But not saying just give your body up to everybody. I'm not saying that. I don't want to be misunderstood, right? What I mean by practicing is understanding the dynamics of communication, understanding how to be around.
You, though.
That type of stuff. That's what I mean.
I was messing with y'all. I heard you. I heard.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. I get you.
Yeah, I'll be feeling like, because I be thinking, like, even there, like, people be like, I'm looking for, it's crazy she used that word, though, but I even hear, because I heard a couple people in my family say that, too. I'm looking for companionship, all that stuff, but you could get that with family, you can literally get that with friends, you don't have to get that with somebody you sleep with and stuff. You just, like, what you was talking about, the practicing, you don't have to, like, you was talking about with the what is it, the community, social, whatever, the social thing, right? You don't have to be with, I guess in a relationship to do that. That's why I be feeling like everybody got this one way of thinking, like, in order to get all that or be able to correctly talk to somebody, you got to be in a relationship. I think because that's the main thing that's prioritized in this world. That's people's ways of happiness nowadays and all that. They feel like a person or a child ain't living their life unless they dating or something like that, right? And it's like that's the reason why we the way we are now, because we prioritize that more than anything. We'll prioritize that over our own safety nowadays. We think that dating and and freaking relationships is the way to life, and we don't even got our own life together. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I'm taking time to myself, because I realize I need to take time and understand who I need to have in my life, who I don't. I'm learning all this stuff without having to be with another person. It's just crazy. Like, you got to connect with the people. You got to connect with people that's going to just what was I trying to say? Basically, you can get all this education without having to be in a relationship for the most part, right? Because I don't know, like, we got this one way of, like, this is the only way we can actually understand people is if I get in a relationship, I guess. Whatever, that's what I was getting to about that. And I'll be seeing a lot of people that think that way and stuff. What's the deal
But
with,
think
like I
about
see
this
that?
though. But think about this, right? Most people are social creatures. Like, we are social in general. I'm an introvert where I need my alone time like you do, right? I can gather my thoughts by myself. But everybody isn't like that. Most people aren't like that. Most people need stimulation outside. That's the reason why we have entertainment is so many $1 billion a year, because we need that. Like, we're social creatures, right? So knowing that, we have to we're going to find that social stimulation some way or another. And so if you have most people that we saw in the pandemic, when you were forced to be by yourself, what did they do? They turned to the internet to find lives, to find social interaction, because we need that in our lives for most people, right? But the problem is now we don't have, like, if you don't, it's like cooking. Let me just use that as an example. You can learn every recipe. I can teach you every recipe on this line right now. I can be live. I can show you how to do it. I can do all of that. But if you don't actually physically sit on there in your kitchen and learn your burners and learn your pots and learn how your temperature is, learn your altitude, where you're cooking at, if you don't understand how your oven works when you bake, if you don't understand all of these things, you have not learned how to cook. You might have the knowledge, but until you apply it, you don't know it. That is how we get wisdom, right? That's how we get wisdom.
I like that though, but this what I'm gonna do with that one though. With that one, I like how you said it. I think it is certain things that we do have to. Okay, we gonna go back to the experience thing, right?
Right.
But I think we should do that, right? Certain things like that. But at least with the cooking stuff, you can reverse that and try over again without your feelings getting hurt, without you catching an extra body, without you without you get to retry again. Put it that way. So things like practicing a relationship, that shouldn't be practiced, right? That's something that you really have to take your time and be ready for. You know what I'm saying? Or stuff like people that maybe I got experience smoking this or whatever to know I don't need it or something like that. Like, certain things don't need to be practiced or experienced to realize that you don't need to do it or see it from this angle. Some of this stuff really have to be really studied before actually experiencing it, because a lot of that stuff is damaging to self. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to practice a heartbreak to realize that you need to stay away from a heartbreak or something like that.
But let me ask you
different stuff like that shouldn't be practiced at all.
Let me ask you this though, and let me ask this to the panel if you don't mind. Because my philosophy is, why are we running from heartbreaks? What is a heartbreak? It's a fucking experience that you need to know. That's what gives you wisdom. Listen, we get knowledge, right? That's from studying, right? We get knowledge. We go study, we get knowledge. Okay, we gain knowledge from that. We gain confidence from successes, right? We get confident every time we have some success in something, we gain confidence. But how you gain wisdom is from your failures. That's how you gain wisdom. Okay, so why are we running from that? A heartbreak, yeah, it's not cool, but goddamn it, get up. That's how you learn. If we sit up here and act like this is the worst thing ever, oh my God, I got my heartbreak, it's trauma, I'm devastated. What are you talking about? It's not about, you gotta learn resilience, and that's how you do it, right? So as long as you don't do anything that is going to, like you said, you bring kids in the world. Now you're affecting somebody else, right?
You can't reverse that.
Right. So there's a limit to it, but I'm saying, like, as far as relationships and worried about getting hurt and all that, embrace life, because this is how
I understand
you're
that.
supposed to navigate it. You get me? So we shouldn't be
But you
afraid
shouldn't purposely looking for it. That's what I'm saying. At least make it be something worth it. You know, I think people are careless nowadays. You know, they put themselves in situations that they shouldn't be putting themselves in. And that's the reason why a lot of people turn out the way they is now and stuff. But I'm never, even with that, I'm not saying not run away from it. This stuff gonna happen in your life. You're gonna get your heart broken many of ways. I'm just saying, like, we got to really think these things through. Make the heartbreak worth it. You know what I'm saying? Make it like, don't make it on no dumb decision. And that's the whole point. If we gonna make stupid decisions, I'm like, well, I did it, and that's whatever. That's the whole point. We supposed to learn from our mistakes. So especially don't let our kids go through the same exact thing. We're trying to do as many less mistakes as we can. But like I said, it's a lot of people that just would live with 100 mistakes and just don't care. That's the reason why. That's the reason why these lives is literally like that. It's lives that's literally out here that's just very hurt. Don't know why they're going through what they're going through because they don't never learn from their mistakes. And that's the problem. And they continue, speaking of heartbreak, keep going through it and going through it and not knowing why they're going through it. So it's like, if you are going to get a heartbreak, know why you got that heartbreak. That's what I'm trying to get to about that.
I have something to say. You know how they say, like, if you keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over, you're going to keep getting the same results. Why would I want to keep doing the same thing over and over, that breaking my heart, to get the same result of a heartbreak? Learn from that mistake, like you said, Kev, and move forward in a different direction. Don't keep, and that applies to everything. Just like Cousin B said when he said something about cooking. If I bake a cake the first time and I mess it up, I gotta go back and think about what I did wrong to fuck that cake up. Right. I did something wrong. I did something wrong to mess that cake up. It's the heat of the oven, the ingredients I used. I didn't have it at room temperature. I did something wrong. I did something wrong. And that goes with everything. Like mistakes that we made as a child. That's just like my daughter. I got pregnant at 19, had my daughter at 20. Do I want that for my child? No. So I'm going to do every freaking preventative that I can. Learning from my mistakes. She ain't got to make the same mistakes I did, because you know what I say? Mama did this. You ain't got to do that. Mama went this out. You ain't got to do that. Mama did this. She shouldn't have did it. And I'm not telling you to do it. And you better not do it. But this is what you can prevent. You can do it like this to prevent that. You can look at this to prevent that. It's all about, and then some parents, and I'm going to say this is more women than men, and I know I'm probably they're going to say something to say. Some women don't want their daughters to do better than them.
Say it.
I'm just saying what the truth is. Some women don't want their daughters to do better than them because they're prettier than them. They are more educated, or they got more talent, or they have more capability. And so you know what they gonna do? Girl, go ahead and do what you want to do. It don't even matter. Girl, I did it, so it don't even matter. You can bump your head a couple times, it don't matter. Then when she bump her head, then she bump her head with a couple times, bumping her head, coming home with a bumped up baby. She pregnant, now she pregnant. Then what? You know what you tell her? Oh my God, I can't believe you got pregnant. No, I can't believe you allowed it to get that far. That's why I tell anybody, I'm a mother before anything in my life can lay down. I'm a mother before anything. My child's best interest at heart come before anything. It comes before any friendship, any relationship, even the relationship with my own mother. My daughter come before that. And people are not prioritizing the relationship and the knowledge that they can give their kids so they don't have to bump their heads. If me and Kel at the same job and I be like, Kel, the boss don't like it when you do this. Why would I allow Kev to even do the same as Kev? I did this 2 weeks ago, bro. Please don't do that. The boss don't like it when you do that. He didn't like it when I did it, and I know he ain't gonna like it when you do it. So look, this is what I did. Don't do that. Why we can't help each other?
Boy.
Why I can't help Kev to prevent from making a mistake that I made? And let's say the boss really, really pissed off by the time Kev do it. Now Kev lose his job off the first rip. He don't get a second chance like I did. And another thing, women, we get more what we call leniency. Women get more grace. Women get more. We get it all. We make a baby. You know what our parents say? Oh, come on, I'm going to help you take care of that baby. Instead of...
I talked about this last week.
I know. I was there. Instead of, no, what that knucklehead Negro that knocked you up? It's so many things that we need to do different as a whole, as people. And this is not, and when, I can't remember which one of them said that I hate to divide the men and women roles. I think that was Face. I'm not sure.
That was Face, yeah. She don't like when I talk about men Men and
Okay,
women
let me tell you something.
differences.
No. There is a difference. Let me tell you why. My role in this house is to nurture, love, and coddle. My man's job is to protect. He coming with that grunt, that roughness, that realness. Because when we step, because men see stuff that women don't see, and when we step outside of these doors, he all lovely and cuddly inside, but when we step outside those doors, he a grizzly. He gotta be. Why? Because his job is to protect us. But a lot of women don't see it like that. It's certain, and people don't believe in gender roles, or people don't don't tell me to stay in my place. Women, we have a place. We do. No, I'm not saying the only thing we got to do is be barefoot and pregnant. I'm not saying that. Or we ain't got no voice. I'm not saying that. Because
I never heard a man got to argue. Do I got to protect her, or do I have to?
Let me tell you something.
I never heard that one.
A man ain't never said, I think I'll protect her if somebody try to hit her. I think I'm going to be the man of my house. I think it's my job to provide. He ain't gotta think. The man know. He know.
Yep.
He know his role, and he do it well. Women have an issue with knowing her role. And I say women as a whole because I'm going to tell you, 10 years ago, I was that woman. And ain't nobody going to be real enough to talk about themselves. I was that woman 10 years ago. So I'd be like, ain't no man finna tell me what to do. I got this. I can take care of me. No. Just like I told you in one of your last Bible, and I told you about my brother. He want to huff and puff at my mom. It took my dad to chin check that joker, so he knew better. Could my mama have whooped my brother? No.
Can I ask you something though? Just a question.
You can ask me anything, yeah.
So if someone came into the house and he wasn't there, right? You're gonna protect your kids, right? You're gonna turn into that protector, right?
You said my man is not in the my man is not in the house.
If there's no man there, and somebody come in messing with your kid, you're gonna turn into that protector, right? Instantly. So I'm one of those people who say gender roles are stupid, and the reason why I say it, let me explain, is because when you assign a role specifically because of gender, that's ridiculous. What we do is we need to look at the roles. I think that relationship roles are important, right? But that is who does it better. To be optimal in a relationship, everybody has different roles, right? We know that, and that's true. But when we say that it's a gender role, that means that, you only do this because you're a woman, or I only do this because I'm a man. And that is where it gets ridiculous for me. That's where it doesn't make sense. That's where,
I disagree.
Okay,
let me say this.
But hold on, because the reason why I say it is because, just like you just said, if it's a man's role to protect, that means that you can't do it, right? It's because if you're not a man, you can't protect.
So
but that we all know
protect the man.
That's not. Huh?
Listen to what you said.
That you would.
Listen to what you said. You said your girls if he was not here. You said if he was not here, sir. You said if he was not here. You damn right it's my job to protect if he's not here. But if he is at work and somebody intrude, I'm grabbing you know what, and I'm going for what I know. But if he is in this house, he is going to stand in that first line of defense. Where am I going to protect our child?
Right. Hold on.
That doesn't mean I
can't.
No. That doesn't mean I can't do it. That is me. It's a time and a place for me to do it. It's a time and a place for me to do it when he's not here. If he is here, I understand that it's his job, but it's a time and a place. It's my time and place to do it when he's not here. Listen to what you're asking me.
No, I know, but listen to what I'm saying. Listen, so that's what I'm saying. So listen to what I'm saying. I am not saying that anything that you said is untrue. What I am saying is that if you designate it, if you put that role and designate it specifically as a man's role to do this, it's a woman's role to do this. That means that now when that means that what you're essentially saying is that it's not your role to protect at any case. But we all know that that's not true. We know that if you have to step up. So if somebody walks in the house and hits your man upside the head, he falls, right? And he doesn't see that you in the house. You gonna come behind that dude and put him down. You just protected your man because he was incapacitated for the moment, right? That is how it
That's
works.
out of order, though.
But
Look at
it's
the
not out of order.
analogy
That
Why
is
she
that
not
you
get put to
did.
sleep and the
That's
kids just sitting
survival.
there? She's supposed to be taking
Bro,
her kids somewhere else. Why is she fighting another man?
what I'm saying is that is
Kev, I can't
survival,
talk to
though.
him.
Hold on, let me finish. That is survival. We do what we're gonna do to survive. Now, you can say, like I said in the beginning, in the house, this is how we have our shit organized. You do this, I do this. You know what I mean? You protect, you do this, we know that, okay? But we all know that if something happens and it gets disrupted, we can jump into another role and we can do other things, right? So when I say that, it makes more sense to say, hey, we have a relationship, we have roles in our relationship that we attend to. But if the shit hits the fan, we know that the gender makes nothing. We're going to make it happen to where we can get up out of here and survive. The gender doesn't make a difference at that point. That's what I'm saying. So if it doesn't make a difference at one point, it shouldn't make a difference any point. That's the point I'm trying to make. When we talk about communication, it's you have a role, yes, but I don't call it a gender role, because if you call it a gender role, then that means that it just has to be that gender that does it. And we all know in real life, we flip-flop. We do other things. You get what I'm saying? So we should
Sir,
call it something else.
I
That's what I'm
listen
saying.
to what you're asking me. I never said the word gender roles. I said there are roles in place in a household. I never said gender, because the same way my man can go out there
And
and
they put
cut
a
grass,
bad
I
thing
can
on
too.
that.
Yeah, well, no,
That's,
when I said
but
gender
you putting
role, you
words in
said
my
you
mouth. One
disagree.
thing I don't like to do is
I said gender, and you said no. I disagree. When I said gender roles shouldn't be, you never said gender. You're right. And I said when gender roles, I think the label of gender roles is stupid. And then you said I disagree. That's the reason why. I said that to you, because you said that you disagree with me labeling it differently. You get me? So that's the only reason that I brought it up to you, because that's what you said. I wasn't trying to put words in your mouth. Don't if that's what happened, if that's how it came off, I apologize. I wasn't trying to put words in your mouth. But when you said you disagreed with me having a different label for that, then that means, by definition, that you agree with having the label of gender role, right? That's why I was trying to clarify. Does that make sense?
oh boy. Kev, can we get back to the topic, please? I love to get back to the topic.
Say when
I
you
want.
asked about heartbreak, I was just gonna say it's important to know, like, we were actually discussing children when we were talking about heartbreak, and how some people's point was that, and I don't even remember who, was that it was okay for a kiddo to experience heartbreak earlier on, because then they wouldn't know how to deal with it, while some of us, myself included, think it's more important for them to experience such a relational heartbreak like that once they're at an age where they can handle it, which is usually in adulthood. I've noticed that I know for me, all the men that I've encountered, not dated, because I haven't dated that many men, but all the friend guys I've encountered have said when they talk about their first heartbreak, they're talking kid time. Like, they don't trust women because when they were 12, a little girl talked to another little girl, talked to another little boy, and this is why they don't trust grown women. And I just feel like it's too much. It's too much.
It do deep damage, though. That's why I say that's something you don't want to play with.
That's very
Right.
damaging for young people. It's very damaging for them because they're developing all those neural pathways, and it just makes me feel like I don't know if I feel it's necessary for my son or my daughter to experience a relational heartbreak as a child.
Yeah, they need a heart. They need.
Running from
Oh,
it. No, that's it.
They need to be
okay. I was
upset
about to
about
say they
their
need a.
peanut butter and jelly sandwich falling apart. That's what they need to be upset about.
I was
Kids
just
get
about to say
upset.
they need a heartbreak
Kids
over
get
I
upset.
failed a test or something like that, or a heartbreak that I should have
I didn't
passed
get
this
picked.
thing.
I
How
didn't
about
get
that type
picked
of
for the
heartbreak? You know what I'm
softball
saying?
team, or I didn't make first chair, or let's
Right.
get mad. I want my daughter to be mad about
I
stuff
didn't make it on a
in
team
school.
heartbreak. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, but
We
I don't
talking about
want her to
stuff that's
deal
gonna
with
tear their life up for the rest of their life and stuff.
right. Because
And playing
at
around with
18,
relationships,
she is
that's
not
serious.
emotionally equipped to deal with a heartbreak, because a heartbreak does so much damage to people. It is going to detrimentally damage children because they are not emotionally capable of
Right.
mentally, physically, or emotionally handling that kind of stress. They're not ready. Hey, shit, some 30-year-olds ain't ready. So you want this 30-year-old to be ready, to not be ready, but you want this 15-year-old to be ready? Make it make sense. It don't.
Yeah. But yeah, I want to get Warlock in here, man. He
Oh, sorry.
fucking
I
up.
see you first. Sorry
Oh, my
about that.
bad.
Oh no, y'all good, y'all good, y'all good. Everybody was got their stuff on. Warlock, what's my brother? Welcome,
What's
man.
good, man? What's up, man? How's everybody doing? How's everybody?
Oh, we good, we good.
I
So
was on
if
my
you
old
want
man.
to
I
talk
was on my
about
old man
what we was talking about, or the topic, whatever.
Which you know what, man? It went from look, my brain is still on molasses time. I'm kind of heating it up right now, so it's like starting a new car. That oil hasn't totally lubricated the brain yet. So what we talking about? Heartbreaks. Look,
Yeah, whatever rang your bell, you know what I'm saying. Or you can get
I
on the
heard
topic.
somebody
It don't
say
matter.
this.
Talking about children
I heard
dating.
somebody say this, right? Life is its best teacher.
Yep.
In life, we're gonna have disappointments, heartbreaks, joyous times, celebrations, and all of that. And that is what builds you as a person. Heartbreaks is one of those things that builds your character.
True.
When you get, I'm going to use a word that a lot of people don't like because they get stuck on this word and don't. When you are damaged, right, it takes a process to repair. It's like if your car, your skateboard, your bike has never been broken, you won't know how to deal with it when it happens.
Okay.
I don't think any of us really, when the first time something happened to us, negative, it was devastating. The next time it happened, it was like, it still hurt, but we was like, okay, well, yeah, I kind of expected this shit. And the more you go through it, unless you are very emotionally or mentally unprepared or WEAK, it will destroy you. But for the most part, it just makes you understand where you've been going wrong. And for those people that continue to make the same damn mistakes, that's on you, because you have not been either taught or you just don't care that you keep getting hurt. Anybody that keeps stubbing their toe on the goddamn bedpost is gonna make an adjustment. People just want to get stuck in their ways a lot of times and not make that adjustment. And they're going to say, well, you know what? I keep getting heartbroken. Okay, this is why, but you're going to accept me the way that I am. You're going to conform to the way that I am. So if you don't accept me for this, fuck it, you don't need to be with me. And usually those people wind up either being alone or having somebody that's really bad for them. And then when that happens, now you have a negative outlook on every goddamn person of that sex. Whose fault is that? Listen, I'm going to try to make this real brief. I was in a live earlier, and we had some people talking about, well, men are supposed to be the leaders of the daggone community and this, that, and the other. And when things happen, they should take charge and all of this shit. And they're held, oh boy, here we go with that daggone word. But they're held, not that word. They're held, they should be held A. Cousin, you can tell them what the A word is, but we should know.
The name of my room,
they
right?
should be held, huh?
The name of my room, right? I know you're talking about that right there.
Yeah, they should be held A for the things that go on in the community. I hear this often. And my whole thing has always been, if you want us to be, if this is what you are labeling us, not us labeling ourselves now, then when we try to tell you certain things, you should listen. If you don't listen, how can we be responsible for anything? There are bad people that are going to do what the hell they're going to do. But there are also good people that are trying to keep them in check as much as possible. The only thing that you have, the only thing that you can do is control you. Outside of that, the only thing that we can do is, as the quote unquote leaders that this young lady just made us, is deal with it after the fact. Look, heartbreak usually comes from people putting their feelings out there on the line for the wrong people. Stop picking the wrong people. How do you stop picking the wrong people? You take your time to try your best to get to know somebody. You have those critical conversations and you ask the hard freaking questions. A chameleon can only hold its color but for so long. If you're out there and you're sticking your eggplant in this woman after the first 2 or 3 times you see each other and you get a fucked up result, guess what? Next time, don't do that. Same thing for the ladies, but the consequences are even deeper for the ladies because we can stick our eggplant in you, make a mistake, and roll the hell out. And that's what a lot of guys are doing. Ladies, you are stuck with that freaking mistake. And that mistake will affect you for years and years to come. I understand that there are bad guys that may be out here making 3 and 4 goddamn babies. Whose fault is it that you didn't do your homework and realize now you're the 4th or the 5th one? And I close with this. When it comes to heartbreak, we all know how it feels. Whether it be in a relationship, whether it be a loss in sports, whether it be just seeing your child do something that highly disappoints you. The best thing that we can do is learn from it, try our best not to repeat it, and move on. I land.
All right.
Want to do the third or fourth question? I don't know.
Huh?
Did we do the third or fourth question yet?
Boy, every keep getting, new people keep popping up. We ain't even making it to you. So now I gotta get on, I guess Edwin, a new person, man. Welcome, my brother. Well, he knew today. I mean, he not new to me, but because I know him. But I'm just saying.
No, I'm gonna let you keep on going. I'm listening. So
I gotta get you caught up, man. I gotta get you caught up. So how you feel about the topic?
Man, look, Kev, I respect your grind. I love the topic. Would you like me to go down the list?
Well, if you got somewhere to go ahead and go down the list then.
Okay, parents are too friendly today. For me, I agree. I think it comes, and that's the heading kind of sets the agenda. I believe parents today, younger parents in particular, don't really know how to parent because they don't have any examples anymore. When we were not segregated, before they integrated us, we saw the art of parenting everywhere. It was in our civil society. I mean, like, everybody know Big Mama, Miss So-and-so and her kids and all this other stuff. That's just the life we grew up in because that's just the way it was. Now that we've moved into quote-unquote civil society, we think we got a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of. What we lost was our community and the art of raising our next generations. That comes through parenting and parents in particular. And the problem is new parents or younger parents don't want to be like older parents because they don't see any value in the art. Meaning that parents have been parenting forever And we've got to this point, and now, oh, we don't want to do that anymore. That was too harsh, too critical. It wasn't the right way. It made me feel a way. I didn't like it. So now that I'm a parent, I'm going to do it different, is the mentality of most younger parents. The problem with the math that they're bringing is they don't have any solutions. What I mean is that they can point somewhere into society and say that this brand of parenting works. It puts great kids in the world without problems, without issues. Civil society is heightened and better by this style of parenting. It's just a freaking idea. And then from there, you get into all these subsects that you're talking about. So the addressing is simply when there's chaos, they want all the old folks to come in and save them. Where you guys been? Now it's our turn. But when everybody else had the widget, you know, old people, go sit down. You failed us. It doesn't work. Our society is not right. Yeah, because we took our hands off of you and let spoiled kids do what spoiled kids do. Let you bump your head while we sitting by watching you, because we done told you that you was going to fall and hurt yourself. But no, you didn't believe us. You figured you had it all figured out. Now you done fail and bumped your head. Now the whole world is upside down and it's just not right and everything else. And what I keep saying, either you didn't get raised or you're not raising properly. Because prior to this rule of thought, we didn't have we had issues, but this was not one of them. I will land there and I'll continue on, let somebody else go because that was pretty long.
Okay. So, cousin, let's see. And before I get too far, man, I know y'all gotta realize that, you know, I know that, yeah, I got my point of view of things, man. That's why I talk about everything. I literally talk about everything just to see, you know, I know I'm gonna shake some feathers sometimes. It is what it is, but everything, and if you ever notice what I'm saying, right, most of my stuff is protection for a majority of us, you know what I'm saying? I never say, I don't think that, you know, I know we got a lot of personal things or whatever. I'm always going to be big on, like a probabilities over possibilities for the most part. And if I see, you know, like I said, I've been very, very observant, man. Like I said, it's the reason why I haven't been married yet, right? Because I'm being patient. I'm patient, right? That's the reason why I don't have kids. It's the reason why I haven't been in jail, like all this stuff, right? I mean, I learned. I'm always been an observant person. So the reason a lot of my stuff come from an angle of learning from other people's mistakes, for real. That's the reason why I be so big on about that that experience thing, right? A lot of that stuff, I still feel like observation is a form of experience. You don't have to really, you know, go through and do certain things to actually know what it is or know what you need to prevent from, right? So, like I said, overall, my whole thing is like I'm always gonna come from what I feel, and it just be me, right? Nobody really had to agree or disagree, but I mean agree, right? But it's always gonna be what I feel is most likely to work to help majority of us for the most part. I can't, you know, little stuff like, okay, because I be like this. What I be mean about some anecdotal situation, like when I be seeing people like, well, some people found love off first sight, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in none of that stuff. And that's why a lot of people in this world is going through what they're going through, because they think that first person that they was in love with, that was love. That's just less like that's Disney that taught y'all that stuff, y'all. So we got to really open our eyes that, you know, it's possible, but it's not probable. These possible things is what's tearing a lot of that's why we having heartbreaks at older and older, you know what I'm saying? They don't even start as no young kid. Now we just getting it now because we still got that in our mind. Because it's possible if I do that. But like I said, I always say focus on working on yourself first. That's one of the main things. A lot of these things that we be wanting based off our feelings and all this, you know, I just want to live life. Like living life is not only, and I realize that everybody's, for the most part, is living life is being in a relationship. I understand the popularity of it, but dang, that is not the only form of living life. It's more to life. You got to understand your life first to even really live it. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing a wonderful, I'm at peace and all that stuff. I don't need an extra person to help me be at peace. That's my thing. And a lot of y'all y'all really probably wouldn't ever understand it until y'all really had the time to yourself. You know, I had to even give up sex. I gave up all type of stuff, right? Even though I wasn't going crazy like that, but I had to realize that I really had to focus on myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not what living your life is. You know what I'm saying? Everybody be saying that you got to do this and that, and you got to make sure you get this stuff done. But my thing is, if a lot of this stuff is could be, it gets dangerous if you don't really try to at least be a little logical on certain things, or think stuff through before you just go and just do it, man. Living your life ain't just going off based off your feelings. And like with me, right? I always tell people that I'd rather live good than feel good. You know what I'm saying? I think for the most part, all of us go off feel. You know what I'm saying? That's why we don't feel like going to a gym. We don't feel like, oh, this stuff don't taste good. You know, we go through all them things, right? I just noticed that. I thought about that. I ain't let Sergi talk earlier. I thought I had. Did I? That's weird. But what I'm getting to is, like, we got to focus on not just only our personal things. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to really think, like, and pay attention how this, because I think a lot of us lack on what's really going on in this world for real. Like, if you see, like, say if I know I personally had got, okay, the first girl I slept with, I married, you know what I'm saying, and it went successful. Me myself, I got to think outside of me and have to realize, dang, okay, would this be right for the world to follow this because it worked with me? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm big on numbers, right? And this only what makes sense. Numbers is meant, or general things are meant for others. Personal things are meant for just me and mine. You know what I'm saying? That's all that really is. So if you're trying to help the community or something like that, we can't use personal things just because it worked for ourselves. We got to really think outside the box and look at it like, dang, all right, if I sleep with somebody the first night, we got to think about what can come behind it, even our own mistakes and stuff. So it's like we got to try to prevent as many mistakes as we can, because this stuff is getting dangerous. It's making this world worse than it is. We know that mistakes is part of life. We know that heartbreaks is part of life. We know that all this stuff, love, all that stuff is part of life. But this thing is, we want to make sure the next people that's coming up behind us don't make these same mistakes, or try to make smarter decisions, right? Or make sure their mistake is counted. It counts. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we have to think out, like I said, think more than just us, man. That's what we got to do. And if we don't know nothing, just admit that we don't know it, right? You know what I'm saying? Or don't discredit somebody else because it might be different from us, right? Because it's like, we don't know everything. All of us don't know everything. And even with me, right, I will state my point. I'll state my point because I ain't saying that I know everything either. But I state my point, but I'll tell you the reason why I think this way too. I'm not about to say, well, I just feel like this, or I feel, you know what I'm saying? No, I got to tell you what I've been observing of, what I've seen, how this world is going, because we notice the world, so we got this one people, well, the world is kind of nice or something like that, but my area is pretty nice. But you got to look bigger than that, because if the world's very nice, why we got so many wars? Why is everybody just divided off these Democrat, Republican stuff? Like, it's so much stuff that's going outside but your little world, and a lot of us only trapped in our little world. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't think it's not going on. I mean, I do believe in, now this is what I do, right? I do believe in being optimistic, right? You know, that's when I can say my world, right? Because I do know I have to, because I'm only living my life from that point. But I do advise people to have an optimistic mentality that even though we know it's bad in this world, still look at the good in it. But I'm not telling people, like, you know, live life careless either. But I'm just saying, for your own good, that's how I find peace, is being optimistic. Is like, you know what, I know it's a lot of stuff bad, but I feel like I know that it's something better in my life. That's how you view it at that. I'm not disregarding that it's negative things that happen in life, because it's good and bad. But if you focus on negative all your life, you ain't gonna get anywhere. So start looking at things in a positive. But that's different from what I mean, as in, like, I don't know, but I'm not end up going too far on that. But I'm just saying that, like, this is the reason why I mentioned some of this stuff. So, because it's like, I just, like, my stuff where I'm coming from is just like what I feel is best. I guess I say feel, right? Because everybody, we can be wrong or right, but my observation is the reason why I'm saying this, because I didn't have to go through a lot of these things, man, to teach some of these things. Like I said, I didn't have to experience none of these things. And I see other people what they going through and stuff. That's the reason why I was told when I was younger that I don't want to be a statistic. That was one of the most powerful things that I could have get. My dad told me that one, and that always stuck in my mind. And I'm like, I ain't want to be no statistic. You know what I'm saying? I started being safe. I'm not no baby mom. I ain't no baby father or nothing like that. I'm not none of that stuff because I'm actually learning. So why not listen to a person that know how to prevent from being this way or trying to be peaceful, or trying to not peaceful, but just being preventive, right? It's something I learned. It's something I must be doing right if I ain't have to go through all that. You know what I'm saying? It's something I'm doing right. I mean, at least get a little credit on that. That's rare for a 33-year-old to not have no kids. You know what I'm saying? Or I ain't been in jail. Like so much different stuff I had dodged because I've been observant. And I think being observant is a wonderful teacher too. You don't have to, I understand what they say. Experience is a good teacher because you get more of a connection and really knowing. But I think experience can come in so many different forms, and that's where that empathy and all that stuff come from. It's different things that is going to happen in your life that you're going to experience that you can't, that's not under your control. And you get that same experience or feel without having to actually experience it. That's different. You know what I'm saying? You can see somebody going to jail to know you don't have to go to jail, but it hurt you. It broke your heart that person went to jail. Oh, my son went to jail or this, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But I didn't have to experience that, bro. It's something I had to learn from. So everything in our life is we live and learn. We're not just living. I think a lot of us are, I got to live my life. You got to still learn. You got to learn. That's how we correct our mistakes. That's how we prepare ourselves. A lot of us got out of bad relationships and all stuff, don't even know why. That's why we're not ready for another one, because we don't know what happened, what went wrong. We never had that time to look in the mirror and really know what we want and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's the reason why, but that's why I say I'm gonna continue doing different topics like this. I'm gonna keep on talking about different little things and stuff, because I realize there's a lot of stuff that a lot of us just not been observant of. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is, and I feel it. I feel it. So, but
Kev, listen.
yeah.
Okay. I don't have to experience, let's say I'm a 16, 17-year-old young lady. I don't have to experience labor to know that it's painful. Think about it. Listen, I don't have to experience labor to know that it's painful. You done seen enough, you done heard enough stories, you done heard enough situations. I don't have to experience raising a child as a single mother to know it's hard. I'm observant of the people around me who are experiencing these things, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that. Nah, I think I'll stay over here and, like you said, be observant and safe. I don't have to catch an STD to know I can't get rid of some of these jokers.
Exactly.
Like you ain't experienced, but I observe all these people who dying or going through all these type of situations. Like, you don't have to experience every single thing, but if you make yourself knowledgeable and aware and observant, like Kev said, there's a lot of things that we can prevent. We're not trying to say that, oh my God, Kev never said, I'm going to dodge every situation in my life. No, he just said the ones that he can control, he going to dodge them. He didn't say that if he go inside the store and come back outside, somebody done dented his car. He can't dodge that. Shit happens. If it start raining hard enough and a tree fall on my house, I can't dodge that. Shit happens. But I could have been preventative and cut down this tree that I've been looking at for 2 years. That it's dying, but I'm gonna let it stay up there. But my gardener told me 3 times to cut it down, but I'm gonna just leave it up. And then I got a hole in my house, and now I got to pay all this money to get my house fixed. I could have prevented that.
Right.
And
there are so many things in life that we can prevent. I'm not saying we can prevent everything, and this even goes to our children. We can't prevent our children from doing everything. We can't prevent every situation. But damn it, I'ma do my best. I'ma do my best.
Least try.
I'm not finna say, oh, it just happens. She gonna do it anyway. It'll be okay. She'll figure it out. No, ain't no way in hell I'ma ever let that ride. That ain't coming out my mouth. Because if I'ma do my best to be at her school, I'ma do my best to be present in her life. I'ma do my best to make sure she knows she is loved. make sure she knows she is beautiful. She ain't got to hear it from some little knucklehead at the street, at the school to know she pretty. She ain't got to hear that. You know why? Because every day, if I could screenshot my text feed to my baby, what you need, boo? Mama love you. You beautiful. I like what you had on today. You smell good. I liked your perfume. Like, I can tell her that. Her daddy can tell her that. She don't need no knucklehead at the school telling her that, because he only want one thing. It's so many things we can prevent. And I'm not saying that kids don't get out here, no matter how much love and attention and care that you give them. Some kids, they can be in a 2-parent home in a good neighborhood, going to a good school, got everything they need, and still go out there and do the wrong thing. That is possible. But when them parents did everything they could to prevent it, they can hold their head up high saying, you know what? He or she did this, but I know for sure that I did my best.
Exactly.
See, here's the thing that I definitely agree with her, right? But Lucretia, is that how you enunciate your name?
Yeah.
I got one right today. God damn, I was like 0 for 8 today. I'm 1 for 9. I'm feeling good. All right. So here's the thing. We understand that people have different mindsets and different mentalities, right? That's the problem right now, is that a lot of our young people was not given that wisdom. And sometimes, and we know even when we were little, our parents used to say stuff and we're like, man, I don't know what the hell they talking about. But as soon as we got into that situation, those words were the first ones that popped to the front of our damn head.
Facts.
The problem is now that a lot of the little kids don't have those words in their head to pull out, don't have those tools in that toolbox to use. So when I hear a woman or a man talking a certain way, I'm like, okay. But overall, that's not where a lot of these kids are at. And when I say kids, I don't mean preteen and all that. I'm even going so far as to say 20, 25-year-olds. I'm 55. That's why I call them a damn kid.
I feel you.
I agree.
My whole thing is when children are growing up. All right, let me ask this question. You know the 5 W's, right? The who, what, when, where, why thing.
Right.
Out of those 5, with the child growing, teenager growing, which one do you think is most crucial to their growth?
Why?
Anybody else?
You said, say it one more time. My bad, I jerked it off.
Yeah, because I'm trying to comprehend before I answer.
Out of the 5 W's,
that was my fault too. I just drifted off. I was looking at the comments.
Which one is most crucial for them to use in their growth?
Oh, why? That's, I know that from experience. Since we talking about experience,
since we can come to a general consensus with the people here on the panel, when they are growing up and you tell a child something, and they ask, "Why, Ma? Why, Dad?" What is the usual response they get?
Because I said so.
Exactly.
So
you're not
upset.
Now,
I can't speak for me. That's not what I say, but that's the normal.
Exactly. Thank you for not making it personal.
Yeah, okay. That's the normal.
So when a child asks me, whether it's my daughter and she's 22, or anybody, even the kids that I coach football, I don't tell them because this is the way it's supposed to be, or this is what I told you, or this, that, and the other. What I tell them, and I told a girlfriend's grandson this, I said, do you trust these people? Do you think they'll do anything that's going to harm you in any way, shape, or form? And if their answer is no, I tell them, do what they say, and then go back and ask why. Because normally the response will be, because I told you what I did. Now they have an attitude. Go do what they ask you to do, then come back and ask why. And I do believe that if they do that, you should be able to explain to them why, because now it makes more sense to them instead of just telling them because I said so.
I agree that it should be explained because children do have the right to why is this or why is that, or you know what I'm saying? They do have a right to ask questions. And
Can
I
I
would
say something?
then come back. I do understand that logic also. But see, and this is just I'm gonna make this part personal for me and my if my child comes to me and she asks me a question and I'm not, let's say as a parent, I'm not ready to answer. We have a thing that called in my house called give me 24 hours. That means I got time to get myself together to prepare myself to answer what she asks me. And if I tell her something and she don't totally get it or she needs time, I give her a chance to go and research or get herself together because I want her to come at me with 100%. And I'm gonna come at her with 100%. I know for some people they be like, you gonna wait 24 hours to answer her? Yes, because it works. Because if I just give her an answer off the top of my head and I ain't got all the facts, who look dumb? I
Very
look
true.
real dumb giving her some bullshit that I done pulled out my ass knowledge instead of giving her a definitive answer. Mama don't totally know, so let me go do my research. And a lot of parents don't want to tell their kids they don't know. You scared to tell your child you don't know? I'm not. If I don't know, I don't know.
Can I speak on this conversation real quick, if you don't mind?
Y'all, hold on before you speak, y'all. I love y'all so much. I'm sorry I gotta go. Lala, it was nice to meet you. I'm gonna follow you. Everybody in the panel, I'm gonna follow y'all. My phone about to die. I gotta go. Kev, I'll be back. You know I'll be back.
All right, for sure. All right, cause I see you down there. I can't. See you when I'm be up here. Then I gotta see how many hours I might have to do a little quick reset. But yeah. With that, so I would say we should be partial with the "cause I told you so" thing, right? Because everything don't need to be explained though. Because I think some of it, like, now I'm gonna try to like kind of mix this with the soft parenting. I be feeling like some parents talk to their child too much, like on like friendly level and stuff, and to the fact that the kids start talking back and stuff. Stuff like that. I'd be like, nah, I said what I said. I ain't about to explain myself. It just depends on what we talking about, right? Because there's some kids that'll question you on, well, why can't I have, this stuff? I'm like, bro.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, if somebody told you, right, well, I'm not going to explain myself to you, how would you feel about that?
I guess it depends on what I asked them.
So the reason why I'm asking you that is because the same emotions that you got from me just saying that is the same emotions that a kid has, right? So we have to teach them how to manage their emotions and our responses that we give, right? So a lot of parents, what I've seen is me personally, I'm just going to let it be known personally, I explain everything to my son. Now, things that I don't necessarily want to explain to my son, I say, listen, you're a little bit young for me to explain this to you, but when you get a little older, I'll revisit the conversation. And we have a journal that we write down for things for us to revisit. And the reason why I do that with my son is because if I don't explain it to him and he gets the answer from someone else outside of our home, then that starts to build a trust with the person outside of our home, which then he will start to venture off and start to wanting to get understanding from people who necessarily don't love him or trust or don't love him or care for him as much. So then that's why a lot of children are going to these outside entities to gain information that don't necessarily, that's gonna not necessarily do them any justice as far as their growth. So when it comes to my son, I want to be the primary explainer. So he can ask me whatever he want to ask me, regardless whether it come from, adult situations or children's situations. But I tell him, like I said, if I don't want to revisit, if I don't want to explain that particular thing to him, then we have a journal where his questions go into that journal. And as he gets older, I'd be like, do you remember this conversation that you asked me why about? I said, okay, let's talk about it now. He's 9 years old now, but things that he asked me about when he was 5, we visit and we talk about now. We have things that I'll talk about him when he's 14 or 17 or things like that. But majority of the time when my son asks me why, I give him that same explanation because he's a whole human. So just because he's a child doesn't mean that the same capacity of emotions that I have, he doesn't have. It's the same thing because he's a human being. And so I like when, for instance, somebody told me I was wrong for saying that, my son was outside playing all day and he was sitting on my couch, and they were like, well, there's someone older than you here, you need to get up. And I was like, no, he don't. I said, he's tired too. Like, that's a whole human being that you're talking to. I get that you're tired from whatever you were doing, but my son is also tired from going outside and playing. So now my son understands that I must have his back before anybody back, right? So that builds that bond with me and my son. And I will never tell my son that he doesn't deserve to have a seat when he's tired.
Yeah. But I'm gonna explain because that's what I say. Because I was literally saying I feel like it's still, even though what you're saying, but that's your I guess that's your route though. But I do still feel like it's a balance because everything don't have to be explained. Everything do not have to be explained to your child. Okay, I'm gonna use it just like you asked me that question about how I feel because I'm human or whatever, right? But you got to realize it's like an authority thing, right? Like you're not gonna be able to explain yourself to no police officer, right? That's how kids start talking back to police officers. That's how they start talking back to certain situations that they shouldn't be talking back to. Because some stuff you just have to submit in and wait till you get in court or whatever until you be able to express yourself till you get further information on it or something like that. So it's like you can't. And I feel what you mean though. Like they're human, they feel a certain way, but people gonna feel what they feel. I'm not based. If you notice, you probably don't know me, but I'm not based off feelings. I'm not a feeling based person. I'm more of a, what's likely, or what's more safe, or what helps somebody, what's more healthy, right? So kids don't feel how they feel no matter what. So, but to save them from the outside world, because the world is not about to. If a dude got a pew pew to his face, he ain't gonna be able to get the answer why. He ain't gonna be able to get that. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just you gotta let them rob you, do what it is, and you're not gonna get the answer why you're getting robbed. It's so much stuff. Like that's what I mean about you have to balance that out. Because if you have that one kid that got a question I mean, not saying that questions is not a bad thing, but it's just like you got to know when and where and what to question. Sometimes you just gotta, and that's how I gotta be. It ain't no. You gotta have an answer for everything because that's how you had that one kid. Like, no, I need that answer. I've been seeing that stuff too. I seen that route go too. You know what I'm saying? I need you to answer me. I need you to answer until like, cause sometimes you're not gonna. Some of them they're not gonna understand. You know what I'm saying? And then they ain't gonna stop until they get an answer or whatever. And it's just I don't know. It got to be a balance though. I do feel like got to be a balance in that situation. So I wouldn't say keep on brushing everything off. But I don't think that everything need to be an answer behind it either. Some stuff just need to be what is. Because it's for protection, just what this outside world has, is whatever. That's how I look at it.
This is why I gave a caveat when I asked them in reference to how do they feel about that person? Would they put them in harm? Do they feel as though they would put them in harm's way? Do they feel as though that they would tell them to do something that was not wrong? If their answer is no, then that's when I said, well, you go ahead and do what they say. And then come back and ask questions later. Now, that conversation can be elaborated on in reference to outside on what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But in this house with your mother, your grandmother, or whomever, this is the way we handle this here. However, when you go outside, if someone tells you jump across the daggone creek and you know that creek is 9 feet wide, no, you're not going to do that. That's your better judgment now.
Right.
Right. So that conversation goes a little bit deeper when we start talking about the outside influences. But as for in this house, this is how this works in this house. So I just wanted to put that out there because it does go deeper than just doing what somebody says.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was trying to get at. Like the way that I conduct myself with my son, I would want the information to come from me first.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Outside my house, it's all kind of snakes, and you know what I'm saying? It's all kind of snakes out there. So before somebody says, oh, you should do this, but like, nah, my dad already told me that this ain't the route I need to go because A, B, C, and D. Now, obviously, there's different factors outside of the home that none of us will have control over, right? Mm-hmm. But all we can do is make them aware of what those situations are and how to conduct themselves in those particular situations. But that just coming from like my son, he typically asks me, Dad, well, why did you say that, when you were looking for that job? And I said, I was explaining to him how I was going for a job, but I didn't take the job because they wouldn't pay me what I'm worth. And so I explained to him that if a company doesn't see your worth, but you see your worth, then you don't take that job because they don't value you. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to make sure that they value you, and this is why I work so hard so that you have the choice not to either work for someone else or you can work for yourself. And so these are the types of things that I explain to my son at 9. But I also have financial conversations with my son about how how to utilize money, what his life insurance policy means for him when he turns 18. So I explain to my son about the business world, and why all the time. But that's because I want my son to be financially literate at 18 because they don't teach you that in school.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hey, look, I'm going to use 2 quick examples. Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm about to say, I just want Lala, and then he go back to you then real quick, because Lala been having her hand for a minute.
Yep. Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. So it's tough because what I'm hearing is that some people, like, I believe that in some situations there's what's called inductive discipline, right? Which is like immediate, hey, stop doing that. Or if a kid says kid's about to throw a chair, hey, put that down.
Oh, they hating on you now. As soon as you got your turn.
Yeah, I think she might have got a call trying to reconnect or something. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. All right, there you go.
Why did I think I was talking the whole time? Anyway,
Right, I thought I seen it unmuted. There was nothing going on.
Yeah, that was weird. I was just gonna say, like, as a teacher and a mentor to young girls and sometimes boys, I do see a lot of crazy behaviors, and some things are inductive discipline things where it's like immediate, stop that, put that chair down, stop hitting your friends, whatever, right? Immediate stuff. And then some things are time for empathy, which is like longer conversations. What I have trouble, like my son, for instance, we have a thing where he just does what I say first. I don't deal with a lot of why from him until much later. Like, he'll do whatever it is. He's 9 years old now, but he'll do whatever it is I ask him to do, which is how I've established it in my home. And then later, when things are calm, we call it respectful appeal, right? And he'll come and say, well, Mom, like, I was in the middle of XYZ and it felt like you were upset or whatever, and I jumped on him, and maybe I jumped on him and I was wrong when I jumped on him because I misunderstood the situation. But we call it a respectful appeal. The problem is with people being allowing their children to ask questions as often as they do nowadays, and as frequently in the sense that they don't have to do what they're told first. They just get to ask you why, and I don't want to do it, or I don't have to give you respect unless you give me respect. Like, there's a whole gap in the generational development, and I'm looking at 20, 30 kids at a time with the same gap. So there has to be an issue with the way it's being taught. Like, they're not I do not think that, like, I heard the sit down thing with the kiddo, like the adult had to get up. Maybe it's my Southern roots that hated that a little bit, but I was like, oh, okay. I feel like even in that situation, I don't think him getting up would have been saying that he's not equally as tired as an adult. I just feel like it was a respect thing at the moment. I do believe that age and wisdom does come with a certain amount of respect. Call me crazy. I don't know.
Can I say something to that?
Go ahead.
Can I respond to that? So, I totally get where you're coming from because I was raised like that. But why shouldn't they respect the fact that my son is tired?
So,
because the world ain't gonna do that.
I'm trying to figure out if asking him to get up, I don't think that's saying that he has to stand, right?
Well, at the time, he would have had to stand.
Okay, so if he had to, I don't know. I'm not saying it's not equally as important. I don't feel like it's
Can't
not
control the world.
But he's still a kid. That's just the truth. And I think it's kind of weird. I think it's weird to internalize it like he's not important because he had to stand up. It's just right now the hierarchy of needs.
here's the thing that I think that we fail to get in reference to what he just said, right? With age comes knowledge and wisdom, right? For most sometimes. I'm quite sure that at some given point in time, if his son is sitting down and he's tired, and he sees an older gentleman with a cane or a lady with a walker, and he'll probably relinquish his seat to them. He's not going to sit there and just watch them struggle to stand while he's comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a grown, able-bodied adult, no, I wouldn't expect my daughter to relinquish that seat.
Right.
I would. So I think that there's context behind that. It's a situational thing. So I think that's what we were missing out of that. So that's where I'm at with that.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I can accept context might have changed something.
I'm sorry, Lala?
I said I can accept that context will change some things.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that he was teaching his son just to be outright rude. You know,
they didn't have a walker. Or
right. I get what you're saying, Royalty. I was just putting further context to what you were saying.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I get where you're coming from. Now, all right. So here's another scenario for y'all. All right. Let me tell y'all what happened, and then I'm gonna put it to y'all. My daughter had a Facebook page, and kids post on their Facebook page. However, when it comes to cursing, they use a lot of those symbols, right? I read her Facebook page, and I went into her DMs. I didn't make a comment on the post, and I said, "Call me." She called me. I said, "You're gonna have to stop doing that." She was like, "Doing what, Dad?" I said, "You're gonna have to stop cursing like that because it's not ladylike, and I don't appreciate it." She said to me, and she was 12 at the time. Yeah, she was 12 at the time. She said to me, "Why? You and mommy do it." Now, if your child came to you and said that, not you per se, but what is the normal response to that from an adult?
You ain't grown.
Anybody else?
Say no as I do. What are all the sayings for that?
Say again, Lala.
I said we're adults. We're not.
Okay.
Not as
You're absolutely right. That's our normal response. Say what, Kaya?
My bad again. I was looking at my phone. What was the question?
Oh, no. I said if you're telling your child that you need not use curse words or what have you, and they come back to you and say, "Well, you and mommy do it," what's the normal response that a grown person will say?
Oh, wow. That's a good one. That's why I try not to. I wouldn't try to cuss. That's why I do. I'm an advocate for practice what you preach, though. So I do feel that, though. So, okay, for the average room. I think they gonna say, "Do as I say, not as I do." That's what they gonna do.
Basically, royalty and Lala basically said that the normal response would be, "I'm grown."
I'm grown, right? That's what it's gonna be.
Okay.
What'd you say, Jen?
No, you asked, what the response from, the adult.
Yeah, what's the normal response that you would get from an adult when a child says something like that?
Most people would say, "Be seen and not heard."
Okay, so here's the thing. My daughter did that to me, and it threw me back for a minute. Because, that was the first thing that clicked in my head. Then I said, hold up. If I tell her I can do this because I'm grown, what is that actually telling her in the long run? That when she becomes grown, it's okay to do these things.
Mm-hmm.
No. So at the time, well, now she's 22, but nonetheless, at that time I said, you know what? You're right. Man, mommy do it. That doesn't make it right, though. So, you're right. We shouldn't do it. And to this day, she's 22 now. She won't curse around her. She may curse around her friends or when she's out, but she does not curse around me.
Right. I don't cuss around my parents either.
You know, so
Thanks.
that's a lot to learn, even when we are adults and parents, because you never stop learning, and you have to be careful on what you say, because these kids pick up on the smallest freaking thing.
They do. Most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear a lot of people that's over 21 or over 25. Notice I didn't call them grown. I hear a lot of people, well, I'm not gonna do this, just I'm gonna be me. Okay.
Right.
So be you. Let your child grow up to be them and see how much you like it.
Right. But these soft parents is doing that too, because they will stick by their word so bad that they don't care about their child because they only care about themselves. Well, I didn't care. I'm being me, so I'll let my child be me. So them the ones that be raising these little menaces.
Well,
Look, your questions are real funny to me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Walter. Go ahead, man.
Well, I would say that a lot of times, a lot of these parents are not willing to change for the sake of their children, or they just don't care enough to really set an example for how their kids should conduct themselves in all situations, including running a household. A lot of parents having healed from their own trauma, so then they pass that same trauma down to their kids. But when they see that same trauma in their kids, they try to correct it. But you gave them an example of what that trauma is, and so it's harder to really bring them back from that trauma. And then as they get older, they're trying to figure out that, man, once they get older, they're figuring out, man, this is not right. And so they have to overcome what most people call generational curses. And it's not, it's just basically the examples that their parents set because they haven't dealt with their shit, or their own trauma. And so I believe that before people do, decide to become parents, they need to go into that closet of adversity and deal with them so that they can and know how to conduct themselves and be emotionally stable enough to raise a child.
As I was going to say, those questions, I answered them a while ago in the chat. And I said the answer to the first three is because they stupid. Why allow kids to have a relationship before being grown? Because they freaking stupid, and they probably didn't tell their children. They probably didn't have the conversations with their children. I understand people are going to do what they're going to do. But do we allow it? Say, oh, you got a little girlfriend. Oh, that's so cute. No, no. We're not doing that here. If you do let them establish a quote unquote, now, relationship, I know what you meant by relationship, Kev, because somebody's going to come through and type in the chat or be thinking on the outside, well, everything is a relationship. But I know what you meant by a romantic type relationship where their feelings are involved. I get that. A lot of people don't. So unfortunately, I had to explain it to people.
Right.
They're stupid if they allow that. While parents scared that their child will fear them. Because you're stupid. Fear does not always indicate that you are abusing that child. People are going to say fear, well, that means you're beating them and this, that, and the other, or you're doing something to them to make them fear you. No. See, my daughter feared me. She did not fear me. She feared the consequences that came behind her doing wrong, which means that you now understand that there are consequences behind every action that you take. And some of them you will not like. Some of them, I may take your freaking phone and your iPad for a week and a half and tell you your ass can't go outside. Sometimes I may just tell you, I just may not say anything. And sometimes that puts more fear in them, especially when you've established that you have a baseline of what you will and you will not accept, and you just walk around like ain't nothing going on. That will put sometimes they will self-check themselves. because they be like, oh shit, either they don't know or they're just that pissed. Fear is not a bad thing. Granted, I always tell my nephews, you may not like me, but you will respect me. Respect is a beautiful thing because you get a lot further with respect than fear. But fear does not always indicate that there's some type of an abuse going on.
Right.
Why do parents give the statement they're gonna do it anyway? Because they're fucking stupid. When you do things and you realize it's not gonna work, or somebody tells you something, you're not, yeah, you know what, I agree, and you still do what the hell, the absolute opposite, you're freaking stupid. I'm gonna do it anyway, even though I know what the hell you just said is absolutely, without it, unequivocally correct, but I'm gonna do this anyway. You're stupid. You're not using wisdom in your decisions. You're not. Because if you can agree with somebody and say, yeah, that's right, you know what? Yeah, maybe I should. And you go do the absolute opposite anyway, you deserve what you get every damn time. And I'm not gonna pull it back. Are those say what, Royalty?
Oh no, go ahead, Lala.
No, I was just gonna say, when parents give the statement they're gonna do it anyway, I just think it's because they're a little lazy. In all
That's what it.
honesty,
Right. That's
I
what I'm.
think
That's
they're
the answer right there. I
lazy.
already
They
know.
don't want to put they don't want to parent, which is literally their job. They don't want to do their job. They
I
don't
bet you
want
they
to
put in work to make that baby though, didn't
No, they didn't mind doing that.
Some of them didn't.
And
they? Well, yeah,
Had to
some of
quick
them are like
little.
starfish. I get you.
that's why people disassociate, right? Like a dad or a mom will say, that's your son or that's your daughter. It's no longer our kid. When they're doing something crazy, it's their kid, right?
Right.
And so it's about like only wanting to have credit for what they're doing positive, but not wanting to have the responsibility for what they're doing that's negative.
Right.
I don't know if
Oh,
y'all
it's the
noticed.
dad's fault because the dad ain't around now. But it's your fault while they doing good. I never, boy, they be
No,
funny to me.
because that's the
Yeah.
thing. Because a toxic mom who is present is worse than an absent father who is not. Sorry, not sorry.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. I don't know if y'all realize the way that I speak, right? Two things on the way that I speak, and I'll tackle these last two real quick, right? One, you have not heard me say, and y'all have, but you have not heard me say anything about a mother or a father.
Mhm.
I haven't said a mom or a dad or a woman or a man. I just call it
Right.
like it is, right? And also, when I tackle things at the freaking foundation. I don't give a shit about the third and fourth floor.
Mhm.
I don't. Because once you start tackling that, then you get away from the actual problem or the issue. Because now you start talking about situational things, little idiosyncrasies that go along with that. First, you got to lay that freaking foundation. They're freaking stupid. Now we can build on that. Right? This is the way that I speak. And this is why a lot of times when I'm on freaking panels, if in fact they allow me to elaborate and speak, nobody ever comes back at me really.
Right.
Because they don't have anything to stand on, especially when I tell them, okay, I understand that there are exceptions to the rules and there are outliers. I get that. Because that's usually what they try to come back with, those exceptions.
Exactly.
So I take that away from you right away. Are those parents that don't like parenting? Hold on. Are these the parents that, oh, I'm sorry, Royalty, go ahead, my guy.
Yeah, I was trying to speak on you were talking about fear, like how their child will fear them. I don't for me, and I can't really explain how other parents think. I can only explain how I think.
Right.
And with my son, I feel like I don't want him to fear me, but there's a reverence that he has for me because I am his father, right? Like the only time I've ever spanked my son, I patted him on his butt when he was like 4 for lying, right? And I didn't even hit him hard. I just like patted him like, bro, listen, man, I don't want to do this, but I have to. You know what I'm saying? Because you won't learn the lesson. Like, he doesn't get in trouble for a lot of anything really, but lying.
So
And I tell
let me
myself,
ask you this: do you not punish your son? Not necessarily talking about beatings now. I need to get that clear. Do you do things to punish your son out of fear, out of the fact that you think he may fear you?
no, not at all.
Thank you. That's all that I was saying.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because
It's funny because I'm not shocked that he was going to answer it this way because I listened to his talking points before. I knew he was going to probably say something about the fear thing. That's funny.
Right. I mean, that's cool. That's why we have these conversations, my guy.
No, I'm talking about
That's why we
royalty. I
have.
knew he was going to answer it that way. I don't put fear in my kid.
Yeah, man, because I mean, I really believe that, like, I believe that my son is hurt from the disappointment, in his disappointment toward me, to know, like, when he does something, like, for instance, when he gets in trouble with me, yeah, he gets in trouble, but if I sit him down and I talk to him and I ask him why he did something, and then we have a conversation, and and it's a tough conversation, but if he gets emotional, I'll stop him and be like, listen, or I'll ask him, son, are you feeling emotional? He'll be like, yes. And I'll be like, okay, well, listen, why don't you go take some time for yourself, go deal with your emotions, take a minute, and then when you get done, we're going to finish this conversation, because a situation is not going to stop because you're feeling emotional, but you have every right to take a little bit of time for yourself to get yourself together. You know what I'm saying? And so, every conversation that we have, it's really teaching him emotional wellness, right? And I think that a lot of parents don't have the emotional, again, revisiting what I said earlier, being emotionally stable enough to have a kid so that you can teach them how to be emotionally well in every situation.
I agree with you. Now, let me ask you this before I tackle these last two real quick, man. When he gets emotional, and you ask him those questions, I'm quite, excuse me, because you didn't say it, so this is why I'm
It
asking.
seemed like the mother should ask
I'm
it.
quite sure that you ask him, what was it that made him feel that way?
Absolutely.
Yes. All right. So I just wanted to clarify that part because you didn't state it. You know how these TikTok streets are. These motherfuckers try to pick apart everything that you say. And yeah, I really don't give a shit about whether they pick apart what the hell I say because I stand on my shit. Anyway, are
I
those
don't know if I'm
parents?
tough or not, but I'll be telling my people to suck it up, man. Forget all that. I swear I'm not feelings based, man. I swear I'm not. I ain't got the time
You know what?
to coddle my child every last second they get in their feelings. That's crazy. But I don't have
You,
kids,
you
so
know,
what do I know?
you know I coach football. You know I coach football, so I deal with this shit on a regular basis, right? I have kids I deal with kids on a broad ass spectrum.
It's friendly.
When we're practicing or we're playing a game, a kid may come over to me crying his ass off, the snot bubbles and all of that stuff, right? Because they're 8 and 9 now. And I go and approach them because I separate football, their emotions in football from their emotions off the field, right? So I ask them when they come over with the snot bubbles and all of that, I ask them, why are they crying? Okay, so is you crying going to fix this issue right now? And a lot of times, most of them stop and think for a minute. You can see the thoughts running through their daggone head. And most of the time, they'll be like, no. I said, so why are you doing it? Go to the sideline, think about it for a minute. We're going to get you back in there and help you correct that issue. Yeah. Now, outside of football, I tell them, look, you hear often enough that men aren't supposed to cry. I'm not saying cry at every little goddamn thing, but if you are feeling this way, first, recognize that you're hurt, realize why you're hurt, and if it requires you to cry. If you go out there and break your daggone finger, I don't expect for you to come in the house with no tears and not yelling and crying, because that shit hurts. But if somebody says something to you that you don't agree with and you don't have a comeback, as in like shooting the dozens, no, there's no need for you to cry about that. there's no need for you to go try to bang them upside the head with a 2x4. Get better in the craft, my guy. I can give you some jokes, trust me.
So yeah, so my thought process on this thing. So just to kind of tell you where I'm coming from, Kev. So I'm the program manager for the Washington State Peer Counselor Network. So what I do is I work with all of the behavioral health, all agencies, all of the substance use disorder agencies, and the peer counselors in Washington State. And so what I see from a lot of kids that I come across in a lot of youth and young adults is that they don't have the emotional capacity, right, to deal with their emotions. So instead of bonding at home, they bond with drugs, right, because they feel isolated in their trauma that they're facing at home. And so obviously your house is a lot different from what I'm hearing a lot of households across the state of America, period. But in those houses that they haven't had, this is a very common thing, right? The parents saying, "Oh, suppress your emotion," so they suppress their emotions so much to where later on in life they don't know how to deal with the emotions because they are taught not to feel anything. Like, for instance, when a parent says, if you cry, I'm gonna give you something to cry about, or shut up before I give you something to cry about, right? And so they learn to suppress their emotions at a young age. And then when they start to actually feel something, they don't really understand their emotions. So they go through life angry because that's the only emotion that they've gotten out of the situations that they've been in.
I can agree with you. I can agree with you. Like I said, all of my football kids are not the same as far as where they are on the spectrum, right? I had a kid with Down syndrome this year. Their parents just wanted them to get in there to get to try to get used to being around other kids and learning things. So I had to approach him a different way. I had a kid that had ADHD. I had another kid that came from a mom that did drugs while she was pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So I think to teach each one of those, there has to be a different approach. And that's the most challenging thing about me being a football coach, because when these parents bring these kids, they don't tell you these things. A lot of them don't. So you have to be very observant. And if it's something new that you've never encountered before, you have to go to the parents. You have to do your research on how to handle these type things. And no, I'm not saying the way that I do things is one size fits all in no way, shape, or form. But what I deal with what you would generally run across. The kid that they diagnosed with ADHD, here's the funny thing. This was his second year playing football, right? His mom took him back because he's made such big strides that we got him a signed football from I don't even like this daggone team, but what's the quarterback for the Ravens?
You got me on the football.
Is it Lamar?
Jamal, whoever the heck he is, right? They gave him a football and he had all the Ravens sign it, and that was his trophy for being most improved and best teammate. His mom took him back. Our season ended in November. His mom took him back to get evaluated late December. The doctor that she took him to said he doesn't have ADHD. She's going back to get a second opinion again. But it's about the interaction. A lot of kids nowadays, because of this internet, because of the social media, because of the video games, don't have interactions. And when they do finally have that interaction, they're going to act a certain way because they don't have the tools on how to deal with personal interaction. Everything is by way of Wi-Fi. So, yeah, that was just in response to what you said. Last one real quick. This what happens when kids have kids, agree or disagree, and why. Generally, yes. I'm not here to say that every teenage mom really sucks balls. I'm not, because I know some that have done really well with their child. I know some that have really been wilding out, and when they had their child, their whole perspective on life changed. But as a general rule, yeah, this is why we have children that really just have no real concept of a lot of different things in life in reference to how to respect people, how to deal with situational issues. I always say that a child that is raised by a single parent most likely are going to have issues. Because one, the parent has to work. They're really not paying the attention. They're really not able to give that child the attention that they need. So ergo, they're raised by TV, internet, video games, or what have you. And that's where they primarily get their social skills from. We as a society at whole has become desensitized to, I don't know how old y'all are, but at one given point in time, when you saw somebody get unalived in a movie, it was horrifying. Just to see a little, when somebody got pew-pewed and you saw the little bit of blood on their shirt, that was horrifying to you. Mm-hmm. Now you can see a person get chopped up, beheaded, whatever, this, that, and the other, and you laugh at it now. We become desensitized to the horrors, to the things that make us cringe. Mm-hmm. Because it's just the way that they say it's just the way society is nowadays. This is what we're feeding our computers that's called a brain. And we associate that with this is normal. And it shouldn't be. Look, I love the first couple Saw movies, right? Because I saw the plot. And then it started getting worse and worse, and you started seeing more gore and more this and this. And I'm going to tell you, that crap makes me cringe at times. Because I'm saying to myself, this is a freaking human being. How can you do this to a human being? And I know it's a freaking movie, but the kids nowadays really don't know how to separate. They think, okay, they unalived in a movie, or I unalived them in a daggone video game. Let me go outside. You can't hit a reset button in real life.
Yeah, that's why they're supposed to be paying attention to the ratings on there. You got kids playing M-rated games and all that stuff, but blame the parents on that too.
They say, who the heck do you blame for that one?
Exactly. Rated R movies. I mean, that's why they're not supposed to be seeing stuff like that, just like you said.
You blame the stupid ass parents that buy it and then wonder why their kids telling them, F you, mom. F you, dad. And then you wonder why the kids getting slapped around the daggone house because they just won't stop. Mm-hmm. Because one, they don't have the teaching on how to regulate. The parents evidently don't have the tools on how to regulate. Now you have a whole household that's full of crap. You can't even say anything. Excuse me. You can't even say anything to a kid that's sitting on your freaking car, or the parents may want to come out there and try to fight you. They're sitting on your freaking car.
Whoa,
now, would you rather for me to say something to them or go in my daggone trunk? For both of you. Which one would you rather have?
That do irk me though. Like, right. That's what I was just mentioning earlier before. People don't even check their child, but when you check their child, they want to have a problem now. Like, bro, y'all can both get it in if that's the case. Y'all not about to mess my situation up because your lazy parenting. Or your stupid parenting, now we put it that way.
I love kids to death. I see a lot of single parent household, men and women, that come to bring their kids to football. And I'm going to tell it to you like this, and I'm going to land on this one for a while because I've been speaking for a minute. I'm not the type of dude that likes to be out front. I don't look for a whole lot of accolades and things of that nature. This New Year's Eve, we had a paint and sip out my football coach's, my ex-head football coach house. And you know how they depict us men, especially us black men, that we're unfeeling. We don't know how to show our emotions and things of that nature. And he has all the big trophies because he's the head football coach. So, yeah, you keep that. But I took a picture of it. I took a friend of mine to the paint and sip thing. And when we were talking in the hallway, when I was taking the pictures with all the trophies that we had from a couple years ago, he said, Coach E, listen. He said, we don't say it enough to each other. He said, but I appreciate you. Without you, these things wouldn't happen. You need to stop being so damn humble. You need to take the credit that you're due. I said, all we did, dog, was coach these kids. They made the plays. He said, but no, you don't understand. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be the man that I am, and I wouldn't be the father that I am. He said, dude, you took time outside of football season, to talk to me, to come and hang out with me when I needed somebody just to hang out with. You talk to my girl in reference to the relationship issues that we had. He said, dog, you just have no idea how much I appreciate you. Now, him saying that, now this was in front of the whole party. A lot of the women was welling up. And don't get me wrong, I was welling up too. Right? And he said, dude, bring it in. I love you, my guy. That's where I get my guy from, him, actually. And when he did that, everybody started bawling, except for his boys. His boys was looking like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? This is some gay shit. This is some weak shit. This is this. And he looked at them and said this. And mind you, they was his boys. I knew them, but they was his boys. He said, that's y'all fucking problem. Y'all don't know how to express your feelings towards another man without y'all calling it gay. Y'all need to check y'all freaking sexuality if that's what you think it is. Blew me the fuck away, dog. Blew me the fuck away. And I said that story to just let guys know, look, it is no way and in no way, shape, or form homo to express your gratitude, your emotions to another man. It isn't. There's nothing wrong with letting some tears flow, man. When you feel it, let them go. We have very few avenues that we can really express ourselves. Granted, there are more than there were 10 years ago, but we have very few avenues to really express ourselves and be the authentic person that we always wanted to be. So when you have that opportunity, take it. Tell another dude, look, man, I really love you, my guy. I really love you. And it's you've done these things for me, and I really appreciate that shit. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you think it is, and anybody that think it may be kind of gay to do that shit, go check your sexuality. Because if that's the first thing that comes to your mind when two men can say that to each other, then there's a problem with you. And I land on that, and I'm gonna be quiet for a while.
Hey, doing your thing, nice.
I just gotta pick.
I gotta give him one of these real quick.
I definitely I said I definitely followed you, Warlock, man. Connect with me, because I definitely would love to top it up and see what your capacity is to come out and maybe have you come talk to some of these people at some of these events that I throw out here in Washington State. For real.
I think Lala, you was about to say something?
Well, I was having about the kids having kids point, but
And what I mean by that, right? Because I see it still like Grown adults that still got like a kid
Mhm.
mentality from what I learned, from what I'm noticing and learning throughout time, right? So I mean, it like literally have a kid like way of thinking. I ain't even mean like teenager, right? I mean it like a kid like way of thinking and having kids. That's what I mean about that. So
Yeah, I was thinking about. Well, I was thinking it quite literally by what you wrote, and I
Mhm.
was, for instance, I came in contact with about 3 girls who were in the God, don't get me to lying. It was 6th grade, I think, or 7th graders, middle schoolers, and they Warlock, because you was blue too, do
Two.
too.
Oh, I got some people on
Leave her
video.
alone, damn it.
He tear you tree off.
Blue.
That's
No,
cute.
but I've dealt with like 6. They're pregnant. They are pregnant currently in the 6th and 7th grade.
Oh
And
my.
the thing is, and I know that this is taboo to say, but kids, little, about 14, 15 years old, this was a thing that was happening. This is not something new. Teenagers have kids. They've been doing it forever, right? And even in biblical times, they were at a certain maturity level where they were
Right.
taught to be mothers at the age that they are now because they're prepared to be mothers, right?
Yeah,
These kids are not prepared
they're
to
not.
be parents. So even if it's like, okay, that's normal in other people's
You
brain,
gotta have control first.
you have to have some sort of emotional control and maturity. And so it's like, yeah, you have, and then I was gonna say that, then you have grandma's 36 and mom is 24, and it's like, hold on now, everybody had a baby under the age of 16 over and over again. These kids, I'm just communicating that there is a gap in maturity for people who are having children nowadays to people who have, when they were back then in other generations, they might have still been having kids, but their mentality was just different.
Exactly.
It's just completely different. And so I do
And it wasn't about expressing your feelings either. You know what I'm saying? We do now. We done got in this age that everybody know you need to understand them and all this other stuff. But back then, that's why it's a lot of people gonna have something over, especially with America, right? That we so focused on. That's why we so sensitive now. We so focused on their feelings are valid and all this stuff. But that's the reason why they making money off of it too. They make money off our feelings low key
they
though,
make
and it's like we getting
money off
softer and
of,
softer and
use the
softer. But
kids,
the people, huh?
and they use the kids to do so.
Yeah, that too. Right, right. Or the Oh, I ain't gonna say the other thing, but yeah, right. And then I'm just saying that's why they got the ups on us, right? It's people across, like the people across the seas, right? They got kids that's in training, right? They will tear our adults up over here. You see what I'm saying? Like they don't have, like, even though they don't got the option and all that stuff, it's like the more freer we is, the more softer we get and the more spoiled we get and everything. So
Well, you know my take
you
on
notice that
why
we need order. You know what I'm saying? They have happy families across the seas, but we always project ourselves because we're not used to controlling rules and all this other stuff. But you see, their lives is way more correct, successful, and their family. Huh?
I said America's founded on flat out rebellion, so it's just continued, like, as generation. It's just all rebellion. It's all about doing. Don't tell me what to do, or I'll make my own religion. Don't tell me what to do, or I'll make my own country.
Exactly.
I'll do all. Just don't ever tell me what to do ever. And that's how we operate. And it's just like my son is 9. And
that's the reason I'm not feelings based. That's the reason I'm saying that, because I see where it's getting us, where it has got us. You know what I'm saying?
The feelings are, I think his feelings are valid, but I think there's a time and place.
Time and place
for him to express those feelings. And sorry, people don't like this, but mainly because he's a boy, is there a difference from when his sister can express herself to when he can express himself? A protector is meant to have his game face on, and that is what I'm training my son to be. I'm not raising a little boy. I'm not raising a good child. I'm raising a man.
Right.
And we're not,
Right.
we don't have time for him to learn how to be a protector once he's 18, because he's not ready then. He should have been learning from now. So when you're out in the world, put your brave face on, because they do not care. They do not care about your tears. They do not, your emotions mean everything in the world to me, but they don't mean anything to them.
Exactly. And that's what the preparation should be at. You know what I'm saying? Well, we always think about, I don't know, that's gonna be weird.
I don't know.
Whatever.
I'm crazy too.
No, I agree with that 100%. Like, but but those at the home is where that emotional space, that safe space for emotions should be 100%, right? But when you go out into the world, you gotta, of course, as a man, you gotta show up every time, like, right? But some people have their people misunderstand what a protector is, right? And I say this because, for instance, like, I 100%, and this might raise some flags up in here, but that's cool. I don't truly believe that one parent, either a woman or the man, can raise the child by themselves. I believe that it takes both parents being involved in the child's life so that they have an understanding of their emotional capacity on one side, and also the standing up as a man on the other side. Because as much as a woman knows about a woman can't raise a man, just like a man cannot raise a girl or a woman.
Sure can't.
100%. So I believe, like I said before, what you said before, I 100% agree that at home you definitely need that space, but when you step out into the world, you know what I'm saying, you put your game face on and you go make it happen. You know,
Yes.
but you have to be able to know situational awareness. That situational awareness should be taught at home.
I did just read an article from a study that turned up that children raised by a single father have the same or closer to the capacity of becoming successful as a two-parent household. And it's less likely to have that result for a single mother. And I thought that was really interesting. I was wondering what everybody else thought of, what reasons everybody thought that was, personally. I know I'm causing beef, but it is what it is.
Shake the room and go see my show with 300. Well, actually, I can, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe, that's why people don't want to believe in stats. They don't like stuff like that. But they believe in when they say, if you get head every day or something like that, that's when they want to go to stats now. Oh, yeah, I got to get that, though. People be so picky when they go with the
And I
stats.
think it's interesting. And I think it's interesting that the single fathers have the capacity to raise them to be equally as successful. Not saying a mom's not needed. I think both parents are very desperately needed in a
Most definitely.
household. But I'm just, obviously, as a mom, of course, I'm important. What? Anyways, so I was just saying, like, if it's more capable for a man to do, and I think and I could be wrong, I think part of the reason for this is because a man is more likely to find a mother figure for their children than a woman. It takes women like forever to find a stable,
They don't need man nowadays.
good
So.
figure for their male figure for their
I'm
children.
strong and independent. I never heard a man say that.
I think
No, I'd be a little
Might not
weird
shake the
though.
room.
I think too, though, that in certain situations, like, I'm a single father, right? And my son lives with his mother. And when my son comes to me, right, like, I teach him about, like you said, like, I teach my son about financial wellness. I teach him about, emotional stability. I teach him about, things that he's going to have to operate in the world as, you know what I'm saying? And not saying that mothers don't do this, but us men, when it comes to our emotions, we have that survivalist. I don't know. For me, I have this survivalist, like, regardless of how I feel about his mom, I don't speak down on his mom. Regardless of how I feel about certain situations, or when they, like, come up, I tell him I'll explain it to you when you get older, when it comes to his mother or any other situation in life, right? So I try to make sure that I pace him. For myself, I try to make sure that I pace my son at his age, but also give him an understanding of what life would be like for him already as a man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that statistic was based on daughters as well, but I know for me, whenever my son comes and he's like, Dad, I want to spend more time, and I'm like, I understand that, but there are things that there's paperwork that I have to put it'll take a little minute, but I'm working on it. You know what I'm saying? And so for me, I think it's just really giving him the realness of what life is, what life brings versus, mothers are protectors of their kids. They try to protect their emotions, they try to protect their feelings and things like that. But a man, like for me, I just tell my son what it is. Son, listen, I got to go back to court, and it's going to take me a minute because these court dates are a lot longer, but it in time we'll make it happen. And I just tell him how the world works,
Yeah.
versus try to tell him like his mother celebrates Christmas. I don't. And he's asked me, he was like, well, Dad, why don't you celebrate Christmas? And excuse my language, but this is exactly what I tell my son. I'm not gonna give no fat white dude credit for what I do every day. And I go to work, and then I put food on the table or buy you gifts. Like, you my son, you can have gifts all year round. Like, this one day doesn't make it special because this is what I do every day for you, or whatever you need, I provide for you. But I'm not gonna tell you that some other dude is doing it when I'm the one that's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Period. And he's like, well, okay, but when he goes to his mom's house, because he celebrates with his mom, I send him Christmas gifts to put under her tree for him to have. But
Yeah.
if he's at my house for Christmas, we going to the mall, we going shopping, we going to kick it, we going to the movies, we going to the trampoline park, we doing whatever. But we not going to constitute, I'm not going to feed you no lies, because they've been feeding you lies. Because at one point, once you find out the truth, then that allows you the opportunity to distrust what I tell you.
Oh. I'm sorry. I don't have nothing to say because I missed a lot of that with the exception of like the last 20 seconds. So I agree with that part, but I don't know exactly what y'all were talking about.
Also, there was like a lady who did.
I did it too. Don't feel sad, Warlock. I did it a few times all today. I'll be drifting off.
There was a lady who
No,
did a
I
talk
actually had
that
to go
said
do something. But yeah, go ahead.
men actually, women, like from birth to about 5 years old, right? The children are best with their mothers because they're doing all the main stuffs, right? We're teaching the walking, the talking. We're nurturers, which is they're irrational at those ages, so that's probably the best person to be at home with them anyway, because we are equally as irrational. And so it's just a good time. But then as she was talking about how the reason mothers have mastered the art of connection while fathers have mastered the art of separation. And she was saying they are able to coax their children away from their mother in a healthy way. And so it's like, hey, come outside, experience the world. Hey, look over here, let's go play. Go ahead, jump off of that, because mothers are hypervigilant, right?
Yeah.
We're like, oh no, don't go up there. Get down. Stop it. Don't touch that. That's dirty. Like, you know what I'm saying? Dads are like, come on, eat the dirt. You know what I mean? And it just stresses you out. And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, that might be in the fact that if we are masters of the art of connection, that might be part of the issue, is that so many single moms, sorry, I say this every time and I do not care. So many women are ruling the world, and now we're in a situation here where there's a lot of coddling and a lot of take care of and make sure everybody feels good, and don't ever make anybody feel like they ever did anything wrong ever. You know what I'm saying? And so now you see this topsy-turvy hot mess. And that's my personal opinion. I've said this before on live. I think feminism is a very big problem that has caused a lot of these issues because it's a little bit of an illusion. And so I just feel like the more you see women trying to be in a position that doesn't naturally come to her, the more issues come about. And that's why I think fathers are just so valuable. But, again, who am I?
That's a great point. I respect that 100%. Can you if you can, DM me that article?
Yeah, definitely. Lady, single father thing.
What'd you say?
Single father thing or the connection and separation one?
Both.
Okay, I can DM both. No problem.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
So are we supposed to talk about why these parents don't like parenting advice?
Why parents don't like parenting advice?
That's what I say. Right? Kevin might interpret it. Jen and me are blocking it, but it says, are these the parents that don't like parenting advice?
Kev.
Yeah, you drifted.
What happened?
Infidelity is what's happening.
You drifted.
I heard my name. What happened?
I said, are you asking why parents don't like parenting advice?
Oh, okay. Now, y'all said, are these the parents that don't like? So basically, off these first three, right?
Okay.
I think I only asked that question because I realized a little comment thing with the people that had the problems with these first three questions. So I'm saying, are these most likely the parents that don't like parenting advice from others because they feel like it's just some reason behind it, though. But I feel
No,
like
they can be
is these the type of
a
parents?
little bit more abrasive when it comes to parenting advice, I think, because they honestly, people who believe these things usually are not the majority of parents, and so they realize they're the minority. In my opinion, this is why. They realize they're the minority, so they feel like they have to defend themselves. You know what I mean? As soon as you say something isn't okay, then it's like
It's kind of like I was what Warlock was talking about earlier, right? What he
Mhm.
said the kids be sitting on their car and all that stuff, and
Yeah.
then you try to shake their kid, and that's what I mean about that. You can't tell me, but dog, get them bad mother off my crib. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Them be the type of parents I'm talking about. That's the reason why they ask these questions. I think they scared of their child.
You have kids' parents that will come to the school because you said something to their kid. They cannot stand it. They will come up and make a scene because everyone needs to earn respect. My child don't gotta do nothing. I'm telling you, I've dealt with interventions just like this with different parents, and they're like, "Don't tell my kid anything," and I'm like, "Then take them out of school, right?" So if we can't tell them anything, don't bring them here. Sorry.
But
But
I can't. The school thing. Some of them people just be racist as hell, and you gotta check them. I'm gonna be 100% honest. But as far as the parents that don't like the advice, though, I believe that the parents that do have a problem is those who don't know how to be emotionally or are not emotionally stable. Period. Like, they don't know how to manage their emotions, so they can't really have an adult-like conversation. It's like they say, you ain't gonna argue with a fool unless you a fool yourself. You know, and so really, I honestly, I give, if someone asks me, I don't really offer people advice at all. I just tell people like, this is what I've done, and it's worked for me, and you can choose to do it or not. In that way, I always leave the choice on them. Like, if you choose to, do this, but, I can make a suggestion, but I don't want to suggest that you do something or give you advice so then you can come back and blame me that it didn't work. I said this worked for me. I didn't say it would work for you or how you delivered it, because my delivery may be far different from how you deliver what I'm saying.
Yep. Don't spend your life.
I didn't hear that last part, Lala.
Okay, that's the saying, like, but that's just me. Don't say I ruined your life, right? Like, it wasn't me. I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way you have to give everyone advice now.
Yeah, I don't give nobody advice. I learned that from what I do now, is really giving people advice is more damaging than just telling your story,
I think parenting is is a sensitive topic anyway. Like, when you have a kid, it is already extremely difficult to do it right. So it can be overwhelming.
Yeah, but there's so many ways of right? There's so many ways of, like me, I teach my son this because I grew up I grew up a Baptist in church, and now my religion is love. So I believe that you learn from everybody and take what you need for your journey, and you don't and I don't judge anybody for what their belief system is, and so anybody that I come across, just like everyone here, I was meant to learn from you guys. And whatever I did learn from you, and what I can take that and the things that I need for my journey right now, I continue to move forward in that. And then the things that I don't need right now, I put them on the shelf because I may need them later in my life. That's why I learned it. And I teach my son the same thing, to move forward in life. Learn from everybody, bro. Learn as much as you can. because you never know when you'll need that tool in the toolbox, for you to be successful in every situation. Like, don't knock nobody because they look different, or, they speak different, or, they talk different, or things like that. You just got to keep going forward, man, and learn, and you'll see how much more power you have in life versus ignorance that you have, and a lot of people are just ignorant to the fact of a lot of other different viewpoints and perspectives. And so their perception of the world is just skewed, or I would say very narrow. What are your thoughts on that, Kev? He drifted.
He can tell
He over there on the Xbox. Stop playing.
right, I dang near acting like it though. I'm over here just sneaking at other people's lives on my backup. Dang, my bad. I didn't even know that somebody was in here conversing this stuff,
She ran off on the plug twice. I think she had to go somewhere, but
Oh, that's what.
yeah.
Did y'all hear? Nah, we got to put it on them. Now, was they paying attention? Warlock and G, and they don't have no excuses.
No, I don't. I got several excuses. Shit. No. Hear me out. It'll become apparent in a moment. That's why I was just waiting for my time to speak, because I was looking up some shit.
Okay.
I was looking up some shit. So
Jim, did you hear what he said?
No, because I was looking. I wanted to make sure.
No, I'm talking about Jim. I'm about to see Jim. Yeah, you got a good one. That was a good one though. I like that one though.
Now,
so I was over here cheating on my own live. Okay.
Because I was looking it up on my TV.
Okay. Jen, you hear what I said?
No, go ahead. Give me a synopsis.
Yeah, partly. I guess my brain tuned in to when you said previously about you don't give.
Not you, Jen. I'm talking about.
Okay, let me say this. Let me just say it again. I'm not finna do y'all. I'm not finna put y'all on blast today. Let me just so basically what I was saying is that when I was growing up, I grew up a Baptist, right? So, and now my religion is love. That's all. The people will be like, well, what do you believe? I believe in God. Yes, I do. I believe there is. But however, my religion is love. And the reason why is because if I learn to love everyone and embrace whatever they're brought here to teach me, then I can utilize that for my journey versus be narrow in my vision for life. And so,
I agree with that.
So any and every.
That's the first thing I agree with him on today. And I feel you. Now I see the angle you're coming from. Now.
The first one.
Boy, we getting somewhere now, man. That's what I feel you on that. That's how I try to be. I know I come off tough, but I most definitely try to spread as much love as we can, because that's one thing. If you really get to know me, I'll be trying spread positive energy, be more forgiving, all this other stuff. We all think different though, so but yeah, I feel you on that. That's a good religion though. I take that. Religion of love. That's a good one.
So much.
Royalty.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Royalty. What I was trying to tell you is that my brain tuned in to you saying that you don't give other parents advice, whereas for me, I do give people advice. If their child's misbehaving in front of me, or they tell me what their child did, I'm going to tell them what I think and how they should probably correct it. I don't have a problem with that. And if they don't want to be my friend or associate with me, hey, seeds planted. You'll figure it out. And when they do exactly what I said that they were going to do, you'll remember what I told you.
Fair enough. The reason I don't.
I'm learning a lot about Jen today. I love it, man. I never paid attention though. I pay attention now. I learned a lot.
The reason I don't give advice, Jen, is because I tell people how I overcome a situation. Now, if they decide to utilize that, that's on them. You're not going to blame me for your mishaps. But even if you do blame me, I respect that. I won't deal with you anyway. You're right, because it's just because we have a cool relationship now, and I see your kids conducting themselves in a way that's not conducive to how I would raise mine, right? Then I know that you got something going on in your life that ain't got nothing to do with where I'm trying to go in mine. Therefore, I don't really want you in my world. So it's my choice to have you here. It's not really somebody else's choice, but it's mine because this is my world. And whatever I decide to allow into that, that's my fault.
All right. I'm sorry, y'all. Certain things that I just can't let go, and I apologize because I'm about to get in the time machine and go back a little bit. There was something said in reference to, and I don't know if it was Jen that said it or not because I wasn't looking at the screen, but she was talking about how children were raised in reference to they should be with their mom to a certain age and then given to their dad because at the early age.
Yeah, that was Lala.
That was Lala.
That was Lala? Oh, damn, she gone.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know, and I don't usually watch this woman. I caught it in a freaking clip. But Aliana Van Zandt.
Yeah.
Remember that show Fix My Life?
Yeah.
And it was a thing that I ran across when it was a woman and her son sitting at a table. The son had dreads. I don't know if y'all ever seen that clip or heard it.
Yeah,
But she said, say again?
Oh, I said, yeah, I've seen that.
You seen it?
That was amazing. That was an amazing clip.
That thing, you ever seen it, Kev? I'm going to play the audio if you would allow me to. But it gripped me because this woman did not look at her son as a man. Although he was married, had kids, and all of that shit, she just didn't look at him as a man. And one point, I'm not going to play the whole thing because that whole clip is like 4 minutes long. But she asked the woman, she said, what do you consider a man? Or no. She asked him, what is a man? She said, what I think it is he that person? She's like, no. She said, did you raise him to be that person? And she was like, no. So she was like, how can you blame him for not being something that you didn't teach him, his father didn't teach him, and he wasn't taught? That gripped me. But the part that really got me was this one.
Do you understand that your mouth, your voice, your words are connected to the coils in his heart, to the valves in his heart? He can't help but love you. And every time you dishonor that love, you chip a piece of it, chip a piece of it. This is why in our culture as black people, when the boys turn a certain age, the men come and get him and take him away from the mother because she can emotionally manipulate him. But since we don't live in our culture no more, we say what we want to say, do what we want to say. We tear our men down and then wonder why they don't make good husbands and fathers. Mothers destroy sons. His mother can speak to him in certain ways that destroy him in ways that can never be repaired.
A son husband.
That in itself, and it's like a couple seconds left after that, but that's not relevant because it's just music.
Yeah.
But and we wonder why a lot of our boys and even some of us will go out and unalive people over our mothers. My boy Tommy Sotomayor said something. He said it's funny how we could go to war over somebody talking about our mother was a dope fiend and a 3-year-old that person. We would go to war and fight the whole freaking playground, but when we go home, what is she? She's a dope fiend and a 3-year-old. It makes no sense. I really honestly don't believe. And you notice I didn't say I don't think. I said I don't believe that A lot of mothers realize the power and the influence and the lasting influence that they have on their sons. And then they wonder why a lot of them grow up to be the way that they are. Yes, at some given point, individuals make individual decisions, but it's only based off of the input that they've gotten. When we get older, we'll maybe see what the heck was wrong. But that primary, remember I used to talk about that primary programming? Those younger years are that primary programming. This is what we base our lives off of until we know better, or even if we're receptive to know better later. That's why when you see a mother that is a piece of shit with a younger child, or you see a father that's a piece of shit with their child, I am so freaking disheartened and disturbed by it. I am, because I know the influence that the parent has on their child in them younger years. I get it. I've seen it. Fortunately enough for me, I didn't have to actually experience it, but I did. I just didn't experience on the negative side. So look, this is way off the topic that y'all were talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, although you may be influenced, or you may feel as though you are going to be less than if you don't have smecks, or fellas, if you didn't lose your virginity by a certain age, you're going to be shunned by your homeboy.
Right.
Yo, I'll even give them some leeway. That 10 to 12 minutes, because anybody that said that they screwing for an hour and two, they on some bullshit.
No, they're not.
Unless you filled up with some goddamn. No, I'm talking about straight screwing. I'm not talking about taking that little pause and kissing and petting and all that. I'm just talking straight. No, you ain't doing that. But that whatever amount of time it takes you to get yours and her to get hers, right? It's not worth screwing up your life for years or a couple of decades to come. And it's definitely not worth ruining another human being's life because you don't know, because you don't have the mental or emotional capacity to take into consideration that now that this child is here, it's no longer about you. So I beg and plead on a regular basis, Kev. You know that I say when we're here talking as adults, we have to also understand that we're talking to the younger folk and hope that something will germinate that seed that we've planted and that it will grow. So I look, man, every time I get a chance to speak on it, I do. I just hope at some given point in time, some people will start to listen and not listen to that BS about girl, get your life. Have your hot girl summer. Don't worry about whether or not you have kids. They're gonna accept you for who you are, or your position doesn't change just because you have kids. They need to accept you for who you are. No, ladies, that it doesn't work that way. And I told my damn daughter the same thing. But I was chastised in a couple of lives because they said that I shouldn't have told my daughter that. I'm making her self-esteem go down and all of that stuff. She came into a live and told them to mind their business because my daughter does stalk me. But she came into a live and kindly told them to mind their business. You don't know me. You don't know my dad.
That's dope. Well, listen,
I'm sorry, Kev. I had to take it back into the time machine.
You know,
to,
it's all
to
good.
get that out there, man. This is what I've been preaching.
Hey, that need to be heard.
I've been
That's all
preaching
that
this shit on the
matters.
lives for the past 2-3 days, and and you know, the thing is, not a nary host has shut me up, and not a nary goddamn person has come back that's on that panel come back to refute anything that I've said. So whether it's a toxic live, whether it's one live like yours or what have you, I hope somebody got the daggone message.
That's what's up.
Right.
But hey, y'all, listen, man. I'm about to get up out of here. I got to work in the morning, so I hope y'all have a great night. Y'all stay blessed.
For sure,
Say,
brother, man.
Wolfie, I
Appreciate
don't
you.
have to work, damn it, because I'm retired.
Tired of your shit, Warlock. I'm tired of your shit.
Hey, Royal, before you go, where are you at in Washington?
I'm in Spokane.
Where?
Spokane.
Oh, okay. I went up there a couple of times. I lived in North Tacoma.
Oh, Tacoma. Yeah, I go over there a lot because I do like a lot of legislative meetings with the like the police chiefs out there, and then also like the senators out there. So I'm always on the west side.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Have you guys gotten any snow in Spokane yet?
Yeah, we got a little bit of snow, but we supposed to have a huge storm on Friday. It's finna get ugly out here.
Have fun with that, my guy.
I'm like, man, listen, I'm trying to tell you, it's no egro degrees, okay? It's I'm not a fan. I'm telling you. But y'all stay blessed, man. Have a good night. And Jen, I followed you as well, so we could definitely keep up.
Okay.
All
Have
right.
a good night. Rest well.
Have a good night.
Be well. Yeah. Look.
But you know what? You know what though, Kev? People will say that parenting is hard, and I totally disagree. Parenting is not hard, and here's how I had to determine how things were going to be when my husband and I, split. We were still cordial to each other, and we talked that we were going to do right by our children, right? And I got the mindset that my daughters are going to be 20 at some point, and I tried to have the vision of how I wanted them to be at 20. And then I did the work, and he did the work, and we collaborated. We talked all the time. We were still a family, just divorced, but we made our minds up that we were going to do right by them. And I had no intention of remarrying, because they had a great father, right? And that wasn't really my interest of remarrying because of my daughters. I didn't want to have, run the chance of disrespecting him in his fatherly duties. And so I made that decision, that he didn't have to worry about another man in the picture. So there was still respect there from both of us. And that's how we maintained it. So it's really not hard. Parenting is not hard when you are selfless.
Hey,
And
I like that.
I told you guys my experience, with my husband. But once you, when people split all the time for various reasons, right? But once you do that, you have to maintain a level of communication, positive, and you still should uplift one another as parents. Like whenever he would go through a rough patch, his mother, got cancer. I uplifted him because I wanted him to be the best father for my children. And I really hate the excuses that men and women give when they do split, or baby mamas, baby daddies. Well, I don't get along with her. I don't get along with him. Why don't you attempt to do something about it?
Right.
Put your emotions aside and put the pain aside that he or she caused you, the deceit, whatever it was, put it aside and get along and actually lead your children.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I mean,
That's
I've been listening.
that's actually a good question. I'm gonna ask because I'm gonna do a part 2 to this. I'm gonna actually ask that question on the when I do this part 2.
Yeah,
Because tonight was pretty good though, anyways though. So I like to. So I'm gonna ask that. Is parenting hard? I just want to see because I always say parenting or even jobs, right? I think things are only harder if you make it. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on how you view it and how do you and how you, because like you can only things only be as hard as you make it for the most part. That's what I'm gonna get to about.
Yeah, stuff happens in life, and then you have this plan for a while, and a wrench gets thrown into your plan, and then what do? Just hold grudges and just get stuck, or do you have to reevaluate, reassess what's going on, and say, okay, plan A didn't work, I'm plan B, and go from there. It's people make things difficult.
There you go.
They make it difficult because one, they want to be a victim. There's comfort there because they're still in pain, right?
Thanks.
But I think once you for me, obviously my situation back then, and it's just like I was hurt. It was like a punch to the jaw. And initially, my instinct was to be bitter and all that. And I went through that phase, and then I thought, you know what, Jen, you're not happy. The girls understand this. And that's what changed it. They came to comfort me and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, that is so not their responsibility. And I had to become a happier woman, a happier person to be the best mom, to be the, a better parent. Right. And then once you start getting, the kids on track, then you start having those discussions with the other parent. Like, hey, I forgive you. Let's do this for the kids. And then you move forward and you discuss things. But to me, parenting is not hard. It was not hard.
I like that.
Look, I agree with you. Parenting. I'm going to say parenting should not be hard. Life in general should not be hard. My brother, Lord have mercy, that boy has given me some jewels that I wear around my neck every damn day. He told me once before, he said the 3 things that will get you in most trouble in your life is your mouth, your actions, and your attitude.
Yep.
He also gave me this one, and this pertains to what you were saying. The reason that life is hard, a lot of things in life is hard, is because you're not living life by life rules. And when he said that, I didn't understand what he said, what he meant at the time. And what he basically meant was that you can't dictate how everybody else reacts. You can only dictate how you act and react to it. Things are going to come your way. And if you're just so walking down the street with blinders on, you're going to get beat the fuck up. Life has rules. Live by them. Stop trying to fight the freaking machine, because the machine will whip your ass every time. There's a way to get through this life with a lot less harm if you understand your life, where you're going, where you want to be. You'll see the obstacles. Then you'll know how to avoid the obstacles. We're not saying everything is going to be hunky-dory, fine and dandy, rainbows, sunshine, and flowers. But when you take the blinders off and get to see the big picture instead of just what you want, then you'll be able to see, oh, I can see this bus coming down the street. I can see that trash truck coming around the corner. You won't have to feel it because you couldn't see it. That's what it means by live by life by life's rules. Because when you put a blinder on, dude, you're only focused on getting to one specific place, and you don't see the obstacles that could be when you go to turn that corner or around that freaking bend, because all you can see is what's right in front of you. And those things around the bend could be an opportunity to better yourself. It could be something to knock you back 10 spaces. But with the blinders on, doing things your way, you'll never see any of them. Stop making things harder on you than they have to be. Life is hard as it is.
Yes, sir.
Heck.
Yeah.
You got me.
But with my children, in a few weeks ago, Kev, I told you I was adamant about people calling their daughter princesses and all that stuff. With that mentality and, oh, you're so pretty, and dress yourself up and all that kind of stuff to get through life. And as a woman, and it's like I went against the grain on that. I didn't coddle my kids. It's I had to let them experience stuff. Like it's like when they fell. If I looked, they fell, and I didn't see no blood and nothing dislocated. I'm like, you're okay. You're not bleeding. You're good. That reassurance. At those moments, to where most kids they cry after they're falling because the parent comes running to coddle,
Yeah.
hovering helicopter, and then the kid's reaction is, oh, mommy's here, she's coddling me, let me cry to to really and it's just like people really need to evaluate how they're doing things, because you shouldn't always come to your kid's rescue. Not always in every situation. You got to let kids sometimes feel things and analyze things for themselves, to be able to function. Because as adults, when we make mistakes or bad decisions, do we go out and expect people to hug us and say, oh, it's going to be okay? Do we have to have that kind of validation? No. We know that we have to make some changes and pay the consequences of whatever we did. So I think that's learned through childhood and how you're bringing your kids up. You can't protect them all the time. You got to let them learn the lesson, and then you talk about it. And I didn't lie to my children. When they asked me questions, the whys, Warlock, you mentioned that, the why. I didn't lie to my kids. And I did say, that's a good question, I don't know, but let's research it together. Because, my kids were in the 90s, so we didn't have a whole lot of internet. But, we would research it. That was back when we had web TV. But, we researched together, so we both learned. We both learned something. And that's really what good parenting is talking, collaborating, sharing, actually turning the TV off and actually having a discussion. Learning your kids how their brain functions and explaining everything. I think that it's our duty. It's our duty to explain everything, not I mean, if you have a kid with disabilities, you guys talked about it earlier. Now, if you have a kid with disability, yeah, you got to tell them not to cross the street, right? But I mean, a lot of this stuff is common sense. I mean, it really doesn't need explaining. I mean, kids know that cars are dangerous, you know, but you don't need to explain those things that are, to me, are common sense unless you have a child with disabilities. But to explain how things work and like, okay, like for instance, my oldest daughter, I think she was probably 15, 16-ish, freshman, sophomore. And she was like, Mom, you know, like, can we go to McDonald's? I'm like, you got McDonald's money? You know? And after so many times telling her that, she was like, Mom, you know, why don't you have money all the time? Why don't you have enough money to do stuff? And it's like, you know what? Come on. You know, and so I showed her the budget and I showed her, you know, my pay stubs and all that kind of stuff. And I told her to do the math. And I said, she's like, electricity is $130. Yeah, every 30 days. Every 30 days, it's $130. Man, you know, and so explaining it like that and letting them do the checks and balances and figure out like, you like the lights, right? Yeah, Mom. You like the heat in the air conditioning. Yeah, Mom. Well, that's electricity. That's what I got to pay. So now you guys understand why I tell you to turn off all the lights when you leave a room, right? So that kind of stuff, it's going to start clicking for your children. That kind of easy explanation and how you budget. And to this day, they don't have money issues.
Well, you know what, Jen? It's like this. Maybe this is what makes me such a good coach, right? I don't mind answering 100 daggone questions. I don't. One, because if you're asking me, evidently you don't know. I have no problems explaining everything because I never assume anybody knows anything unless I know that I've told them. I can't assume that you know how to, as a perfect example, this is so freaking funny. Girlfriend of mine got a UPS envelope, right? You know that you can open the envelope in a way that you can reseal it and use it again.
Mm-hmm.
She's gotten several UPS envelopes, FedEx envelopes, and all of that. So I was like, okay, well, go ahead and open it and fill out the paperwork and reseal it and whatever. I assumed that she knew how to do it since she's gotten these envelopes so many damn times, and she fucked it up. But that was an assumption on my behalf.
Right.
Because she's a grown ass woman. She gets these packages all the time. I automatically assumed that she knew. And when I turned around and said, what the man, how the hell? Well, I didn't know. I'm like, what the you mean? And all I could do is put my hand in my head. And then I was like, you know what? I don't know, E, why did you go away from your normal shit? You usually explain everything, even though sometimes people think you talking down to them. But you can't assume people know anything until you tell them.
Mm-hmm.
Or they make it known that they know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I am with my football boys. That's where I am with my granddaughter, my daughter, and just about anybody else. I have no problems explaining what this means, why I said this, and all of that, so you can have a better understanding if you really didn't, and you were just afraid to ask because you were in front of your girls or you was in front of your other playmates or what have you. I don't want you to feel like you're stupid. So I'll just go ahead and explain it anyway. But there are times where I make them ask. So it's not something foreign to them to ask questions. But even if they do ask, I have no problems explaining it to them, because next time you go out there and make that motherfucking mistake, you know there's some kind of consequence behind it, because now I know you know better. Because it came out of my mouth to your freaking ear.
Yep.
And I think that's a lot. Some people just assume they give people too much credit sometimes, and then get mad when they realize, oh shit, they didn't really fucking know. Goddamn. But now they mad at them when you should be mad at your damn self. It's just the way. It's just the way that I do things. A lot of people don't have that type of patience.
Something that I wanted to ask you, gentlemen, is Warlock, you're a father. Kevin, you're not. But I want to ask you, what are things that a kid would do, examples, that you would raise your voice?
Well, they think that my voice is already raised. So
but there's a difference. But there's a difference.
I'll constantly repeat the same daggone thing.
I was just, dang, you beat me to it. I was about to say that now. If I got to repeat myself, I will raise my voice. Yeah, that's probably the only time.
Yeah, that's the only time that I.
Dang, you beat me. That's what you was thinking the same exact thing. If I had to repeat myself, like it depends on how many times it is, and I raise my voice. It's obvious that they're not understanding me the first time. You know.
But see, here's the thing with me. The reason that I don't like to raise my voice, my dad, before he passed last year, sorry. 54 years, I've heard him raise his voice once. And it scared the living shit out of me.
That's my point. That was the point that I was asking you guys that question.
Now, this is the funny thing, though.
You saying, so you mean raising a voice or yelling?
Huh?
Yelling?
Raising voice or yelling?
Raising his voice.
Raising your voice.
Okay.
Yeah, getting mad.
I've never heard him yell.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I've heard him raise his voice. And this is including, my father was a Baptist minister. That's including him preaching. I've heard him raise his voice once. Because see, when you do it too often, it loses its effect.
Thank you. That's what I was getting at, Warlock.
That makes sense, right?
That's
exactly
what I was getting at. That's the reason I was thinking about that earlier on, but everybody else was talking. But I was thinking of things while everyone was talking about parenting. And what I see so often and I hear so often is people, mostly women, mamas, yelling at their kids for the slightest little thing.
Right.
And it's like, man, you keep on doing that. They're not ever really going to hear you when big things that are life-changing happen.
They're going to be like, oh, there she go again. What the hell?
Huh?
They're going to be like, oh, there they go again. Just let me know when you're done.
That might have to be another question, man. Y'all keep on getting me to ask questions,
and
man.
So I learned that from my father as well.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't raise his voice a lot, on stupid things that we did, but big things that were detrimental, that would change our life course, he would raise Cain. And I learned that from him, with my daughters. It's like, I'm going to ask them to do stuff like, pick up your things or whatever. But I always gave them the warning. I would say, hey, I need you to pick up your room. And if it's not done in the next 15 minutes, it's going in a trash can.
Uh-huh.
There was no, well, maybe later or whatever. If they didn't do it, it's like, that's what I would do. And that didn't happen but maybe once or twice. And then something too, where, Kev knows that, their father was military. So he was gone on Westpacs with the Navy, 6 to 7 months at a time. So, I had to be the disciplinarian and all that. But I usually was a disciplinarian for my kids.
I got a question. Did you meet your husband or ex in the military?
Right when I
know you were military, right?
Yeah, right when I got out, that's when I met him.
Oh wow.
So
Okay.
I was prepared for the lifestyle, and a lot of women aren't prepared for that lifestyle. I mean, if you can't live with yourself, don't get married to a military guy.
Oh Lord,
Um,
we're not even gonna talk about that one.
yeah, right.
Here's a
You
big
know, but
problem. Here's a big problem in reference to raising your voice, right? First and foremost, you have to establish, it's a C word, consistency. And you have to let that child know that there is a baseline of what you will and what you will not accept. And you have to stay consistent on that, because they will definitely try to push the boundaries, right? Oh Lord, I don't know why I use this woman all the time. When I had a downfall for a while, I went and stayed with a friend of mine, and her grandson played football with me. I met her granddaughter, and she lived with us for a while. And when I left, they already knew what it was. When I came in the house, they already knew what it was. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Oh, Mr. E, he be home in about a half an hour. We need to get this cleaned up. So when I moved and I left, she used to always say, how you expect me to keep this? How you can leave at any moment. You trying to establish these rules? I said, when I leave, all you have to do is maintain them. But she was one of those up and down people. She may come home and the sink be full of freaking dishes. She'll just walk by me and won't say nothing. But she'll come home tomorrow and there's a spoon and a glass cup in the sink and she'll go freaking ballistic. You can't do that. So what she did one day is she was doing something and she asked her grandson and granddaughter to do something and they wouldn't do it. And I was on a video call with her, just chopping it up. I'm like, what are you yelling for? She said, hey, they won't do this, that, and the other. I said, do this. She said, what? I said, say, hey, Mr. E on his way. She called them both to the room and said, and turned the phone around and say hello to Mr. E. They like, hi, Mr. E. I said, I'll be up there in a couple minutes, y'all. They broke out the room. All you heard was, Mr. E coming, Mr. E coming. I said, all you have to do is establish consistency and a baseline. They know that if I walk up in that if I walk up in there and I see certain things, or you tell me that you asked them to do something and they didn't do it, although I no longer live there, they know certain things are going to happen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I left there and they knew when Marvin knew when he came in the house. I don't care who's home, what's going on. When you come in the house, you check every goddamn door and sliding door to make sure it's locked, and you go through the house. Kylia, you knew that you had certain duties to do in the house. Sweep the floor, mop the kitchen floor, make sure things are put away. Y'all know what y'all duties are. Why do I have to keep repeating it? Why does your grandmother have to tell you every day to do what you do? We don't play that game. So guess what? Even though I don't live there anymore, I said, B, you know what I do? Take them. Took the phone, took the iPad, took the laptop. They don't get it back for 3 days. Well, they have their phone where they go to school, but they don't get them back for 3 days. And you could hear him in the background. Ah, Mr. E did it again. All you got to do is maintain the guidelines and everything that I put in place before I left. It's not hard. But you can't be up and down with your discipline. You have to be consistent and let them know that the boundaries that y'all pushing, y'all can keep bumping y'all head against that daggone ceiling that you want. But this glass is fiberglass. It don't break.
Let me tell you about what my oldest how I stopped her from doing something. So in our bathroom, we had drawers, and I put my cosmetics in, the second drawer from the top. And, my oldest kept getting my makeup and going and putting her finger and gouging it and, lipstick.
Ugh.
And I kept telling her, not yours, go put it back, and I was upset. And then she did it again. And then I told, her dad in private, and I said, I don't know how to stop her from getting in my stuff. And he was just like, well, just put it up, put it up higher. And I said, no, that's not the answer. She needs to learn that's my stuff. And he goes, okay. And so anyway, she did it again. She took a brand new tube of lipstick, went up in the middle of her room and painted circles on the carpet. And so I was so upset and beside myself. I was like, ooh. So I just had to close the door real quick, go downstairs and like take a little breather, like a woo-saw. And then I called her downstairs and I was like, she's like, yes, mommy. And I was like, go get Ariel. And we had just gotten her that doll like a week prior, and she loved it. And so she came down and she was so excited to show me her Ariel. And so I said, give it here. And so I popped the head off of it.
Ooh.
And she just gasped like tragedy. But you know what? And I told her, I said, I got your stuff because you ruined my stuff. And I said, don't touch my stuff and I won't touch your stuff. And she never touched my stuff again.
Yeah. Damn. Now, never want to tell a person how to raise their children. But you know what you just taught her, right? Somebody mess with my stuff, I go and destroy theirs.
Mm-hmm.
That was the lesson that she probably just learned. Somebody touched my stuff and I don't like it, I'm going to go get something of theirs and just get up.
With the explanation.
Even with the explanation. See, here's the thing.
But she never did that again. She never touched anybody else.
She's not going to do it to you.
No, she never did it again to anybody.
Hey, mom going to take my shit and just tear my shit up. Nope. But let somebody touch my shit. I'm going to do the same damn thing to them.
No, but there was nothing destroyed in the house.
Right.
And she didn't do that to anybody else's stuff.
Not yet. Hopefully not ever, but yeah.
Well, she's 30 now, and she's a well-behaved adult.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank God for that.
And she was an intelligent child and far advanced. Her in her kindergarten, when they got out for Christmas break, Miss Weiss, her teacher, came out to my car and said, hey, I need your permission. We want to test your daughter for, her reading and language skills. And I said, sure. And then the results came back, she was reading at an 8th and 9th grade level. So, yeah.
Y'all got me in trouble.
And, no, she's 30. And, she went through high school and did all AP classes, got a full ride scholarship to Arkansas University.
Awesome.
Did well.
I said y'all got me in trouble.
And then she went on to receive the Fulbright scholarship. If you know anything about the Fulbright scholarship, that's an elite scholarship. That's a scholar. You have it's very hard to get a Fulbright scholarship. And then she traveled abroad to Malaysia and taught English to the Malaysian girls over there. So yeah, she's a productive person in society, and she has a big heart for people.
Hey, y'all got me in trouble. I'm getting ready to get yelled at.
Why?
Cause my daughter texted me about an hour and a half ago.
Oh my.
On the avenue.
We about to get that whooping ass.
Yeah.
On the avenue. What'd you say? I didn't
I
hear
said,
you.
No, he said
it texted me about an hour and a half ago.
Oh.
Yeah. Cause usually she doesn't call me this late because she think I'm asleep. But of course, when I hit her back, she gonna be like, "Dad, what were you doing?" And I can't tell her I was asleep because that would be a lie. I was on TikTok live. I was on somebody's live. Well, why didn't you call me back? You saw it? Baby girl, I did not see that you text me at 12 o'clock. I literally just saw it. So I am going to take my leave and call her back and take this butt chewing.
Okay, Dad.
All right, but
Yeah, I even though it's already hump day, I don't like taking butt chewings on hump day, but I'll take this.
right.
But as always,
all right, man. Appreciate you, brother, man. I was thinking about the shutdown anyway. I'm about to go on somebody else's live, probably.
I'll probably be there. I'll probably be on somebody else's live later. But I need to deal with baby girl because
sure.
she has abandonment issues as well. So gotta go do my thing. Good talking to you, Miss Jen.
You too, Warlock. Have a good night.
All right, Kev. You be good, my guy.
All right, my brother, man. Appreciate you.
Out here.
So what do you have for your next one? So you were doing questions for your next live?
Well, tomorrow I'm gonna do a part 2 of that survival and compromise.
Yeah.
But yeah, sacrifice. Yes, you're right. Sacrifice and compromise. Here, I'm gonna do part 2 of that. I'll probably do like part 2 of this on Friday or something because I wanted it to be a day that more maybe people that's off or whatever. So the questions I added.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh. I kind of added the questions you had mentioned though a little bit. You made me think about them. So this time these questions going to be some of the same ones. Which one? The first one's still gonna be the same. Why allow kids to have a relationship before grown? And then I'm gonna add, is parenting hard? Just to see what they're gonna say. Why? Oh, the other one the same. Why do parents give the statement they are going to do it anyways? The other one, I think you kind of might have mentioned this one too. You did, I think. Is raising your voice necessary? If so, when and why?
Mm-hmm.
And then this one I added. If we had 2 choices, would you rather be too strict or too friendly, and why? So that's what the next one will be.
Yeah, and do you think that would be? Do you think that you could incorporate, or would it just be by itself? But I think it's important. I mentioned when you split with children, is it important to be cordial and uplift each other as parents, not as spouses or any love interest anymore, but as parents? Because you hear it, I'm sure, but I hear it a lot on TikTok where, like, I hate him and he did this and he left and
right.
And it's just like, at that point, do people think about the betterment of their children, and to figure out a way to get over the hurt and bitterness for the betterment of their children and still maintain a family unit? I mean, are people able to still sup at the table of their ex for the children?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not confusion. It's not confusion because at a certain age, you can tell your children, your dad and I aren't together, but we love you.
Mm-hmm.
And we want you to have both of us. It's not a competition. I think that's important.
Exactly.
I think it's really important because, divorce is there. Divorce happens. We can't negate that. And I think that, divorcees or parents, that separated, instead of, maintaining a grudge or bitterness or what have you, I think people need to expound off, can you still maintain a family unit not being together? and explain why you cannot. And the one thing that one of the gentlemen raised is like, you know, I feel was bad advice. I don't think that you should tell your children what you're going to be doing in court. That's not their business.
Right.
It's not their business. So, you know, in you know, about parents swapping the kids out at a certain age, I think that is important. But as a leader, right? If they're taking that role as a father, they have to show their kids that I'm making a way with your mother that we can be cohesive as parents and communicate and still lead our children in the right direction. It doesn't have to always be your mom and your dad and your mom and your dad. If the kids know that mom and dad talk and mom and dad are cordial, guess what? It calms that child's anxiety. It calms them when they know that their parents are working together for them. So I do think it's important to
And they
talk.
teach them forgiveness and all that other stuff, which is very important.
You
Teach them
know,
about emotional control and all. Yeah, that's yeah.
and those kids don't have to grow up. And I'm sure your age, you know, amongst your peers, you know, a lot of kids are divorced. You know, they're from divorced parents. They're broken homes, right? And
Yeah.
so I think that kind of, when parents act that way towards each other, it makes those kids like, man, I don't know if I can do marriage the way my mom and dad did it. You know, like my mom was always hurt, you know, my dad stayed away, you know. And so I think the younger generation, it might be a part of it to where, you know, the women are saying, I don't need to be married. And the men are choosing not to be married. Is it partly because of what they saw their parents divorce and how they were always angry and always in courts and cursing each other out in front of the kids? Those things happen. And so when a kid grows up seeing that and there's no resolve, the kids are always hyper sensitive and anxiety ridden. You know, they just want they want their parents to get along. It calms the child. And I think, you know, people wouldn't be so apt to not be married if they saw, well, my parents were married in the divorce, but it didn't feel like it for me. You know, they were both still there for me. And so that may change their ideas of marriage. Like, hey, it didn't work for them, but I didn't feel a big difference in it.
Right.
And so maybe marriage would happen more often if parents changed their
They
ideas.
have some type of faith, yeah. Exactly. Especially depending on how they handle it and stuff. And that'll teach them a lot in one thing. You know what I'm saying? Even how to handle other people, right?
Yeah.
I do think the parents are the best teachers, or the ones that started off. So,
Yeah.
you know, even though there's other influences in life, but still, you know, you always gonna reflect back to the parents. So,
Yeah, and how they handled it. You know, it's like they didn't, you know, there was a roadblock, something happened, whatever. But they still maintain the family unit. And the kids didn't have to take one side or the other. That's dangerous for children. You know, when a father or a mother's talking in their child's ear, like, you tell your
I
dad,
think them the
you tell
main
your
ones.
dad, you tell your mother what I said. You know, it's like, that is so not right. Grow up.
They teach them how to be
Grow up.
neutral.
Right, grow up.
That's a lot, though. I might have to make that a whole nother. That's a good one, though. Another whole topic, though. But that'd be more on, like, it wouldn't be like with parents and being friendly, but I would think I got to think of a topic for something like that. But it will have something to do with parenting, though. I'll figure it out, though.
Yeah.
But that's a good one, though, for sure. That we do need to talk about that, though. I think that and it do start, if it start from there, they can a kid can learn a lot from that situation, like
Exactly.
emotional intelligence, all that other stuff. You know,
Yeah.
how to handle heartbreaks, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff can happen just from starting off that, you know what I'm saying? Parents knew how to handle and forgive each other and still know how to work and act like an adult.
Right.
Even, you know what I'm saying, and not making pick sides and stuff, you know, teaching them
Right.
how to look at both sides. You know, that's
And
a good one for
be
sure.
mindful when your kid is in the next room or in the house anywhere. Be mindful
Yeah.
when you're on the phone or on FaceTime what you say in ear range for your children.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be getting on the phone when the kids come home from visiting dad. Don't get on the phone. Girl, they got mismatched socks and he's a sorry, you know, whatever you want to call him. That kid takes that and internalizes it because that kid says, I'm half a dad though. So there's something wrong with me.
Mm-hmm.
The kid loses their confidence because kids always have loyalty to their parents. Always. A parent could be a drug addict and another one can, you know, be doing whatever, but that kid grows up so fast trying to uphold their parents that are in trouble, you know, that are addicted or whatever, and that kid takes on so much responsibility for their parents. Kids always have loyalty, but a lot of parents are very conditional. They don't have that same loyalty back, and that's what I think kids are in a lot of pain from, because it's like, man, mom, I love you, why, you know, like, why are you acting like this? And a lot of parents, they don't allow their children to tell them, you know, mom, I don't like when you do that. And then, you know, they fly off the handle, you know, because their kids are telling them correctly. Yeah. I mean, it's, there's a lot to be said about it and how people are raising their children.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of
I think that's a topic I'm gonna do next week though. Since we've been doing a lot of parenting this way, I ain't gonna squeeze it in because I'm gonna do parenting twice though. But next week, I'm gonna call that topic parental destruction. But then I'm gonna ask like questions. I'm gonna figure some questions though at a time to that, like the importance of parents getting along. How important should something like that? I'm gonna figure it out
at
though.
least
That's some good stuff, man. You be having people think. You trying to make people think, man.
yeah, at least in front of the children. When
Yeah,
you drop
exactly.
when you drop the kids off and you have that exchange, you know what? Each of you should say, I hope you've been doing good, and let the kids hear that. Hope you've been doing well. You know, I'll take good care of the kids this weekend. You know, hey, you have a good time this weekend and do something for yourself. Those little simple gestures in front of your children calms them. It makes them feel happy. It
Mm-hmm.
makes them feel happy that mom and dad are getting along. Now, later on, y'all can bicker, you know, get in the car, you know, and then have it out. But don't ever show that stuff in front of your kids, man. Be cordial in front of them together. It's so important.
That's a good one. You be coming up with some stuff. I think you the one came up with that other stuff to make us look at what type of love styles we
Yeah.
had.
Um, and something that we did
What's up, John?
with as adults and being scattered across the country, to have conference calls, family calls, and just sound off together. It felt good. It feels good. What's going on in your life in California, you know? And to hear each other and congratulate or advice or whatever, it's still good to do that.
And you already got me with. I already got one question already. My first one. Well, it's a statement though.
Hey, John.
Parents not getting along. Huh?
Oh, I was just greeting John. He greeted me, and
So my first statement is parents not getting along is the main reason that children lack emotional intelligence. That's my first one. Then I gotta add some other ones.
Yeah, I don't see that there's any reason why parents can't get along. There's no reason. I mean, I had the ultimate betrayal at that time. And it took me a minute. It took me a little while to get over myself, but I did it. And he and I, talk on the phone at least once a month and talk about the girls and and his wife. I think he's been remarried 6 years. If she's there, she'll speak, and I don't know. I just think it's highly important. People need to get over themselves and grow up and allow their kids to grow up as best as they can.
Oh yeah, I already got 3 things already. Understand. Oh. Understand. Oh, more than side. Then I gotta think of a question. I'd have made 3 statements and no question, but I did a little bit.
I would imagine that you can sum it up with what are your thoughts on each, or something along those lines.
I got you. There you go. See, you're good. You're good. That's why.
No, because
well, I never mind. I think they're gonna answer that while they're doing that though. I do got to come with probably another one though. But yeah, I'm gonna ask them. Each one is gonna be their thoughts, so it's gonna be like what they gonna tell us now. I think they're gonna automatically do that though. What I say that, man. So I'm gonna do a test. I'm gonna show you what I. So you already heard the first one. Parents not getting along is the main reason children lack emotional intelligence. It teaches children bitterness. And make them lack the ability to become or be neutral or understand more than one side.
Yes.
So that's the 3 statements I got on there.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing that you can show your children is forgiveness, the art of forgiveness.
Facts. Boy, that can help so many people in life, man.
Yes.
That is a good one. You be hitting stuff. That was a deep one right there. I ain't gonna lie. I think that is, and I will bag that up like crazy right there.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason why. It do have. I think it do start from the parents. I'm so waiting on so many excuses on that one. You got me want to.
Yeah,
I to get to that topic.
I think probably your generation. What are you? Are you a millennial? You're 33.
I don't know what that stuff is. I don't know. I'm just born in 1990.
Right. But I think because I'm Gen X, right? I think 72. But I think probably early, maybe mid, like 85 to current. I think the divorce rate has been at a steady 54%, 60% of marriages. And so when parents don't know how to parent with separation or divorce, I think it really plays into today's young adults, 20 to 30, why so many of them on TikTok, I don't need a man. I don't want a woman. It's better for me not to get married as a man. I think that's where a lot of it comes from, is how their parents behaved. Where else would it have come from? Oh, 80%? Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, I think it'll be a good topic. I think, you know, it's because I wanted to ask that gentleman, the very nice gentleman, why he needed to go to the court systems to try to get custody, of his son, whereas, you know, as a leader, you should be able to have a sit down conversation, or a couple of them, and have your data with you to show her, like, hey, these are the stats of boys spending time with their fathers. How could you deny that it would be really great for our son? I want you to be a good mother here. I want you to be on my side, and because you see the benefits of it. Not that I'm dictating, or not that I'm trying to take him through the courts and make you frustrated and hurt. But as a leader, you should be able to convince your child's mother, as a leader, regardless if you're married or not. I think a good leader has a way of negotiating and convincing what's better for the children. I think that I firmly believe that parents need to keep their family out of the courts.
We have to take this table.
Keep them out of the courts.
That can part with us. It just took way too much time and way too many nights to get
Hey,
it put
Jen.
together.
Zeke got
Hey,
into
John.
working because I thought it would be nice to have
Part
a
of
dinner
the
table
part of the
that had
major
space for
problem,
more raised
and
garden
I come from
beds,
the older
and it
generation.
has
Hey,
to have
John,
space
your
for
TV, I think, is like real. It's like,
Yeah, I'm about
and
to
then
turn
that
down.
kind of branched
okay.
out into stuff like
See, part of the
composting
problems, I come from the older generation.
and then
I come from the 60s.
hmm
And after 1965 is when the marriage in the black community
not something that's allowed
went
here,
upside down.
and it's just hard being
Prior to
able to restrict people who
1965,
do
black
things.
community was married at 80%. I'm a victim of divorce. I've been divorced 3 different times. I
Oh,
got four kids, two by two different mothers. They did everything possible to make sure I could not be involved, no matter how I fought.
You know I said 750, right? That
No,
number.
I never said nothing bad about the mothers because I chose them. I married them. A lot of the problem with how things are going today, all the way back to the 1960s, it became a vindictiveness. It became a way to destroy a man. Nothing that you have said is disagreeable, but being one that has been divorced, had to start all over, rebuild. A lot of men that come up through a divorce background, they don't see the benefit of getting married because the way the court system is set up right now, a man will lose half of everything. It wasn't until the last 10, 20 years that women started feeling the sting that men have been feeling in losing custody of the kids, don't get the house, don't get anything. But for decades, I don't feel like this is working. Irreconcilable differences. The biggest flaw to a divorce is that statement right there. I feel. Feelings change daily, every minute, every hour, every day. You can agree to that. If a woman no longer says this work, no matter what a man does to go fix it, it don't get fixed, and vice versa. I've lost out of helping to raise my son. He's 33, working on his second child, hates me because he listened to his mama. Though I've never said anything bad about the mama, I have to stand 10 toes down and take the brunt of it. That's what most men do. Because a child, once they get to a certain age, it don't matter what dad says. It's all about what mom says, is what they believe. And it's sad that so many parents, like you stated earlier, if they would learn how to co-parent, learn how to be mutually respectable towards each other in front of their kids and not in front of their kids. We all make choices of who we choose to be with, who we choose to have kids with, who we choose to marry, or who we choose to lay down with if we don't get married. Running down a man or a woman does nothing, like you stated, destroys the child. Because they only hear one side of the story. They only hear one side of what really happened. And since they don't ever get to hear from the other side, they get locked in their heads that the one that ain't around is the evil one. I did everything for my 2 daughters. They flipped the script on me, went with their mama. Everything mama said, I'm the evil father, even though I was there all the way through the schooling. Every time they had a problem at school, I went. I took the time off from work and dealt with that. Took them to school, picked them up from school before going to work. So it's never a case of who's right or wrong. It's like you stated, the maturity of the parents.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, you've shared a little bit, and, I listened to you. What would be your advice to Kevin, who is not married, younger, in this current generation of the dating? What would be your best advice to give to any young man with getting married and having a family?
First, you gotta believe in God.
Okay.
Hey,
If you don't believe in God, you'll fall for anything. One thing I was taught as a young man coming up, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Right.
You gotta get your own understanding, your own belief systems.
Okay, so we got God.
Church has failed. Men in the community have failed.
So from your experiences, though,
that is my answer.
So
6
God.
decades, men have failed because they don't talk to the young men. They don't spend no time listening to what a young man going through. First thing an old man will do is say, "Oh God, you just don't listen," instead of listening to that young man and understand what is going on in his young mind. Then you got to remember, as an older man, what did you go through? How did you make it through? See, didn't know what he guided me. I had to figure it out.
Right.
I didn't
So,
come up in the black community. I came up through foster care. I had to figure it out.
yeah.
So that being said, when I started taking time listening to the young men, I remember some stuff I went through and I would explain. Look at here, that right there, that thought process was gonna hurt. And I'd also explain to them that this society, this world, owes no understanding of how you feel.
Right.
The biggest problem with young men, and it's not all, but a good majority, they don't want to listen to men. They listen to the mama, and in some cases, the mama's still wrong, and tell them, I need you, all about your emotions. Emotions will get a man hurt in so many different aspects, because they'll cause them to do things without thinking logically. They'll go with the illogical move in the heat of the moment.
So, may I ask you another question?
Uh-huh.
What was you said you were married twice?
No, I'm in my fourth.
Okay. So the women that you married, right? What was their financial stability without you in the picture? When you met them, what was their financial stability? What was their education?
High school.
Right. You see where I'm going with that?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that a lot of women don't understand, and I've been watching a lot of platforms. It does to a man who stands up and acts like and carries himself like a real
Right.
man.
The men say they don't care what the woman makes.
The education and the
They don't
money
care.
doesn't matter, because who's supposed to be the provider?
But see, that's a wrong mindset.
No, it's not.
Let me explain to you from
I
a
come from the
female.
old school. No, it's
Right.
not.
Hey, I'm 52 years old myself. So
I'm 60.
so we're from the same era.
You said you're from the 70s.
8 years is not that big of a difference. This is what my point is. But John,
I'm smiling at you.
let me explain to you my viewpoint as a woman that's been through a divorce, right?
Uh-huh.
So I've heard what you just said on the platforms where men are like, we don't care what you make. We don't care if you're educated or right. See where that's wrong from a female's point of view is this. You've been married and divorced 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you lost everything.
Mm-hmm.
You had to rebuild and restart. Why? Because she didn't have the job skills or anything to offset any income. Because see, when you get with a woman that makes, let's say $70,000 a year, and you get divorced, chances are high that you won't have to pay her anything, because the courts are going to do it by the equation of what's due. And if she's already established and got job skills, whether she stays home, she quits her job and stays home with the children to raise them, if divorce happens, the man can say, you know what, if we divorce, then I'm not going to lose everything. That's where I think a lot of men go wrong is, oh, well, I can take care of everything. You don't have to work. You don't have to have an education. You don't have to have any job skills. Well, that kind of screws the man. But then the men come around and say, oh, she took everything. And then they're bitter towards women. Like, come on.
Yeah,
You did it all
that's
wrong.
that's that immaturity of a man. Because what most men that sound off like that, they have the wrong mindset of how things are supposed to go. My wife's worked. It's just that when I had kids, I didn't believe in taking the kids away from the mother. That was just me.
I think
But you stated that you lost everything and you had to
Yeah, I
rebuild.
lost it.
My
Just
point,
when I left everything. I left the house and everything.
right?
That was my
so.
choice. I started over.
Okay,
I made sure my kids had.
so do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I fully do. I
So
fully do.
I do think it's important for a man to choose a woman that she has an understanding. Hey, we love each other, and they talk about it to say, hey, I know you have a marketing career, and I know that you've been doing it for the last 5-6 years, and you're good at it, and I know you love your job, but would you be able to sacrifice quitting that job? I can cover everything and staying home with the offspring that we might produce. See, all those things need to really be sat down and talked about, and the willingness of her to say, yes, I'm willing to let you lead. I'm willing to depend on you. I know that you love me. You're not going to let me go without. And it gives her the satisfaction. Now men will say, I don't care if she makes any money. I don't care if she has anything, job skills, but they do care when things don't work out, because then they got 3 kids. She's got to start from scratch to support herself once she's divorced. And then she's getting all the money because the courts want the kids to have almost the same lifestyle that they did when the parents were together. So that means the man's going to be paying out the wahoo to do that. And so then he begrudges the woman. He begrudges his decision that he married her without any job skills, because now he's paying out the wazoo.
And that's the immaturity of the man.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like
And I'm
when
not
I asked
disputing.
you,
I'm not disputing that.
kick down some knowledge to the young men, and that's what I was trying to get you to understand. It's like
Oh, I
kicking
do.
down some knowledge would be, men, make sure your wife that you choose has some job skills, that in the event you divorce, you're not paying out the ass.
So I want to explain why that men probably don't care for the most part. Because I think they care more about how much wife skills or what degree she got in being a wife or a mother, right?
Right.
I think that's more important to a man than her high education or whatever the thing is. Because it's like at the end of the day, it's always gonna go back to the man for the most part. Even though, like, of course, that addition it's a good thing for, maybe she can bring some money or something like that. But I just don't think that men prioritize money as much as women do. That's just how it is. Because just like he was saying, he was mentioning the fact that we are more of look towards as the providers and the situation on that, right?
Right.
Because that's just why they came with that his money is her money, and her money is her money, and that's the stuff like that, right? Oh no, our money is what is it? My money is our money, and then her money is her money. That's why that statement kind of true though, because a man, at the end of the day, like I said, he's going to be the one they're gonna look at to take care for the most part. And he really don't care. He care more about, I'm put it this way. Of course, up to a certain extent, yeah, you got to contribute in some type of way, but I think it's more important that if the wife know how to be a wife or know how to take care of the kids, that's more valuable, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't look at the same thing as women look at the same thing. Women look for a protector. A man ain't got to look for it. I wonder if she could protect, even though it'd be a plus if she knew how to. But I think that we look at the man is more of the protector just like I was trying to mention earlier, but with the other situation. But it's just like our interest is a little bit different. It's always been the opposite. Men and women are interested in 2 different things. That's just how it is.
See, with me, I come from the old school way of how I was brought up. The way my father raised me was I step up. Ain't
I
no
thought you were in
crying,
foster.
ain't no
So you,
complaining, ain't none of that stuff. Too many men will sit there and complain about the choices they made when they don't work out. I never complained. It was what it was. It didn't work out. I still wish the best for them. I still ask about them. I check in once in a while on them. But I don't speak ill of them because that blocks my blessings.
yeah, I,
It's
I think
it's just my faith,
no, no, I get it.
how
I
I
get
claim
it.
my faith. And
Yeah, I just think
I
it's
enjoy our conversation, Jim, because a lot of things you said is undisputable.
yeah, I just think too. I think there. What I was trying. My point is, it carries into so many facets of a relationship, of a marriage, because see, people don't want to think about the dismal things that may happen, right? The possibilities that, he's the breadwinner, she has no job skills, they got 4 kids, they got a nice house, they got 2 new cars or leased or whatever, they got car insurance, all those things, all those bills, and let's say he gets in an accident, God forbid, and he's paralyzed from the neck down. That car insurance is only going to pay so much, and if it's not where the insurance can sue the other insurance company for a couple of mil, then that family's screwed.
Yep, one check away.
That family is completely screwed. So there's more to it when a woman has job skills.
And I'm not going to dispute that.
Yeah, I feel you, but like I said, I get what you're doing though. But like I said, we talking about interest, right?
Yeah.
It's just interest, man. That's just how it is.
I get
Like
it.
just like women like men toil and men. I mean, we literally opposites for real. Like what you
bring to the
that's
table
funny.
is just valuable. What you stating is all valuable. In a
Yeah.
perfect world, yeah, I would have loved to have them have, because my current wife, she got 2 AAs and a bachelor's.
I want
And
to. I actually want to go
have
back,
no
like back in the
college.
days, right? Like,
I got no
go ahead.
college.
yeah. Now I was about to use for example, like back in the day, right? Just to show how men think versus women think, right? It's just like that's like a man over there worried about, dang, I wonder if she can hunt a lion real good. You know, I mean, it's good that she probably had that type of thing, but I don't think a man get turned on for like, dang, I wonder if she's strong enough to pick up a lion like me or something like that and go hunt. I think they got more turned on if they know how to take care of their kids, if they was a good mother, if they know how to, if they know how to nurture and be able to, calm them down when certain situations, run a bath, whatever, you know what I'm saying? I think the interest is more on that. Now, the things that women get turned on is not the same thing men get turned on. Just like a woman, oh man, I want to he looks strong and all that stuff. Like, all the stuff like that, whatever woman is interested in, it's just really like we literally opposites. I do understand, and the fact that some of the ones that you had to use, I don't want to call them extremes, but the fact that you use some of the stuff to show you that, and I get you want to make it work, but it's just like that. When we talk about interest, it's something different. I mean, it's beneficial, but when we talk about what we attracted to, which I think that was the first thing we was starting off talking about, why men ain't attracted. I mean, that's just because that's how we are. That's just how man is. Like, it's some men that do that, but I think you need to be scared if a man is actually look toward a woman that, I love that's the degree that you got degrees and all this other stuff. It's like it's something to kind of question on that situation, because it's like most of the time, like that's like a millionaire, right? A millionaire not about to care about a woman making money. Why would he care? He taking care of everything. He will be proud to do it because man, a real, or I gonna say real, I don't like saying that,
Yeah.
but a man is proud to take care of his family. He don't look at that thing, I'm doing all this and all that. He want his woman to work as less as he can or the less load, because the men are built to take on that load. You know what I'm saying? That's just how they are.
No, I totally get men. I totally get it. I totally get it. But I think I'm giving the aspect from a woman's point of view when a man is choosing, and I think that you can tell even a solid working woman, I think that you can tell if she's got mothering skills based on how she treats and how fond she is of her family. You know, if she speaks highly of her relationship with her father, guess what? That's a plus for the man. She's been taught by a good man from her stories. I mean, you have to listen to a woman to where she comes from and how she learned what she learned, and and her upbringing. You can tell a lot about a woman. Now if a woman tells you, I can't stand my dad, you have to understand that she's got some smidgen of hate towards men. She's probably not a good wife, right? So I think people make it so complicated, when they are trying to pick somebody. And I understand how a man works. That men,
Yeah, man date down, woman date up. That's always going to be like that forever.
yeah, but I think even a woman with job skills, I had job skills before I got married at 20, and it's just like I've gained more job skills, but he knew with me being from a large family, I knew how to cook. My parents stayed married. They were married young. They stayed married for years. He met my parents. He knew the cloth that I came from, right? So, and then I met his mother, because his dad died when he was 15 years old, and he came from a large family. So we had so many similarities, and we were, raised in church. Everything that you think of a marriage, like choosing, it all fell in place. And I think that people, men, and it's not man bashing when I say that, but it's just like men want to provide and all that, and that's their nature, right? That's how they choose. They want to provide. They
and women love it.
But some of us know how to live within our means. I've never been, maybe one of these nights I can have my best friend say it, but I've never been a materialistic woman. Never have been. I wasn't raised that way. Materialistic things are, they're new for only a short amount of time, and you spend all that money. I would much rather go on a vacation and have memories, with my spouse. I don't need bags. I don't need expensive shoes. I never been that person. So, but I know I'm not alone. I know that there are more women like me than not.
Yeah, there's a lot like you out there.
And it's like, he was enlisted in the Navy, and it's like, I knew that he wasn't going to have a whole lot of money for a little while until he went through his school. But we made it work. I mean, we had more fun when we were broke, because we were creative and we made things work as a team. He and I never had the discussion of gender roles. Never had that discussion. It just worked.
I don't think you discussed that.
It just worked because of our upbringings. I didn't like badger him. I didn't nag him. It's like, hey, this is how much money. I ran the checkbook. And I would tell him, hey, this is how much money, the bills are paid. This is how much money we have left. What do you want to do this weekend? We discussed everything. Well, not everything, but we discussed how everything was going to work out. It was just like a team effort. And I picked up the slack, where he couldn't catch everything, like when I told you guys that he went to school, and it was an intense school for him to advance. And when he got out in the civilian sector, he would make lots of money. And so I was behind it all the way, and I supported him. And it's like, I used to shine my own boots and shoes and stuff for the military. So I was like, hey, I can shine your shoes better than you can, with the lighter and the wax and buff it.
You go way back now.
And light the cigarette lighter on it and scorch it, and then rub it and buff it out, put some water. I mean,
now you give me flashbacks.
So I did all that, and all he had to do was go to school. So we didn't discuss it. He just said, "Hey, I want to do this school," and I said, "I'm behind you. What do we got to do?"
See, I didn't have that.
But I, you know, he made a bad choice, Kev. You know that, but it's like, I just knew. I knew from where I was at that point. I knew I couldn't take care of that kid. And that's why it didn't work for me. Like when that kind of trust goes out the window, like when that kind of commitment goes out the window, no. But I decided that I wanted to be a very good co-parent. But I don't know.
Well, that's where lies what the adults. It's like you stated earlier. Gotta keep the kids out of it as much as possible. Only thing you should be doing with the kids is showing them love and showing that no matter what happened between mom and dad, that's between mom and dad. That was my mentality. I never one time ever spoke ill of their mothers around anybody. So they can never go back saying I said anything.
I would say to my daughter, that was, a good writer and good reader and all that kind of stuff. I was more mathematically inclined versus English. I thought it was rather boring. But, I would give her kudos and say, you know what, you're so much like your dad. He's smart. He's so book smart like you are. It's little things like that you tell your kids when you're co-parenting that, hey, mom, that kid feels solid with who they are. What was that noise?
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. It's 2:30. I've been up since 6:30.
All right, hard working man.
That's all I know what to do. The Marine Corps did it.
Well, based on what you expressed, John, with your son, I don't know all the details. Don't need to know. But when you said that, I want to let you know that I did send up a prayer for you on that for that disconnect, and I hope that you can find a way and talk to God and ask him for direction with your son. It's not too late. It's not too late, John. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, I just pray for him. That's all I can do. Until he's ready to sit down and talk, all I can do is pray for him.
Yeah, that is.
He already knows he's got an open door, and all he's got to do is say, "Dad, I'm gonna be all ears." I'll let him go ahead, scream, buzz, cuss, all that. Get it out of his system. I've already told him this. He chooses not to. I have to respect that he's 33.
Yeah, he's his own man now, but yeah, I definitely am a firm believer of forgiveness, no matter how brutal and ugly it was.
I got no ill will towards him or his mama.
And and Kev knows that my goal for 2024, and I started it, in 2023, is to be able to build my skills on loving the unlovable, and that's a challenge for most, and I'm up for the challenge, and I want to. Hopefully, I can master it at some point in my life.
It takes practice.
But I firmly believe in the power of prayer, and stay in communication with God when you have a disconnect like that. He can rebuild things if you ask him. If you ask him, and then you change, you have a change of heart yourself, and and then like Kev, his room's all about accountability. You were no angel. You were no angel, right? You can admit to that.
No.
And sometimes as parents, we have to show our vulnerabilities and be open and take the bow like the browbeating from our children. Sometimes we do make mistakes.
I choose to carry the cross.
We do make mistakes, and the breakthroughs come when you're open and vulnerable and you're not defensive, and you take accountability for lack of action or whatever the case was. So give it to God and stay diligent on your prayer with him, and listen to your convictions, and keep learning. Don't ever stop learning.
I ain't dead yet.
That's right.
I'm hoping to get another 20 out of my body.
Well, you sleep well.
That's another challenge in itself.
Right.
But much love and peace. Hey, hit me up, bro, when you have this topic again, so I can pop up.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it Friday. Friday, couple more different questions this time.
What time?
Tomorrow I'm talking about compromise and sacrifice part 2. That was a decent live, and I think
I missed that one.
I need to be.
I was knocked out in my recliner. Much love to you both.
All right.
Oh yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Have a good one. Peace out.
Yep.
All right, Kev, you calling it?
Yeah, probably off my live. I'm gonna go ahead and sneak in some other lives real quick, see what they talking about, and call it a night later.
Okay, I'll hit you up if I have any more additions to.
Oh yeah, if you got some more still, you should be having some good stuff. So hit me, inbox me some stuff. I'll talk about them.
Okay.
It's my new job now. Until I got time, man. I'm trying to get my face up out here.
When do you think? When do you think you're gonna go back to work? Did they say?
About a couple months. Probably March.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he had promised me a raise and everything. So because he knew
awesome.
Yeah, so yeah, I said I'd chill. I said I probably chill. I didn't want to go looking for another job. I said I just chill. I got enough money saved up and whatever. So I chill and try to invest in this for a little bit, get my stuff up. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh yeah, man. Appreciate you.
Okay, well, go have fun. Don't get in no drama.
All right, man. I'll catch you. I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Don't you have me come up in no lives and tell you to come on. Come on, Kev. Drop down.
Right, exactly. You already know how that be. All right, it's time to go, man. They going.
All right.
Oh, you find me in some stuff for sure, man.
All right. Good night.
But all right.